respects to elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. I welcome Minister Anthony Roberts and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of planning homes. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness can only answer if they have more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take questions on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. And Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. And finally, can I please remind you and everybody to turn off your mobile phones or turn them to silent for the duration of the hearing, please. All witnesses are to be sworn in prior to giving evidence. Minister Roberts, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I would also like to remind Mr Michael Castle that you do not need to be sworn in, as you have been sworn in at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. For all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency, swear either an oath or an affirmation. The words of both, the oath and affirmation, are on the card on the table in front of you. If I can, please begin with the witnesses on my left. Actually, if you wouldn't, sorry, for one moment, if you could please come to the table and we'll just use the microphone for Hansard purposes. Thank you.
My name's Clay Preshaw. I'm the Executive Director of Energy, Resources and Industry Assessments. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name is Steve O'Donoghue, Director of Resource Assessments with the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Tim Raymond. I'm Deputy Secretary, Planning and Land Use Strategy at Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Alexander Wendler, I'm the CEO of Landcom, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I'm Marcus Ray. I'm Deputy Secretary, New South Wales Planning, Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Simon Newport, Chief Executive of the Land and Housing Corporation. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
David Gainsford, I'm the Deputy Secretary for Development Assessment at the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fred Whitworth, Deputy Secretary, Planning Policy, New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sean Michael Smith, Deputy Secretary Corporate Services, New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Leon Walker, Deputy Secretary, Homes, Property and Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, everyone. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 to 12:45 p.m. We'll have a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. We're joined by the Minister in the morning, and then in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, and if required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you very much, all of you, for your attendance today, and we will begin with questions from the opposition. Ms Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us.
It's no worries. You familiar with the Premier's priorities, Minister?
Yes, I am.
You're familiar with the Premier's priority of 50% women in senior executive leadership by 2025?
Yes, I am.
How do you feel that you're going on that, considering the departmental representatives, all of whom I'm sure are fine gentlemen, that you've brought along today?
Look, I don't employ departmental staff. I'll pass that to Mr. Castle.
You are responsible, though, you're the cluster lead in the Department of Planning and Environment, aren't you, Minister?
That is correct.
Yes,
Last time I had a look.
And my understanding is that, at the very least, the cluster lead minister is responsible for the secretary. Do you not have any cause for pause about the fact that your department is so obviously failing to get anywhere close to that Premier's priority? Does that concern you?
Well, can I say I reject the premise of the question. Are you asking me to get involved in the appointment of public servants?
No, I'm asking, the Premier has set a priority that 50% of people in senior executive positions in the public service should be women by 2025. It's 2022. You have not brought a single woman with you as a departmental representative this morning.
So are you saying that I should get involved?
No, I'm saying you should ensure that your department is at least partly on track. If they're not, have you ever had a conversation with Mr Castle about it? So, Mr Castle, this is a priority that the Premier has set. I see that we don't appear to be anywhere close to meeting it. What are you doing about that? Have you had that conversation?
No, I just want to make it clear. Are you asking me to get involved in the appointment of public servants?
No, I'm asking you to be accountable for the fact that your department is completely failing to meet the Premier's priority. That's what I'm asking you to be accountable.
I reject the premise, but I'll ask the person responsible for the cluster to answer that. Mr Castle?
Mr Castle.
Thank you, Minister. I didn't do the invite list for today for witnesses. Obviously, this looks extremely unaligned to the Premier's priorities, but I can assure you, out of the senior executives, 48.2, so roughly 50% of senior executives in the Department of Planning are female, and my leadership team is 40-60. Obviously.
In terms of your direct reports, Mr Castle.
Through me, please.
Minister, how many direct reports does Mr Castle have?
Castle?
I just need to count through them. think it's around 10 at this point in time, but we're in the midst of changing that. Some of them report directly to me, others through another deputy secretary. But on the leadership team, there's approximately 40-60.
In terms of your direct reports, Mr. Castle, how many of them are women?
There'd be 5 at this point in time.
We might come back to this line of questioning in the afternoon. But yeah, thank you for at least acknowledging it's not a good look. So, Minister, last week the Treasurer at estimates would not rule out further privatisation. Will you rule out the privatisation of Landcom?
I'm unaware of any discussions with respect to the privatisation of Landcom. Can I ask Alex?
Yes, so I'm not aware of any discussions or conversations about that.
Good. I also wanted to ask, Minister, about the comments that were made recently by Minister Stokes. I mean, did you have a conversation with Minister Stokes, by the way, before he announced in the newspaper that his view was that 30% of that there should be a 30% target for affordable and diverse housing on public land? Were you looped in to that contribution that he made in the newspaper recently?
I'd have to take that on notice.
I mean, it's a pretty straightforward question, though. Like, he was in the newspaper saying he thought it should be government policy that there's a 30% target for affordable and diverse housing, which is pretty squarely, I would think, in your portfolio. Like, I'm asking you, did he talk to you about it before he was in the newspaper saying that?
I think any conversations that Mr Stokes and I have always had around this area is how we increase the amount of social and affordable housing within new developments.
Okay, well, do you agree then with Minister Stokes that it should be government policy that 30% of developments on government land should be affordable and diverse housing? Do you agree with that?
I think that would be certainly a target that we would look at, but might I ask Mr Newport if there's any through lack?
I mean, it's not, though. I mean, like, fair enough, Mr Newport, but I mean, is it the government's policy that 30% of housing on government land is affordable and diverse housing? It's not currently government policy, is it, Mr Newport?
I can only speak to Land and Housing Corporation, so certainly the larger estate renewals, we do target 30% social and affordable.
Yeah, that's the Communities Plus model development of Land and Housing Corporation assets, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
so that wasn't what Minister Stokes was talking about. Minister Stokes was talking about the redevelopment of any government land for housing, and it should have a 30% target for affordable and diverse housing. Do you agree with that?
I certainly don't disagree with it.
Okay, well, is this an announcement today? Is this now government policy? This is quite a big deal if this is now being announced as government policy. That's quite a substantial development.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be announcing any new policy today.
So you and Minister Stokes both think that it should be policy that 30% of housing on government land should be affordable and diverse housing. So you both believe that, but it's not government policy, and you're not going to announce it.
I'm not announcing anything today that I'm aware of, or that you're aware of. I might announce something a little bit later on.
I mean, Minister Stokes, in his thought bubble in the newspaper, acknowledged that this would be quite a big deal for the Tahi, who is one of the largest property developers in New South Wales now. So if you agree with him that this is what the policy should be, have you raised that with Tahi? Are you pursuing it with them? Is this a discussion that you're having? with them at the moment to implement what you believe the policy should be?
Is the department may or may not be looking at ways to increase the amount of social housing.
Yeah, but that's my question.
on government land.
You may or may not, but my question is, are you doing that? That's the point of budget estimates, is that I ask if you're doing that and then you tell me.
Have I had discussions with my department with respect to increasing the yield of social and affordable housing in developments? Yes, I've had many discussions with them. And that may have resulted in some work being done on that in the meantime.
So, has it resulted in some work being done on that? You say it may have. I'm asking you explicitly, has it resulted in work being done on that?
Mr. Ray?
Ms Jackson, the department always is looking at, issues like affordable housing, and yes, the department is looking at, various matters in relation to affordable housing, as the Minister has said. My understanding is of Minister Stokes' comments that it was to start a discussion about that particular matter of the potential for there to be 30% on government sites, and obviously it's been successful because we're talking about it here today. The current policy is the policy that was brought forward a few years ago by the Greater Sydney Commission, which was now the Greater Cities Commission, which was talking about 5 to 10% on the uplift. So yes, the department is currently doing work, but there's nothing that I can add to what the Minister says by way of announcement. But I do think that my understanding of the article was Minister Stokes was trying to start a discussion about more affordable housing and more affordable housing on public land. It's just that I feel like, being in opposition, I start discussions. If you're in government, you actually do things. That's the difference in a way. That's the opportunity that you have that I don't have, which is that I can talk about things, you can do things. So are you going to do that? As Mr. Ray has said, there's a current policy. A different policy has been put on the table by your colleague. Are you going to do it?
Do I disagree with what Minister Stokes raised? No, I don't. Do I think there are opportunities to move forward in this area? Yes, I do. And in the fullness of time, there may be announcements around that.
Have you had any discussions with the Treasury or the Premier's Department about this?
I'd have to take that on notice, not personally, but I'm certainly very much aware that certainly Treasurer Keane would be open to suggestions about developing more social and affordable housing. But Landcom also is now being directed, and I'll ask Landcom to...
Yes, thank you. So we have received a new statement of priorities from Minister Roberts a few weeks ago, and this has been adopted by the board. So we have a target that we have since 2021 for 10% affordable housing and 15% diverse housing. And this has been now amended so that we have 10% for affordable housing, 15% for diverse housing in metropolitan areas. And in regional areas, we have a new target of 20% affordable housing, growing, this is up to 2025, and then with a target of 30% from 2025, subject to market conditions. So therefore, just to clarify, today we already have, and this is what Landcom is doing, 10% plus 15%, and this is what we're doing with all our developments since 2021.
Thank you. Sorry, my colleague's head's in the way. If you'd be able to table that new statement of ministerial priorities.
Yes, very happy to do that. Thank you.
That would be excellent. Minister, I wanted to ask, in relation to, I understand there is a new MOU between the Land and Housing Corporation and Crown Lands. Is that correct, Mr. Newport? Yes. Minister, through you, is that correct?
Yes.
Does the 30% target for affordable and diverse housing that Minister Stokes has flagged and Minister Roberts supports, does that apply to that MOU?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of the specifics of that at this stage.
That would be useful, thank you. I wanted to ask also, Minister, about the announcement in relation to the building energy efficiency that you and the Treasurer made recently. Today, I understand it's in the newspaper. How different is what you have outlined with the Treasurer from the content of the design and place set? Is it different at all? Sorry, the design and place set that you cancelled within a very short period of time after becoming Minister. Sorry, that was the design and place set that I'm referring to is the one that Minister Stokes developed that you cancelled. How different is your announcement today from that?
Never cancelled, it just was not proceeded with. It was out on exhibition. But what you're talking about with respect to the new building sustainability controls that were introduced today in the sustainable building SEP, that will support sustainable supply of housing that helps New South Wales meet its targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This has involved updates to basics standards for new residential development. So those standards for energy and thermal performance have been updated to reflect our COAG commitments and align with proposed changes.
Yeah, I can read your press releases too, Minister.
Excellent,
I'm asking you, what is the difference between that and the design and place SEP that you cancelled, that Minister Stokes had been working on for some time? What is the difference? Is there any difference between them?
Mr. Whitworth.
Thank you, Minister. The sustainable building SEP continues the sustainability provisions from the design and place SEP. These were, the design and place SEP had a number of elements to it. The sustainability provisions for sustainable buildings being residential, and for the first time the introduction of non-residential sustainable building controls were part of that package. But I think we've always identified that design is important, that there were always elements of the work that we were going to continue. We're continuing on, for example, with the manual for local design review panels to ensure that there's consistency of process there. I've talked about the importance of good practice urban guidance, and we, most importantly though, we've introduced the sustainable building SEP that helps us to achieve a 7 to 11% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. These updates to basics will help reduce emissions by another 150,000 tonnes per year, and it gives us the opportunity to put us on the, or to make sure that the design, construction, operation of buildings make a substantial contribution to the government's net zero energy policy and the achievement of 50% reduction by 2030 and the net zero outcomes by 2050.
My understanding is that the agreement in relation to these building sustainability changes had a range of potential times in which they would be introduced. You have selected October next year, which is some time away, and in fact my understanding is the longest possible time you could have chosen to have them introduced. So if this is so important, as you have said and Mr. Whitworth has said, hurrah, happy days, why is it going to take so long to implement them?
Look, can I say New South Wales has led the way with respect to good design standards that reduce our carbon emissions and footprint. I take the advice of my department, who seek advice obviously from industry, the people that actually build the homes. So I would suggest that the reason being is it's giving industry lead time to be able to change. We're experiencing incredibly difficult supply chain issues. We're experiencing difficulties actually getting tradespeople to build homes, increasing costs. And with respect to that, we have a lot of pressure on a lot of our home builders at the moment in this difficult period, trying to stay afloat. But I'll ask Mr. Whitworth, why?
Thank you.
What has happened?
Thank you, Minister.
Hold on,
Ms Jackson, I just think it's important because we also had an announcement from the national building ministers on the last Friday where every state has committed to that October 2023 timeframe, which is an important part of making sure that we can transition in the changes that trajectory to net zero across the nation, and it also gives us the opportunity to ensure that the development industry can factor the necessary changes to achieve 7-star house designs, for example, or the introduction of the new non-residential standards into not just their design, but also working with the necessary supply chains to ensure that the materials are built into the supply chain.
Mr. Whitworth, it's my understanding that if states wanted to introduce these changes prior to October 2023, that they would be entitled to do that, that there's nothing stopping the New South Wales government from implementing part or all of that agreement earlier. Minister, to you, this has not come out of nowhere. Minister Stokes did a substantial body of work in the development of the design and place set, which Mr. Whitworth has acknowledged. A number of these elements were included in that body of work. That was then paused. A range of these elements have now come back online. None of this is new. All of this has been worked through with industry for a substantial period of time, and you've still opted for the longest possible time frame for implementation. If it is so important, why not do it sooner?
Well, firstly, can I say that we have not only met the requirements federally, we've exceeded them. I mean, under our basics, we'll continue to mandate a water savings target, and New South Wales is the only jurisdiction doing that. I think the need for a national coordinated approach is critical. And that's why, again, homes don't get built in a week, unfortunately. We're coming close to doing that with some of our builders, but certainly I think having a measured approach together with industry in a difficult time and a coordinated approach across the Commonwealth in order to achieve these outcomes is worth the wait.
Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister. So I'll just continue on that line of questioning as we're there. So what's the difference between what you have announced in the Sydney Morning Herald this morning, or what I've got in the Sydney Morning Herald, and what the Federal Minister, Ed Husic, announced on Friday? What exactly is the difference?
Well, it's a national approach. Is there any difference, Mr. Whitworth?
So the announcement on Friday was the agreement of the building ministers across the different states to the delivery of that net zero trajectory. Every state then has the option as to how they can introduce it, whether it's through the National Construction Code and the adoption of the National Construction Code in October 2023, or whether it's through more discrete changes to their individual planning or building controls. So in New South Wales, we have continued the tradition of using the basics approach. The basics approach is something that was introduced first in 2004. It gives us not just flexibility, but it also incorporates best practice in terms of not just the design, but also how supply chains can link, and also the delivery of innovation into the design process.
Thank you. Is it proposed that this apply to all buildings?
The basics and the residential applies to all residential buildings. There are differentials between alts and adds so alterations and additions and new builds. We have also, for the first time, applied sustainability principles and indices in terms of thermal performance, water use, and also
what about commercial
build? Well, sorry,
developments? I do understand that potentially there was a larger list for which this 7-star rating apply, including things like shopping centres that were ultimately taken out of that list. Do you know about that, Minister?
I'll ask Mr. Whitworth.
We had originally identified as the options for.
Is there a reason why shopping centres were taken out, Mr. Whitworth? Is the question?
There's a timeframe adjustment process, and it's not to say that they won't be brought into the future. So we are using the neighbours process, which is an accepted verification pathway, and that neighbours process is very much in place for existing commercial buildings and as an opt-in process. So what we're doing is mandating that use, and we're also mandating the requirement that every development identify.
Okay, so just quickly, just in terms of things like shopping centres, so we'll get on to another issue in a minute.
You're asking me questions and then you're not letting me answer.
No, I did. This is the first time I've interrupted you, actually, so I am letting you answer. So the question around shopping centres, you said down the track. Could you be more specific? Because I understand there's a bit of developer pushback. Urban Task Force, for example, are dead against shopping centres being included, and that perhaps they were in the original list. So when will shopping centres be included in this?
I'm not going to make a commitment to that timeframe, but what the materials that we release will make clear is that there will be a trajectory where we bring in all forms of development into the process. Again, it's important to understand having the right materials.
That's fine. We can deal with that later this afternoon while I've got the Minister here. Minister, will you commit to ensuring that all buildings, and big developments, including shopping centres, ultimately have this 7-star rating?
I'll take the advice from my department when it comes up.
Minister, in relation to the design and place SEP, and the scrapping of it, what discussions did you have with Urban Task Force around the scrapping of that design and place SEP before you scrapped it?
I'd ask you to refer to my diary, which is publicly disclosed.
So you met with them. So what discussions did you have?
We probably would have discussed a number of things, but I refer to my diary disclosures.
Well, your diary disclosures are one thing. You're now before a budget estimates committee where I'm asking you what you discussed in that meeting. Yes, your diary does disclose that you met with them. And what did you discuss? I mean, clearly they had lobbied you relentlessly by the looks of emails, you and your department and senior officials at this table, about scrapping the design and place SEP. What discussions did you personally have with Tom Forrest about it?
Well, there would have been discussions, certainly broad discussions about the planning issues, as I have with all my stakeholders. They had concerns
Excuse me, Minister, could you move the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just move the microphone to you and then you can sit back comfortably.
Oh, thank you.
We want to hear you.
Thank you. Yes, they certainly, together with a number of stakeholders, raised concerns about potential costs to the building of new homes.
It was one of those Harry Triggerboff as well, I understand. At Meriton had also contacted you?
Well, again, I refer to my diary disclosures, but certainly there was broad consensus across industry that this was going to not just provide additional confusion at a time, but it would add potential costs to the build, as opposed with the basics, where cost of living to this government is critical. The introduction of basics will probably reduce, a cost to a household by about $1,000 a year. And there was broad concern that the other part of, the SEPs were potentially going to add a considerable amount to the build. And I wasn't satisfied that enough modelling had been done with respect to moving forward with those in the current market conditions, and having been given by the Premier a priority as part of his direction to me to increase the number of homes being built in New South Wales and their level of affordability.
Yeah, you've said that publicly. Why did you decide to announce the scrapping of the SEP, which I understand was on the 5th of April? Why did you announce you decide to do that at a private lunch hosted by Urban Task Force with a room full of developers?
Well, can I say the SEP was never scrapped. It was not proceeded with. It was out for consultation. My department, my one source of truth, were able to again collate the number
Minister,
of submissions.
why did you decide not to proceed with the design and place SEP at a room full of developers at an Urban Task Force lunch?
Well, why wouldn't I announce it at a lunch where you had 200-300 industry people who were going to be directly involved with this?
Why did you then decide not to release the speech that you gave at that lunch?
Well, I never decided not to release. If you're talking about this crazy conspiracy that there was some sort of secret speech to a room of 200 or 300 people with the media present that was videoed and then uploaded to a website, that doesn't sound like a very secret, you might try to call it secret.
With respect, Minister, I also have emails, including that have been circulated within your department, including one that said that it wasn't for distribution and that it wasn't for public distribution, the speech that was circulated to people like the Chief Architect, who in an internal email on the 6th of April says, why can't this be for distribution when it was a public lunch? I have no idea. Nuts. It's pretty nuts, isn't it? That
I think you're speculating here on what a departmental liaison officer might say. I think having looked at this, I think what that individual was referring to was a set of talking points that went into the speech itself. And we don't release speeches publicly until we actually fact-check them and make sure everything I said, because I don't often, follow the speech word by word. Right?
Why didn't you put out a media release on the day that you had chosen not to go ahead with the design and place SEP then? If this was something that you wanted to broadcast to the world, you didn't release the speech, you did it at a private developer's lunch, and then you didn't put out a media release to that effect.
I don't release speeches before I make a speech. And certainly there was a media release, I'm sure, I'll take it on notice, that should have followed very shortly afterwards.
Minister, do you think it's appropriate that, given all of the consultation for the 18 months or 2 years, as I understand, the level of stakeholder involvement in the design and place SEP, which was way more than just the developer lobby, as I understand it, do you think it's appropriate that then you come in as a new minister and the only people that you really inform about this are developers?
Look, can I make it clear that, again, when I was appointed Minister for Planning and Minister for Homes in December of last year, the Premier made it very clear that my priority was to deliver a greater pipeline of homes that were to be more affordable. The design and place SEP had gone on public exhibition, and there were numerous concerns from both industry and the community that this policy would add to the cost and complexity of building new homes. This increase in cost would ultimately be passed on, of course, to the new home buyer. And after the exhibition period concluded, I took into account all submissions and advice from the department and made the decision not to proceed with all the elements within the SEP. I remain committed, as I've said, in achieving New South Wales Government's net zero plan to have emissions by 2030, 50% of emissions by 2030 and zero emissions by 2050. And in keeping with this target and the necessity to address the impacts of climate change, I made the decision to implement the sustainability and environmental aspects of the design and place SEP, which we've done through the Sustainable Building SEP. There were no, can I say, and I want to make it quite clear here, there were no new policies in the design and place SEP relating to fire and flooding. We have existing policies requiring flood and fires to be considered in development applications, and that remains in force.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Further, I've just been informed we did issue a media release on Tuesday, the 5th of April.
I think it was at the very bottom of that.
Thank you, Minister. I want to take us to the issue of the protection or otherwise of wildlife and their habitat when there is a development about to be undertaken. And I'll use the Mirvac development in the Penrith area as an example. where the council that was approved for 252 apartments and 160 houses across 25.87 hectares at Kunara Avenue, West Pennant Hills. They're now currently busy removing 3,000 trees. Can the Minister confirm that Mirvac is required to comply with a fauna management plan when clearing native vegetation that is likely to or could cause the displacement or harm of native animals?
Mr. Ray?
Mr. Pearson, I understand that that's a council assessed development by the Hills Council, with a determination, I think, by either the local planning panel or a regional planning panel. I don't have the particular conditions in front of me, and that's really a matter for the administration of the local council. But obviously, the approval went through a stringent planning process with the council, and it was determined by an independent panel. And there are a range of conditions on that application. But I don't have that information with me as to what the particular controls are in relation to looking after the animals that might be affected by the clearing. There are a range of general practices and specific things that the department looks at when it is, putting conditions on, but I don't have that.
And are those conditions separate to what the local department, the council has to?
No, Mr. Pearson. Sorry, I was just saying on other matters, not this matter.
Mm-hmm.
The department has no role over that particular development consent, so that's really a matter for the details are really a matter for the Hills Council.
Well, but I think I will keep pressing this particular line because the issue of responsibility flows backwards and forwards across several departments on these animal protection and environment issues. So there's a particular public concern about the fauna management plan, euthanasia protocol, with a provision that allows an on-site ecologist to assess and euthanize injured wildlife if, quote, deemed unlikely to survive travelling to the vet, unquote. As it's been pointed out, the area has it's a fact that the area has 6 vet clinics and the closest is West Pennant Hills. Minister, why is a large developer like Mirvac being given greater leeway for killing wildlife than wildlife carers that are required under the New South Wales Code of Practice for Injured, Sick and Orphaned Protected Fauna to arrange for fauna to be assessed by a veterinarian or experienced fauna rehabilitator within 24 hours of rescue? So we have one set of rules for wildlife carers and another set of rules for an ecologist which has been appointed by a developing company.
Mr. Ray?
Mr. Pearson, I understand the information before me is that there are conditions that do require the appointment of that ecologist and the fauna management plan, but I don't have that level of next level detail down.
Can you take it on notice, then?
I can take it on notice,
okay,
but it's again, it's really a question for the Hillshire Council.
Now, so that's the fauna management program, which is meant to be protecting wildlife. But I think we need to have a look at another very important legislation, which is the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, which is a criminal act. And in that act, it says a person, which would include a company, that injures, distresses, kills or harms an animal unnecessarily, unjustifiably and unreasonably is committing a criminal offence. Minister, can you advise whether a development application condition Can you advise whether any development application by a developer for housing or anything else is exempt from the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act?
Mr Ray, I'll ask Mr Ray, but...
Mr Pearson, so the provisions of the Prevention Cruelty to Animals Act obviously apply in their own terms. There wouldn't be anything that could be done through a development application or a development consent that would affect whether or not a criminal offence had been committed under that other act. So I don't think there's any. They're two separate pieces of legislation. There's nothing that could actually be done through the development consent that would affect the question of whether a crime had been committed under the Prevention of Cruelty.
So there is no stated exemption in any of the regulations or legislation pertaining to development which gives an exemption to any criminal act, including the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, which is that what you're saying?
No, I wouldn't go so far as that. I think there are some provisions of in relation to biodiversity conservation which might certain circumstances might be a defence to certain criminal criminal acts where there's been an approval, but not in relation to the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals legislation.
Okay, so that actually goes to my next question. So my understanding is that a development application may be exempt from the Biodiversity Conservation Act, which does not allow unnecessary, unjustifiable harm to wildlife, but there are exemptions to that federal legislation. Is that correct? Your understanding?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice, Mr. Beers.
But no, you're not aware of any exemptions to the Prevention of Cruelty to
I'm not
Animals
aware of any exemptions, but that could be because of my imperfect knowledge, Mr. Pearce.
Well, you have very good knowledge. I don't expect you to be across all legislation and all jurisdictions. I think I'm happy to leave it there.
Minister, you were advised in December last year that additional funding is urgently needed given the Land and Housing Corporation's unsustainable funding arrangements. What did you do about that?
Well, first of all, I spoke to Land and Housing Corporation, and then I spoke to my secretary, and then we lobbied for money in, well, I've got to say, what is one of the greatest housing levels of funding that I think this state has ever seen. It's been generational.
Is that what funding are you referring to? I've read the budget. I can't find, there's $300 million in there for maintenance, which was better than $0, but I don't think that was what they were referring to when they advised you that additional funding is urgently needed given the Land and Housing Corporation's unsustainable funding arrangements.
Look,
So you lobbied for money and you got $300 million for maintenance. Is that what happened?
It's our goal to ensure that everyone has a home in New South Wales, no matter their circumstances or income, or wherever you are in New South Wales. This is an historical problem that we needed to overcome. Can I just say, for the record, the lowest annual dwelling completions of the last 20 years were in 28-29, when others were in power. In fact, the previous government left us with the lowest number of new dwellings per capita anywhere in the nation. As a result, there has been a significant disparity between the demand for new homes, the number being built.
You've given him the wrong note. He's talking generally about housing. I'm trying to ask about social housing. That's the housing the government provides.
Can I just, Chair, finish that? So in 2012, we acted swiftly to increase the supply of social housing in the state. Our community housing providers have grown from delivering some 68 new dwellings in 2012 to some almost 3,300 last year, and that sector alone is expected to contribute an additional 3,000 social and affordable homes over the next 4 years.
I have asked you a question about advice that you were given in December last year that urgent funding was required as at December 2021, given the Land and Housing Corporation's unsustainable funding arrangement. What did you do about that?
We lobbied for additional funding and support.
Okay, look, I actually give you credit. I assume you did that. I assume you did go to the ERC and say, I have been told by these guys that the funding arrangement is unsustainable. And the $300 million for maintenance, was that the result of your lobbying? Just to be clear, that That was what came out of that?
The importance of maintenance, as you'd be very aware, and that is as part of our fleet. Some of our fleet is well, of course, it's ageing. But the
it's generally referred to as stock, but that's okay. Some of the stock is ageing.
Well, thank you for picking me up on that, but I'll refer to it as our fleet. So for LAC properties already managed by community housing providers, we're providing assistance. Now there's greater flexibility in the scale of redevelopment projects that can be put forward.
Mr. Newport, when you advised the Minister, when the Land and Housing Corporation advised the Minister that your funding arrangements were unsustainable and that additional funding was urgently needed, were you referring to $300 million for maintenance, or was it a broader problem that you were trying to bring to his attention?
I'm sure you're aware that I've only been appointed in the last 2 weeks, so I can't speak to something that took place in December last year.
Do you think that the Land and Housing Corporation's funding model is unsustainable?
I think self-funding can be challenging at times. There's a couple of points I'd like to make, though, is that the future financial year, FY23 and beyond, is only part of it. That in the last 2 years, Land and Housing's been given about $1.3 billion. So that is a significant investment. So looking forward, there's still funds to be delivered on that. We do have a stock, of around $62 billion now. So there's no question that we also have to look and see how we can make best use of that. But I'm certainly happy to concede that it is a challenging model. Yes.
In the same brief that was provided to you, Minister, in December 2021, it stated that the Land and Housing Corporation's ability to deliver future directions for social housing and Communities Plus, which are the sort of key policy frameworks for the delivery of social housing, the Land and Housing Corporation's capacity to deliver them had, quote, materially changed since the approval of the business case in 2016. What is that material change?
This document you are referring to is...
It is
to assist us in providing an appropriate answer.
Incoming Minister's brief, December 2021. I'm happy to provide copy to you.
No, I would have it.
I'm referring to page 40. Land and Housing Corporation's strategic priorities are from the New South Wales Government's Future Direction for Social Housing in New South Wales policy and Communities Plus program, noting that the Land and Housing Corporation's ability to deliver the program, those being the core programs under which social housing is delivered in New South Wales, has materially shifted since the approved business case in 2016. What is the material shift?
Yeah, so I'll ask Mr. Castle, who was with LAC at the time, but I would assume we had some issues with planning approvals at the time. Of course, I think together with most of the construction industry, we had those same COVID issues. We had issues around supply costs, supply chain, actually getting tradespeople to do the job. So there could have been some shift. I'm quite happy to tell you where we're going to from here. But Mr. Castle, do you want to outline that?
Yeah, thank you, Minister. From memory, a while ago, dealt with a few things since then. I believe it was around the yields that were originally predicted. Waterloo would have been a classic example where we'd been negotiating with the city for almost 4 years and still couldn't get the yield that we originally thought. So the original business cases had a higher number of dwellings than what they were. Now, the lower number of the dwellings means a lower return, hence a lower financial viability.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Castle. So the original business case was premised on 23,000 dwellings by 2025. At the end of 2021, I understand that 1,996 new dwellings, net additional dwellings, had been delivered. I mean, that is a substantial change. I mean, we are nowhere near delivering 23,000 dwellings under that policy by 2025, are we, Minister?
Castle?
Thank you, Minister. In simple, no. I don't think those numbers will be met. There's been a lot of things that have occurred since then that have disrupted that the delivery of that program. And based on the continuing lower yields, I think that program will struggle. But what has happened since then is, as Simon pointed out previously, is there's been a significant capital injection into LAC. It's been rewarded for continually delivering with continued stimulus money, and that will go a long way to reshaping those outcomes.
Minister,
sorry, if I could just add to when you talk about actual homes open and the number that are in construction or are waiting development consent, I think there'll be a big delta between the 1,093 and the one and the actual number.
It would need to be an astronomical delta to get anywhere close to 23,000, but that's okay.
Already acknowledged that the program was struggling.
So, Minister, considering that acknowledgement, and it has been obvious for some time, Communities Plus was announced some years ago, that the original predictions were not going to be met. Are you going to update those predictions? Is there going to be a revision of this? Because this is still the policy framework under which the Land and Housing Corporation is operating. We know it's not going to get there. Are you going to update those plans so that we have a realistic sense of what the Land and Housing Corporation is going to be able to do?
I'll ask Mr Newport.
The answer is yes. Clearly a reforecast will be required.
When is that likely to happen, Mr Newport?
The budget and reforecast are typically done just before Christmas.
And so we can expect that before Christmas this year there will be an updated forecast for the number of dwellings to be delivered by 2025 under Communities Plus?
Yes.
I look forward to that. I wanted to ask a few questions about the flood inquiry because, Minister, the last time that we met at Estimates, you came in and you indicated to us that you had instructed Mr Castle to do an inquiry into land planning and land use in the context of floods. Was that inquiry that you said that you had instructed Mr Castle to initiate, was that the Mary O'Kane Mick Fuller inquiry? Was that the same thing?
That's what it moved into.
It rolled into that.
Rolled into that.
Okay. You weren't even at the announcement of the flood inquiry report, which seems odd considering that you told us you initiated it.
No, it was rolled into something larger than planning. Planning has played a role all the way through this. But I think, certainly as we've moved from the response to the recovery side, we've had a significant role to play all the way through that inquiry. We stood up people immediately to assist in the whole of government response to it. In fact, Mr Whitworth is the co-chair of the task force, or was, until it was again rolled into the
Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation work.
Did you want to run through?
Certainly, Minister. I mean, the O'Kane Fuller inquiry has given the government 28 recommendations, and the government has accepted all of them, either in principle or in full. And we are already, the government's already moving to introduce and implement those recommendations. There have already been announcements about a phased program to migrate people off the highest risk areas of the Lismore floodplain and other northern Rivers floodplains through a significantly expanded land swap and voluntary house purchase scheme. There has been the creation of a Communities First Responders program, including Aboriginal First Responder program to address the needs of First Nations people. There has been the announcement of the establishment of the permanent statewide reconstruction body with the dedicated to reconstruction and preparedness, with legislation to be introduced by the end of the year. And the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation has been up and running since the 1st of July and has undertaken a number of activities, including continuing to provide for temporary housing, engaging with the local councils, and also starting to talk about potential additional housing supply options in the Northern Rivers.
Okay. I wanted to thank you for that, Mr. Whitworth. I mean, I wanted to ask about the Hawkesbury Nepean because, as you can see from Mr. Whitworth's response, much of the focus has been in Lismore and the Northern Rivers, and that's completely valid. But the flood report makes a number of comments and findings in relation to the risk of flooding in the Hawkesbury Nepean that have quite significant ramifications for example, the work of the Greater Cities Commission in terms of future development in Sydney. What is DPE's role in implementing and acting on those findings to ensure that we don't have, for example, 40,000 people at risk of flooding in the Hawkesbury Nepean by 2024, which is what the flood report says will occur if development goes ahead without future mitigation?
Look, in response, the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley presents flood risks that are unique compared to anywhere probably else in Australia. For more than a decade, planning policy has dictated that any new development should be above the 1 in 100 flood chance per year level. Of course, tragically, many of the houses affected by the 2022, 2021 and 2020 flooding events in the Hawkesbury Nepean are in places that were developed before the policy was introduced. This government is currently published, well, we have a dedicated flood management strategy for the Hawkesbury Nepean. The Resilient Valley Resilient Community Strategy was released in 2017, and its aim was to improve the valley's resilience through an integrated package of flood mitigation, road upgrades, enhancements to flood warning and evacuation systems, and land use planning changes. As part of that suite of actions, the department published a flood-prone land package in July of 2021, and that was aimed to improve those communities' resilience to flooding by providing a consistent framework.
It says that there's risk of further flooding by 2040 to affect 40,000 people if development goes ahead without further mitigation, not historical.
So the package...
What's the plan going forward?
So the package aims to improve communities' resilience to flooding by providing a consistent framework that councils can apply to set development controls appropriate to their areas. Infrastructure New South Wales, Transport for New South Wales and regional flood evacuation models as well will assist to inform transport and land use planning decisions.
Are you going to do anything about the potential massive development that could go ahead on Sydney's floodplains that will expose tens of thousands of people to flood risk? Have you had any conversations with the Greater Cities Commission about this?
As you would be aware, rezonings in the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley have also been paused since March of 21. Our next steps in relation to the strategy, including decisions about rezonings for residential development, need to await the outcomes of the independent inquiry into flooding.
Hold on, note needs updating because, of course, we have that independent inquiry. That's what we're asking about. That has happened.
Can you finish the question?
We are responding to that.
So I'm asking specifically about what you are going to do about future development in Western Sydney, specifically the Hawkesbury Nepean, but also Camden, Campbelltown. There are other areas that are impacted. Have you talked to the Greater Cities Commission about the potential consequences of further development in those areas because of the findings of the independent flood inquiry.
Yes, and the government is in the process of, well, my department, in preparing final responses to that independent inquiry. Mr Ray, do you want to outline anything further?
Yes, so look, I've actually spoken to Elizabeth Mildwater, maybe even twice since the report came down. And so it's the broader issues about planning for Sydney, including in the Hawkesbury and Nepean Valley, are ones that ultimately the strategic planning is led by the Greater Cities Commission. They are on track to do an updated plan in 2023, and there are a number of recommendations that the O'Kane Fuller report has brought forward, which they will have to address, and we will obviously support them in addressing. But clearly, there there has been a lot of work, as the Minister has indicated. There's been a lot of work about flood risk in the Hawkesbury and Nepean Valley, which has been led by Infrastructure New South Wales. So they'll clearly have a role, and it's something that's very, I would say, front of mind for all of us at the department about ensuring that not only individual planning proposals but also the broader strategic settings take into account those recommendations.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Race. That's useful. So, in terms of individual planning proposals, the department is aware of the recommendations and is mindful of those. And in terms of the broader settings, you are on the understanding, based on your conversations with the Greater Cities Commission, that they appreciate the need to accommodate the findings of the flood inquiry in terms of their settings of broader frameworks.
Look, Ms Jackson, that's exactly right. The department, as the Minister's already said, there has been a pause on rezonings in the northwest for some time, and now the department is looking at the implications of the recommendations for that pause. But more broadly, we are committed to working with the Greater Cities Commission to ensure that the recommendations that impact the strategic planning on Sydney and the shape of Sydney going forward will be taken up.
Minister, how many dwellings would be expected to be delivered in the Northwest Corridor where the pause is currently in place? I mean, sort of, what is the scale, the potential scale of that development area?
Well, what I can tell you is that the New South Wales Government has rejected proposals for rezoning of land for further residential development at Windsor, Richmond and Emu Plains, and we've refused proposals for some 5,000 new homes at Penrith Lakes. Most of the northwest growth area has already been rezoned and developed. Future residential rezoning of land in the northwest growth area, including Marsden Park North, West Schofields and Riverstone East Stage 3, have also been paused while the evacuation constraints and capacity for growth within those constraints are investigated. The number of homes, Mr Ray, is there a...
Minister, Ms Jackson, at this stage we are actually doing a deep dive on all the proposals, because you could imagine there are some planning proposals that are actually partly above the probable maximum flood and therefore aren't in the floodplain, but they're partly not. And there are other proposals where, for example, employment, where areas have been proposed for employment zoning that are above the probable maximum flood aren't on the floodplain, and it might be possible to actually swap an employment zoning in the floodplain for residential development above the floodplain. So it's a complex calculation. I don't have the numbers there. I don't know whether. Given that the department is only, obviously quickly responding to the report, I just don't have those numbers at the moment.
That's okay. I mean, my time's finished, but just quickly, is there a time frame on that deep dive?
Well, certainly our general approach is to try and get to the answers as quickly as possible. One of the things that we do have to face with the inquiry's recommendations is, in some cases, further work will need to be done, further flood modelling will need to be done in order to get an ultimate answer about the appropriate risk assessment for particular catchments or part of catchments. So I would imagine that we will certainly have a much clearer idea in the next couple of months.
We might come back to that. Apologies.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether deep dive is the most appropriate term at the moment.
I do apologise.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
Thinking very much of my friends and family at home in Lismore. Minister, if I could just take us to our government's announced emissions target reduction, and that we are apparently going to reach 50% reductions by 2030, our emissions reduction. Minister, does your department have a net zero emissions modelling team?
Castle? Sorry, could I have that question again? I was just...
Certainly, you were deep diving too, I take it. Am I correct, does the department have a net zero emissions modelling team? Who's doing what in terms of the bases? Emissions reduction, government target, 50% by 2030?
Not within the planning cluster.
Right, but we have one somewhere.
Not within the planning department or under the minister's control.
Gosh, okay, and so, all right, so then could you just explain to me then what we're doing in terms of calculating the emissions that we're currently recommending we keep approving? Surely we're...
I need to refer you to the Environment Minister for those questions.
No, with respect, Mr. Castle, your department, under you right now, your planning officers are recommending approval of coal mine developments, one after the other, after the other, after the other, which have enormous contributions to greenhouse gas emissions. I'm just trying to factor in what we're doing, if that's okay, what we can tell people we're doing while we're doing that on the one hand, and on the other hand, we're apparently reducing our emissions by 50% by 2030, which is only in 7 years.
I'll ask Mr. Ray to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Yeah. Ms. Higginson, so the department obviously is assessing those applications as they come forward, and looks at and has long looked at the issues of Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions. One of the actions that the department is taking in more recent years, and alive to the question of 50% reduction by 2030, is to put conditions or recommend conditions on proposals that go before the IPC to reduce those emissions along with the in line with the broad thrust of government policy. I might just pass to Mr. Gainsford for the details on that.
Just before you do, though, Mr. Gainsford, can I just ask the Minister, are you aware that just this year, your department staff, earlier, since you've become Minister, when they were drafting their assessment report for one of the largest coal mine expansions we've done this year, they found in their report that there's no clear methodology to assess the relative scale of emissions in a consistent manner. There are no performance criteria or limits provided, nor a clear timeline for reduced emissions. There is no clear guidance on how to assess potential mitigation or abatement measures. There is no clear guidance on whether offsets should be required, nor a methodology to calculate them. What are you doing about that, Minister, given we have committed to the world that we're reducing our emissions by 50%?
Can I ask you which mine that was?
That was the Narrabri underground mine, one of the very, very large emissions-intensive projects.
Certainly, can I say, the department requires what I've been made aware, coal mining applicants to undertake detailed assessment of greenhouse gas emissions and consider all relevant international, federal and state guidelines and policies in preparing those submissions.
Thank you, Minister. But just on the actual question, if you wouldn't mind, what are you doing to assist your department? I read that, if I was the Minister, I would read that and go, goodness gracious me, there's my staff begging for some leadership on how I comply with current government policy. Is that how you would read it too, Minister?
Oh, goodness gracious. I'd certainly, Mr Gainsford.
Yes, thanks, Minister, and thanks, Chair. So maybe just referring back to Mr Ray's commentary before around the assessment that we undertake with regard to coal mining projects. So absolutely the assessment that we undertake is detailed. We look at the Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions.
Mr Gainsford, would you mind? I apologise. I really understand in incredible detail the assessment you undertake. It's really about those emissions and what we're doing in terms of the overarching policy of reducing those emissions.
Yes, so with regard to Narrabri underground coal, I think some of the commentary that you've referred to there in our report, and I signed off on the report, so I'm quite familiar with the commentary in there. If you read the paragraphs before that part that you read out, acknowledges that there is actually a lot of policy out there. For example, the government's commitments to net zero in 2050 and also reductions of 50% by 2030. Obviously, a number of Commonwealth policies as well. What we were referring to there is the translation, if you like, of those policies to specific applications that we have in front of us.
So, Mr Gainsford, did you consider then, doing something when you signed off on that about how we reduce the Scope 1 and 2s? Did you consider something more than what's reasonable and feasible? Did you consider, I'm sure you're familiar with Ian Lowe's critique on what we're doing on Scope 1 and 2s. Did we consider requiring coal mines to use 100% renewable energy, for example?
So they're exactly the things that we did look at, as a matter of fact. So with regard to Narrabri again, the approach we took there was actually to work with our climate and atmospheric sciences branch, and I can't recall whether I think they actually sit in the energy area now, and also the Environment Protection Authority, and so we worked with those agencies to help with the assessment for Narrabri, because there was an acknowledgement for stage 3 of Narrabri that the emissions intensity associated with the with that proposed expansion was quite gassy. There was quite considerable levels of methane, and whilst that had been assessed and whilst that had been incorporated into the cost-benefit analysis associated with that assessment, we felt because of the concentrations and the emissions intensity, there was more that could be done. And so for the first time in our recommendations to the Independent Planning Commission, and the Independent Planning Commission adopted those recommendations and in fact in some cases strengthened them, have actually set limits on greenhouse gas emissions in that Scope 1 and Scope 2.
And they're still enormously high, aren't they?
Well, but the limits also talk about ratcheting down. So there is commitments there in the conditions. Will we be doing
that before 2040 or 2050?
So there are some conditions that apply, as I understand it, pre-2030, and then there is also a focus post-2030 as well to continue to ratchet down those emissions intensity.
Thank you. Minister, do you have...
I'm sorry, just further to that, one thing I have asked the department to do is explore new technologies and options, and that could be around how we better monitor the emissions, the use of electronic vehicles, for example, or electric vehicles, I should say, in the mine site itself, as well as renewable sources of energy to power those sites. And that's work that I've instructed the department to undertake.
And Minister, can I ask, are you in conversations with the Treasurer about what you're doing to minimise the contribution that this enormous emissions sector is making to the goal of reducing emissions?
Well, certainly, can I say that there are broad discussions within the Cabinet around this without speaking.
Do you think you're doing okay on the coal and gas front? In terms of the state commitment, do you think we're doing okay? You're doing okay?
I think within the system we have a planning framework that is most times, well, always independent. We abide by all those planning regulations to ensure that these mines are assessed within the law.
Were you relieved when we heard last week Dendrobium won't be going ahead?
Well, I try to remain somewhat agnostic from the site-by-site decisions.
But, Minister, do you accept that site-by-site these are the developments that are increasing our emissions at unfathomable rates?
I think Dendrobium was a highly contentious application. And I think there would be a lot of people that were relieved upon their decision not to proceed with it.
Thank you, Minister. So, in terms of what do you expect? All right, I'll finish there. We're actually now heading to the WebEx, and Mr. Field has some questions. Are you there, Mr. Field?
I am, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Can I just check that you can hear me well? And I appreciate you accepting me from the remote distances of the South Coast today.
I hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And I'd like to go to the points that were just, I guess, being raised by Mr. Higginson. Wouldn't be surprising. In October 2017, you stood up in the Parliament holding a lump of coal, and you said, "Coal, this amazing piece of black rock I have with me is beautiful." And you went on to conclude, "I say this, if you want a friend, get yourself a bit of coal." What was that all about?
Well, I'm known to have some leeway granted to me in the lower house. Can I say coal plays a significant role as we transition into the future. It was 2017. Am I sort of pivoting more towards solar renewables? Yes, I am. But yes, there was some banter.
Look, I agree it was 2017, but of course the Paris Climate Conference was in 2016.
Wasn't there?
A heated debate going on. Yes, I appreciate that, but you would have been aware as Planning Minister that was occurring. We've got international scientists, International Energy Agency, other bodies saying we need to stop mining coal and fossil fuels. And in fact, no new coal and gas and oil is now very common in the view of global scientists, global energy bodies, global economists. Would you do it today? Would you do the same thing today?
No, but what I would do again today is what I did with respect to coal seam gas licences that littered New South Wales from north to south, east to west, parts of Greater Sydney that had been basically unleashed prior to us coming into government. I think what we were able to do then was pretty significant and sent a very clear message. That's one thing that I would do again today.
You said before in answers to Ms Higginson that you try to remain agnostic about individual coal mining projects. It's hard to claim you're agnostic, though, when you've gone into Parliament with a lump of coal. There's been 11 approvals for new and expanded coal mines since 2016, since the Paris Climate Conference. How are you going to sort of stamp, I guess, your leadership on the department with regards to what is now a trajectory that's been set by government policy to reduce emissions both 50% by 2030 and net zero by 2050?
Well, again, that's a whole of government approach. I've got to be, as you would be aware, somewhat careful as Minister when there is something before the Independent Planning Commission. So public commentary from a minister, I think, is not just unhelpful, but I've got to say quite wrong. So again, it's setting the guidelines from a whole of government approach to deal with ensuring that we reach those targets. But I think commentary from the Minister for Planning when there is something before an independent planning panel is less than helpful and potentially detrimental?
I think setting those guidelines is very important. In November 2021, in a speech to the Committee of Sydney, the former Planning Minister, Rob Stokes, indicated that he had asked the department to investigate options for reducing Scope 1 and Scope 2 greenhouse emissions in respect of major mining projects. I asked you some questions on notice about this. I got an answer that didn't quite by the answer to the question, though. So can I just ask you, is that work ongoing, or if it's been concluded, what were the outcomes of investigating options to reduce Scope 1 and 2 emissions?
I'll ask Mr Gainsford.
Yes, thanks, Mr Field. So again, with regard to specific projects that we're assessing, I can't speak for a broader sort of policy response, but with regard to the specific projects that we're assessing, certainly we are, and this is the approach that I was outlining before to the Chair with the Narrabri Stage 3 proposal. We are looking at those measures to reduce Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. And so what we've adopted for, or what has been adopted for...
just one second. I didn't think this was about specific proposals. I thought this was a broader... How should we be handling this question of reducing Scope 1 and 2 emissions broadly? Tell me if I'm wrong. Was there a separate piece of work, or was it just project by project? I can ask you about the project by project stuff this afternoon. So this work never happened, or if I've misunderstood what it was, just let me know.
I'm possibly not best to answer that. Apologies, Mr Field.
So, Mr Field.
Mr Field, we'll give you Mr Whitworth.
Mr Field, I mean, we do have guidelines for the economic assessment of mining and coal seam gas proposals, and these require the economic impacts of greenhouse gas emissions to be estimated and presented in a cost-benefit analysis. The guidelines state the preferred approach for estimating and costing greenhouse gas emissions should apply the costs and benefits to New South Wales only, so that ensures that they're Scope 1 and Scope 2. Until recently, mining assessments have largely apportioned the cost of greenhouse gas emissions to the global population, and this means that the cost to New South Wales has been calculated based on its percentage of the global population, and therefore the cost of the greenhouse gas emissions has been relatively small. However, there are differing opinions amongst economic experts on whether this approach is reasonable and how much of this cost should be apportioned to New South Wales. Sorry.
Is this the work that Minister Stokes had asked to be done? I just want to be clear. If that didn't happen, just let me know. I'm not. He specifically said he'd asked the department to investigate options. I assume when he said that, the department went, "Oh yeah, that's this body of work that we're doing now," or maybe they went, "Shit, we don't know what that is. We should ask him and start that work." So just. Did that work happen? This was only in November 2021 when he made that speech to the Committee of Sydney.
I will take on. I don't have a date for the guidelines. I thought that they had been completed a little bit before November 2021, but we have certainly been doing extensive amount of work. Your question specifically in the mining space, but we have also been doing an extensive amount of work on the update of guidelines in other renewable energy spaces as well. And as I've pointed out to you, we do have our guidelines for the economic assessment of mining and coal seam gas proposals, and I'll get you a date for that for this afternoon session.
And Mr Field, in the interests of full customer service, I might ask Mr Ray to elaborate further.
Yeah, sorry, Mr Field. So a lot of that work is the work that's coming out in individual project applications, okay? So, and the department's work that Mr Gainsford's already spoken about. So it's not as if there's a, you know, we're waiting for a policy under development. We're actually doing it in a practical way, application by application. Again, I'll defer to Mr Whitworth on the other matters.
That's fine. What I'd like to do, though, now is step away from conditions or for projects in the pipeline at the moment and look back a little bit. Most of the coal mines that are approved have a condition that says that reasonable and feasible or best practice measures for emissions reduction are required to be undertaken. That would be a fair statement, wouldn't it? And I possibly, Mr. Whitworth, I'm not sure who's best to answer it.
Happy to answer that.
It's probably me, Mr. Field. Yes, I think that's correct. It is a fairly standard approach.
Yeah. Now, I've asked a series of questions about this as well, and the answer I got back when asked about how judgments are made about reasonable and feasible or best practice are made, the reference has been made to the annual greenhouse gas emissions and air quality reporting required from various coal mine sites. Noting what Ms Higginson said, which was with regards to the Narrabri Underground, there was a comment from the Department of Planning that said there is no guidance on how to assess potential mitigation or abatement measures, e.g. what measures are considered reasonable and feasible or best practice. Has there been a single coal mine currently approved in New South Wales which has been required to take actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions on the judgment of the planning department, who enforces conditions, that they need to take some action to do where there is a reasonable and feasible way to reduce emissions? Has any project been required to take additional actions to reduce emissions as a result of that condition of consent?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Field. So what I am aware of is that, as you were mentioning before, there are annual reviews that are required to be produced by each under each consent, and also there are 3 yearly independent environmental audits that occur under each one of those consents, and the environmental audits are also looking at, I guess, compliance with greenhouse gas management plans and some of those reasonable and feasible measures. For the specifics of each project, I'd probably need to take that on notice. But the advice that I have is that those independent environmental audits that have been conducted have demonstrated that they are meeting their conditions of consent.
Thanks.
Minister, how would you know? Oh, sorry, I missed the bell there.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Field. I know it's difficult for you to hear, but we are at time, and that time is 11 a.m, which is actually our time to adjourn for 15 minutes for morning tea. And we resume back with questions from the opposition. Thank you, Ms Jackson.
Thank you. Okay. I wanted to ask a little bit about housing supply. You have mentioned it's obviously a key priority for you. So how many councils across the 6 cities area, the 6 cities planning area, have housing plans in place?
Before I answer that question, as much as I aspire to joining you in the upper house, I think I'm.
Oh, they've done it again to you.
They've done it again.
This has happened again. This is not the first time that you've been promoted to a member of the
I know, someone's sending me a message.
Take the hint.
Take the hint. Okay.
Look, our terms are 8 years, so, there's something to be said for that.
I'm just thinking maybe the Premier's deciding to move seats.
I've been reading the
Again.
There's a lot
I hope his office is watching and got that joke.
There's a lot of change afoot.
I'll hear about it.
Anyway, very good.
Mr. Ray.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Ray.
Ms Jackson, so in metropolitan Sydney, so if we just talk about the 33 councils that, and we don't talk about the Central Coast and Lower Hunter and the Illawarra Shoalhaven.
Yes.
So each of those councils now has a local housing strategy, and I think the last one was, in fact, I think it was Fairfield Council has been the last one, and they've had their local housing strategy approved with conditions. And one of the initiatives from the regional housing task force that was established last year and which reported towards the end of last year, one of the initiatives there for those areas outside of the old metropolitan Sydney, but including the Central Coast and the Lower Hunter and Illawarra Shoalhaven. One of the initiatives there is to work with those councils to develop local housing strategies. And then the next stage will be to work out an implementation plan with those councils to ensure that they are actually bringing forward supply in their area.
And that's for the regional areas, is it? The implementation strategies apply to the regional.
No, they
applies across the board.
Apply across the board. So there's a lot of work between the department and councils about how supporting councils to implement those local housing strategies which they've produced.
We might get onto the regional areas later. So 33 of 33 now have the targets, have the plan, which is good. Minister, you'd be aware there's been a little bit of a slip between cup and lip when it comes to actually meeting the targets in the housing plans. You're aware of that problem, aren't you?
Look, the housing supply in New South Wales has been very difficult for some time. I mean, we have a population that's continuing to grow. The Department of Planning and Environment's projections show that we'll need some 45,000 homes a year over the next 20 years.
How many did we deliver last year? There we go. It's a good place to start.
So we have now the most homes under construction than anywhere else in the country. So
unfortunately, that wasn't my question, though. So I actually asked, you said 45,000 are needed every year for 10 years. And then I said, OK, how many were delivered last year?
Well, we have the most homes under construction. There's some more than 75,000, according to the ABS.
Again, that actually wasn't my question. Can someone else tell me how many homes were delivered last year?
So we've got 30,000 new housing lots rezoned by councils and some 32,500 new dwellings approved by state and regional development decisions.
Again, just you're not talking about what I'm asking about. You're talking about rezonings or approvals or construction, and I'm asking how many dwellings were delivered last year. Mr. Ray, I can sort of see, I feel like you have an answer for me.
Patient certificates you want?
So, Ms Jackson, I just want to preface the answer in a broader context. So there has been publicity, obviously, about some councils not meeting their housing targets. But what there hasn't been is there are other councils that have gone way beyond their housing targets. So if you look at the 5-year period, which the 5-year block, I think the target was about 189,000.
But this is 2016 to 2021. Yep.
But the actual production, the actual completions in that time was 181,000. So it was actually only about, even though some councils didn't make their targets, others exceeded their targets. So I just want to say that it's really, the housing pipeline is the really important thing. It's not something that can just be turned on and turned off. It's something the department is working with councils constantly. It's a constant issue. But last year, the figures that I have were in New South Wales, there were 48,000 completions.
So just back on so 2016 to 2021, I think it was 185?
So 189,000 was the target,
and 181 was delivered. But that was off the back of 19 of 33 councils failing to deliver their target. So the point that you're making is the ones that did meet their target, so the other, what is that, sort of 12 or 13, exceeded their target. So that makes sense to me. Thank you, Mr. Ray. So for 2021-2026, what's the overall figure for that 5-year period?
Mr. Ray?
Yes, so if you just bear with me, I think it's roughly about 160,000, but I might just have to take that on notice.
Yep. And DPE projects, I understand, based on presumably the plans that you have in place from those local government areas, as you said, all done now, that 23 of 33 councils will fail to meet their target. So it's actually getting worse at the individual local government level, isn't it, Mr. Ray?
Well, Ms Jackson, I think the 20 to 33, the 20 and 33 were the figures of what councils has done over the last 5 years. I don't think they're projections.
Right.
And this comes back to my point, which is one that making sure that housing supply is delivered across Sydney and across New South Wales is something that needs to be worked at constantly. And when you say that councils failed, there were a number of councils that failed, well, I wouldn't put it in those terms because some might have missed their targets by a few hundred. Others obviously missed targets considerably. And the department just continues to work with those councils. And I know that some of the councils that weren't successful in meeting their targets do, in fact, have a large supply that will be coming on stream as a rezoning matter, in the next 12 months or so. So it's a constant piece of work. And I think the other thing is that that's been recognised by the government in the housing package, where was an announcement of a range of different measures to build that housing pipeline and make that housing pipeline sustainable for the next 3 or 4 years. So that's something that is something that we've been working on for a long time, but with the current affordability issues, the government's recognised that extra commitment needs to be there, and we will be working very strongly with councils to ensure that 160-odd thousand, which I think is roughly the target over the next 5 years, will be represented in completion.
So can I just say that our average assessment time is almost down to some 20% below our target, and then approval rates are up 30% than the 20-year average. But what we're trying to do, again, I've been building a very close relationship with local government, and they're suffering from the same issues I think all local government areas across the Commonwealth of Australia are facing, and that is the lack of planners. So what we've been able to do is actually address some of those issues by providing either in-house service from ourselves in assessment of DAs, where the councils don't have the capability or the depth, or they just don't have enough planners. So we put in a fair amount of money to assist councils through grants, particularly regional New South Wales, and through our flying squad program. But also, for us, for example, through the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund, there's some 120 millions going out to 23 regional councils to assist them in delivering.
Okay, I'm trying to ask you questions about Sydney. We'll come to regional New South Wales later. So we had 2016 to 2021, 189,000 dwellings was the target. We didn't meet the target, although didn't miss it by that much, except for the fact that it was completely lopsided across Sydney. So do you accept that, Minister? Do you accept the point that Mr. Ray's making, which is that, look, at the end of the day, 181,000 were delivered, except that 19 of 33 local government areas failed to deliver their target, and the remaining sort of group of about 13 councils did all of the heavy lifting. Do you accept the impact of that lopsided delivery on our city?
Well, of course, some councils are probably in a better position to deliver homes sooner and larger amounts of homes faster. But again, since December of 21, we've built we've approved almost 63,000 homes. But certainly, this is not a time to bash up local government. I think with the planning portal, with the work we're doing, in conjunction.
Minister, doesn't that undermine the credibility of the process? If you've got input data to local housing strategies per LGA based on presumably things like population growth, infrastructure, a council who meets the target looking at another council who doesn't is going to say, well, what's the point of us doing all the heavy lifting when they get away with the free riding?
Well, there's mechanisms in place through the department to ensure that we help those councils meet their targets, and there are also benefits for councils in meeting those targets.
Are there any compliance mechanisms when they just consistently fail, when councils just refuse to deliver on the supply that they have been required to deliver? Is anything done about that?
Mr. Ray?
Well, again, Ms. Jackson, again, the characterisation of some councils, or the housing supply being lopsided, isn't representative of actually what the figures say. Obviously, as I said, there are some councils that struggled to meet their targets. Some councils exceeded their targets by a significant amount, but a lot of councils that didn't get their targets actually contributed, well to the broader task. And who's to say that, in the next 12 months, some of those councils that didn't quite meet their targets may actually, be the areas where there's more housing supply made. So
is that the case? I mean, Mr. Ray, you presumably track these things quite closely.
Sure, I don't have the figures in front of me, Ms. Jackson, but it's a very black and white. You're proposing a very black and white analysis of what's happening out there, and I think it's nuanced.
To clarify, does that mean what you're saying is that by and large, the majority of councils either met or almost met their targets?
A lot of the councils that didn't meet their targets almost met their targets. There were a few, and I can't remember I'm not going to go into individual councils because I don't have the figures here. But there are a few that didn't meet, didn't meet it by a long way. But many of the councils were only just shy of their targets.
And for those councils that didn't meet it by a long way, other than saying, oh, that's a shame, how can we help you? Was anything done?
Well,
because the impact of that does matter, Mr. Ray. Like anyone who lives in Sydney knows what we are talking about.
Ms. Jackson, so the department's preferred approach is always to work with the councils and encourage councils to actually meet the targets. And councils obviously are. They're elected. They have their own authority. They're democratically elected. So the way the primary way the department, ensures that the housing supply pipeline continues to grow and ultimately leads to complete houses is really to work really hard with the councils in each individual set of circumstances to enable them to bring forward the necessary planning proposals to ensure that they have that they can make the necessary development decisions down the track through the development application process. And there's a range of different things that the department does in relation to that. Now, we're working up a range of measures this financial year, and that we think we probably will be in the able to support councils to the tune of over more than $10 million directly in relation to housing supply. And that is a range of different matters there that will, that will be an extension of the regional housing flying squad. It will be various other grant programs to actually ensure that councils are resourced, as the Minister said, councils are resourced to meet their components of the housing supply pipeline.
I mean, Minister, you have indicated on a number of occasions that, you think housing supply is a key part of your job. You've had 189,000 as your target over the last 5 years. You've delivered 180. The next 5-year projection, based on the figures that Mr. Ray's provided, is 30,000 less than that. I mean, how can you possibly claim that housing supply is a core focus of yours when the projection from 2021-2026 is to deliver 30,000 less houses than we delivered over the past 5 years?
So let's unpack this. First and foremost, I think the delivery of close to our target, taking into account COVID, supply chain issues, the lack of availability of tradespeople, it just, the list goes on and on. I think that is on behalf of not just the Department of Planning. I mean, we don't build homes, but on the fact that we are enablers. So we work with councils to enable the construction of homes through the private enterprise firms. I think that's pretty remarkable given the circumstances. With respect to moving into the future, it's looking at new ways to engage local government. It's looking at ways where we can assist them in delivering upon their targets. You just can't walk away and go back to the days before of 35,000 new homes being approved or built a year. We've got to do better than that, and that's why we do it in conjunction, the partnership with private enterprise and industry.
You're doing worse over the next 5 years than you did over the last 5 years.
Well, you're
doing worse by the tune of tens of thousands of houses.
So don't forget, we're moving into a stage now where we've seen population projections for metropolitan Sydney into the future decrease, whilst at the same time outside of, I think it's just the Far West District, regional population's increasing. And that's why we're pivoting to assist regional councils in delivering homes for their cities and their towns. That's why we're putting money through the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund into regional New South Wales. That's why we're backing in our regional councils with assistance. So when you look at projections, we use those, and we base population projections on, of course, the need for those homes. Good, Marcus?
Yes, Minister. And obviously the latest population projections, which were released earlier this year, take into account the significant lull in overseas migration that we've had due to COVID. So the expectation is that there'll be 1 million less people in Sydney by 2041 than we previously expected. So, and that's the nature of the reality of an evidence-based approach. So consequently, while the targets, the housing targets are less over the next 5 years, that's representative in the change to our demographic projections and profile.
I mean, my understanding from the Premier is that, quote, Australia needs an explosive surge of 2 million migrants, and that the Premier's incoming brief suggested that there be, quote, an ambitious immigration plan, and that skilled migration to make up some of the skill shortages that you have in fact identified is a key priority of his. So how on earth do you square that circle? He's talking about 2 million people, 2 million migrants coming in. That's what he's saying. And you're saying, oh, we actually need less houses because our population's going backwards, we're going to have 1 million less people. It is very difficult to see what this government's migration plan is, apart from anything else right now.
So,
are we having 2 million more people or having 1 million less people?
So there's effectively, if you take the 2 years of COVID, there is a flow-on effect from that. Now, I don't do the population forecasts, but they would be taken into account with respect to people have children, you know, families grow, and depending on that lag, the flow-on effect from that down the pipeline would certainly be taken into account. But I'm quite happy to assist, you know, by way of helping you understand, or the committee understand it better, to maybe try to unpack those population projections. Would that help?
Well, I think my time's up. We may come back to it. I ate into the crossbench time last time, so I'll...
Thanks, Ms Fairman. Thank you, Chair. Minister, do you know what the government's tree canopy cover target is?
Yes, we, in fact, is this our tree plan, our tree program, planting of trees? Is this what you're referring to?
Similar.
Okay, so I announced that when I was planning minister last time, 1 million trees by 2023. Ambitious it was. It's something that we've put a large amount of money and support behind, and I think we are close to actually landing that. My understanding is that we'll have 1 million trees by the 4th quarter.
Are you aware that more than half of Sydney's councils have actually lost some of their urban forest cover since 2013? A recent survey has found. Are you aware of that?
Not aware of that survey.
You aware?
You were...
Mr. Whitworth?
No, I'm aware that we periodically undertake studies to identify the canopy cover. So our target is a 40% canopy cover for the Greater Sydney area by 2036. And we work with the Greater Cities Commission as part of their pulse of Greater Sydney to measure that canopy cover.
Are you aware, Minister, then, that Sydney can't meet its tree canopy target without a significant contribution from private lands?
Right.
We're not just talking about planting trees on public land for Sydney to meet its canopy target?
Well, that's by part of the plan for 1 million trees for Sydney. We offer that not just for public land, that's for private individuals to plant in their yards, community groups.
Why did you scrap that part of the design and place SEP then? Well, you scrapped the whole design and place SEP. Perhaps I should reword that. Within the design and place SEP, are you aware of what was in there in relation to trees and soil cover, a requirement for new developments? Are you aware of, in fact, what was in the design and place SEP in relation to that?
With respect to the deep soil planting, that was, again, something that the department went into great deal of work on. I'm fully... I am fully confident that we'll be able to reach those targets, and we're certainly doing everything we can, you know, to reach those and exceed those. But Mr. Whitworth, what was the...
Particularly in relation to new developments and subdivisions, now that there is no requirement, as I understand, in terms of soil cover and making sure there's green space and trees, the new requirements that the design and place set was going to require, what's in place now, Minister Roberts, to meet your canopy target now that developers got their way with that one?
Well, I think if you explore and go out and see some of the new developments, I can say that you take my seat of Lane Cove, Greenwich, for example, or greater parts of Greenwich were effectively dairy farms. some time ago. Great places such as Carlingford would not have had trees in the 70s because they were new developments, and now the canopy there is quite extensive.
I think the average size of a backyard in Lane Cove, Minister, is rather different to the average size of a backyard in, say, Kellyville or Marsden Park. Isn't that correct?
Well, that's why you have...
saying these massive backyards in your very, very leafy electorate of Lane Cove is very different to what families are now purchasing and buying into in the southwest and northwest growth centres.
You have a look at some of the new developments, can I say, the extensiveness of existing trees plus the tree plantings that are occurring, they'll develop canopies into the future. Trees grow.
They can't plant trees in their yards, though. The yard, you scrap the requirement for developers to ensure that there are trees and that there's enough soil cover to enable significant trees to grow in these new suburbs. You got rid of that design and place set that had that in there.
Certainly, can I say, if you have a look at those new developments, with street plantings.
No trees.
Mr. Whitworth, do you want to explain exactly? I mean,
it's just a lot of dark roofs and not a tree in sight.
Ms. Fayman, the state environmental planning policy around complying development does require for trees to be planted in order to enable the use of the Greenfield Housing Code. The subdivision controls that councils use in those areas, including the Growth Centres Development Control Plan and Development Control Code, identify the importance of green space. We have documents such as Better Placed, Greener Places, which all identify the importance of canopy and how canopy can be connected. We work with councils in terms of the funding that we've been giving them to enable them to link up both the public and the private canopy areas. We've spent a lot of money on planting trees on public lands. That's certainly the case. 60,000 trees in the Western Sydney parklands and 32,000 trees in the Mount Annan and Royal Botanic Gardens. But at the same time, we've also worked with councils such as Campbelltown, Blacktown, Parramatta to plant over 10,000 trees along the 65-kilometre walking trail in Western Sydney.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware of some of what the councils are doing on public land, and the question was more around private land, but I might come back to you in the afternoon a little bit. I'll move to another issue. Minister, do you have any concerns about the number of zombie DAs that are being activated, particularly along coastal New South Wales at the moment? Yes, reactivated. Thank you. Thank you, Shane Mallard, for your intervention. Very helpful.
Our property rights.
So when you mention zombie DA...
Don't worry, you're getting a brief, your note's being passed up. So when I...
Reactivated.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry.
Do you know what? Well, let's just take a step back. Do you know what zombie DAs are?
Well, I've not heard the term.
Really?
But are you saying these are development applications that
Sleeper
haven't been...
DAs.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's a planning session. Let's if we can just stick to those the correct sort of terminology. But effectively, this is DAs that will lapse after 5 years unless building occurs?
No, these are development applications that have actually, or development approvals made 10, 20 or 30 years ago that are now being reactivated, coming up with, for example, housing subdivisions right up and down the coast. This was, 20 or 30 years ago.
Okay, so...
Yes, it does. I'm asking the questions, Mallard.
Yeah, I'm just giving more information so the Minister understands what we're talking about.
Well,
no, I mean... point of order, point of order,
Mallard,
Chair.
Restrain. Ms Fairman and the Minister are doing fine, thank you.
Okay, look, So to address the problem, I'm informed by my department we amended the planning regulations in 2020 to set out the types of things that don't count as physical commencement. Preliminary site works that are not sufficient to prevent a development consent from lapsing are creating a borehole for soil testing, removing water or soil for testing, carrying out survey work including placing pegs or other equipment, acoustic testing, removing vegetation or marking the ground to indicate how the land is to be developed.
We'll put it this way, Minister, maybe we'll just, maybe I'll ask the question differently. So if, for example, a development was, land was given development approval, a block of land, say 40 hectares of land in a town, south coast town, say Dalmini or Manana, very small coastal villages. The block of land was granted development approval, say 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Do you think now, as a result of the most recent, say Black Summer fires a couple of years ago, all the changes in terms of bushfire risk, flood-prone land, the changes in the planning system, do you think that those approvals should be reassessed under the current planning laws before building is allowed to take place on them?
I'd have to refer that to Mr Ray.
Just from a principles perspective, you're the Minister, you're in charge of the planning department, you're in charge of planning policy in the state.
I'll refer to Mr Ray.
Ms Fairman, there's always been a provision in the legislation. Unfortunately, they changed the numbers on me, so I can't be absolutely correct what section is, but there's always been a provision that has allowed councils to bring forward a planning instrument to prohibit development and then to actually get rid of an offending development consent. Now, the consequences of that are that the council has to pay compensation. Of course, it's a property right. So that provision's been in the legislation for a long time, before I started practicing in the jurisdiction. So that's always been there, and that's always open to a council to bring forward that. Now, I know there are situations. Every case is obviously different. I know there's situations where there's been physical commencement but no work has been done. I know there are cases where large components of a subdivision have been developed but there might be one or more areas that haven't, and they've been left for a while. And clearly the expectations of the community are changed, from when the consent was granted and large portions of the subdivision might have been built, and then they find out there's still something left. But ultimately, is a matter for there is a mechanism under the legislation, but it does require compensation because it is a property right.
Thank you. Just carrying on from Ms Fairman's questioning there, have you, Minister, undertaken with your department a sort of adaptation audit? Have you looked at your instruments right now, of which there are many EPIs, and looked at whether we really do have a current fit-for-purpose system based on the rapid changes that we're seeing in the environment and in regards to our obligations around adaptation?
Mr Ray?
Well, I might, Ms Higginson. Obviously, the department has done a number of things recently. I won't go into the sustainable building set, but also the flood planning package from 2021, which was really focused on a risk-based approach, and rather than just sticking blindly to the 1 in 100 standard.
And Mr. Ray, I think they are all, I suppose what my question is, I understand the initiatives, and I think that some of them are commendable and are very, very sensible. I'm sort of more asking from that strategic planning lens, and particularly the Minister who is responsible for guiding the sort of Uber department of government, which is our plans as we move forward. And what sort of assessment have we done about looking at whether all of these instruments are climate ready, whether we are climate focused and adaptation focused?
So councils can ask the department to change any of their local planning regulations at any time.
I'm sort of not really talking about council. I'm talking about you as the kind of central main person that is charged with the responsibility of helping us all plan for the changing future that we're currently in. I suppose the question is a yes or no. Have we done an audit of all of our state planning instruments through an adaptation lens?
I'd have to ask Mr. Ray.
Ms. Higginson, as you no doubt aware, even though the department and the former minister tried to make some significant consolidation of all the environmental planning instruments relating to that were state instruments last year.
And was that through an adaptation lens?
No, I don't think that was through an adaptation lens. But in particular areas, the department does have work that's ongoing and is done. So, for example, there's a current work going on in relation to a revised SEP for state environmental planning policy for water catchments.
Perhaps, Mr. Ray, if it's okay, you and I can talk about that after lunch, if that's all right.
Sure.
Minister, are you aware of the Ravensworth estate, which forms part of one of the mining projects that's under consideration at the moment, and your department has recommended approval of the Glendale Continued Operations Project? The Ravensworth estate is an estate of significant cultural heritage, both European heritage and significantly so Aboriginal cultural heritage. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
So, Minister, could you please explain why your department, for perhaps want of a better term, but for simplistic sake, misrepresented the advice from the New South Wales Heritage Council about the significant impacts that the mine would have on the Ravensworth estate, and in fact that the council advice was for the heritage values to be maintained, the Ravensworth estate must stay in situ, but your department has recommended that it not.
I'm informed that the department recognises the site is of significant heritage value, and Ravensworth Homestead has cultural and heritage significance, which is why it's sought independent expert advice. The Heritage Council, I'm told, advised alternate mine design should be investigated to avoid impacts to the homestead, and based on this advice, the department's comprehensive assessment thoroughly considered, I'm informed, all alternatives to secure the homestead. Mr. Gainsford, did you want to add to that?
Yes, thanks, Minister, and thank you, Chair. The Minister's correct that we have conducted a thorough assessment as part of the Glendale Continued Operations Project, and you've mentioned the Ravensworth property. I don't think at any point we've sought to underplay the significance of the heritage associated with the Ravensworth homestead. Certainly, as part of the more recent hearings at the Independent Planning Commission, there was evidence that was provided, I know, by the Chair of the Heritage Council and also from Heritage New South Wales. And as a result of that, and this is all on the public register and all on the Independent Planning Commission's website, we sought to seek some clarification from Heritage New South Wales, and they clarified, I guess, their position around the heritage impacts associated with that relocation. The assessment, also just going back for a minute, the assessment that we undertook for that project did take, as I say, very seriously the issues that have been raised with regard to the proposed relocation of Ravensworth.
Were you able, Mr. Gainsworth, were you able to financially assess the heritage loss value? Was that something, because I think from memory there was an economic, we basically said the economic impact, benefits of the project going ahead outweigh the negative impacts. Did we financially measure the heritage lost, the value?
I'd have to take that on notice with regard to...
Because it's something I couldn't find. I couldn't see that we had actually... So to then suggest that, the economic values benefits outweigh seemed a bit bizarre because we hadn't at all attributed a cost to the heritage loss. And I mean, we've seen the Dukin Gorge and the situation there, and we understand that the values and the cost is significant, yet we don't seem to be doing that in these assessments that we're undertaking currently.
I guess the only thing I would add to that, Chair, is that, of course, cost-benefit analysis is one part of the assessment process. The various measures, the various aspects that we take into account as part of our assessment process, part of that is the cost-benefit analysis, but that's not the only component of weighing up the benefits and impacts associated with a project.
Seems to be very significant though, doesn't it? Can I just ask, in terms of mine rehabilitation and how we think we're going, do we think we're tracking satisfactorily in terms of the mine rehabilitation plans that you're assessing and approving as we go?
Ainsworth?
In terms of specific projects, or?
Well, in terms of all of them. We've got to close all of these mines one day, don't we? And we've got to rehabilitate all these sites one day, don't we? Because there's an enormous landscape there of giant holes in the ground across the Hunter and the Gunnedah Basin.
Obviously, there's a significant policy component to this. I'm wondering if Mr. Whitworth might be able to help me.
No, have a shot.
Can I just ask you specifically then, Mr. Whitworth, do we think, are we requiring ultimately, when a mine has removed significant vegetation and ecological communities, are we requiring them to restore that, or are we allowing all sorts of other methods of rehabilitation such as cow pasture and things like that?
Well, I think it's, so we've been working on the mining voids policy and how we can recreate the landscape in an appropriate way, and what the costs and the benefits of that would be, and the sorts of materials that you'd need to do that. So
is this still work underway, you mean? We're still looking at this?
Yes, we are still working.
All right, can we talk about that a little bit later? Thank you very much, Mr. Whitworth. Minister, is it fair to say, are you satisfied with the progress we're making in terms of mine rehabilitation, and are you working on the just transition for the mining sector as the planning minister?
So as a former Minister of Resources and Energy, one of the critical things that was brought to our attention at the time was the rehabilitation of mines to ensure that there was, first and foremost, sort of enough money to rehabilitate them at the end of their natural life.
Do we think we've done that? Is there enough money, Minister?
At the time, I believe so. We were putting into place procedures and practices to ensure that would occur. And also, I think it's important to look at ways we can better look at what type of rehabilitation occurs. I mean, if you go back to some of the older mines where it was pretty woeful. But there are new ways in which you can rehabilitate mines rather than just having them in blocks of just waste sitting there with a bit of grass over the top. So it's something, I think those mines will leave a legacy, and for me it's always been, from a planning point of view and a resources point of view, the best thing for everyone to ensure that something, it's either returned to how it was, or it's returned to something even better.
Ms Jackson.
Thank you. Minister, the Expert Housing Advisory Panel, who are the members of that panel?
So the members of the Expert Housing Advisory Panel at the moment, Mr Castle, are...
I'm not sure. I'm going to... Leon, did you want to talk to that one? I've not been part of that panel.
It's not Mr Castle. He's not on it.
No, I'm not.
Okay, Mr Walker.
So the current members are Luke Arkestrat, David Baer, Mark Degatardi, Charlie Trindle, Troy Green, Chris Wilson, Joanna Quilty, Rod Faring and Alice Glocken.
And are they producing discussion papers or recommendations to you, Minister? What kind of information is that group of people putting in front of you?
Well, they'll be meeting on a quarterly basis, but assisting us with various pieces of work, such as the flood recovery, future housing supply, diversity, innovation, a whole range of things.
So they have a very broad remit, meeting quarterly. So have they met
They started meeting last year after they were formed, yes.
Yes, okay. So they've met a couple of times, yeah?
My understanding, yes.
And, you know, Minister, they've met a couple of times, they have this very broad remit. What are they providing to you? What, as I said, are they providing you discussion papers? Are they providing you recommendations? This is a panel that you've set up, and I'm interested to know what you've gotten out of it so far.
They provide advice to assist the department in advising me.
Yeah, okay. So there's no direct recommendations to you. It just sort of feeds into the general work that the department is doing, and then that sort of, you know, comes to you in that very general sense. The department is sort of constantly briefing you about stuff.
I'm constantly briefed by the department.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay. And so, you know, Mr. Walker, is that right? So in terms of the work that the panel are doing, does that accord with their understanding of their role, that they're sort of having these discussions that are just kind of generally seeping into the work of DPE that sort of flows up to the Minister?
They're certainly assisting with matters that arise along the way, but the probably biggest piece of work in the short term will be assisting us with the 5-year action plan that needs to be updated.
Yeah. Okay, we might go into that a bit this afternoon. Are they assisting with the work that you're doing on regional housing, Minister?
Walker? They are providing some assistance in that space.
Some assistance.
And representation on that panel includes members from regional communities.
Minister, at the last budget estimates, you indicated that you were developing, or DPE was developing, a regional housing strategy. How's that going? Is that finished? Is that piece of work finished now?
We do have a regional housing strategy.
You do? Yep. Couldn't find it personally when I... Is it a publicly available document?
Ms Jackson, so the government's response to the Regional Housing Task Force report, which is effectively its strategy, was announced.
Well, just hold there, because that's not clear to me. So the Regional Housing Strategy is in fact the response to the task force.
So perhaps I'll just wind that back a bit. So there was a regional housing task force, an independent task force that went out last year.
Yep.
It reported, it made 5 major recommendations, and there were some other actions in relation to that. There was an announcement last week about the government accepting those recommendations, and there was funding attached to that. So in respect of the Regional Housing Task Force, which is focused on a range of issues, but mainly questions of supply, housing supply, then that is the government's current policy, is to implement those recommendations.
Yeah, that's good. It's just that at the last estimates, there was a specific mention of a regional housing strategy that was in development. So that piece of work hasn't been done, but what has been done is that the Housing Task Force has been responded to. Yes?
Yes, so the 5 broad recommendations were put forward by the task force, with 15 supporting actions to implement those overarching recommendations. They were to support measures to bring forward a supply of development-ready land, increase the availability of affordable and diverse housing across regional New South Wales, provide more certainty about where, when and what types of homes would be built, investigate planning levers to facilitate the delivery of housing that met short-term needs, and to improve monitoring of housing and policy outcomes and demand indicators.
So the government accepted all of the recommendations of the Regional Housing Task Force, is that right?
Yes.
Yep. Yes. And you have an action plan for the implementation of those, yeah?
So for example, that includes delivering around 270 additional homes for key workers in the regions, expanding the urban development program, improving data by auditing land, working out infrastructure gaps, environmental constraints, identifying social and affordable housing opportunities on Crown land, working with local government to approve assessment timeframes, standardised planning pathways for temporary accommodation, and we're looking at preparing regional housing delivery plans, in targeted areas. And I think I mentioned that before, Ms Jackson, because one of the key findings of the Regional Housing Task Force was that there was a supply of rezoned land, but it really was the next level down, how to convert that land to being development ready.
I think on that
part of that was included an announcement last week of another round of accelerated infrastructure fund where there was 120 million locked away for regional councils to do that.
Yeah. So one of the things you mentioned was assisting local government to expedite DAs. Obviously, we talked about the regional flying squad / squads. It's a bit unclear whether there was a single squad or, anyway, we had a long conversation about that.
Can be broken down into smaller squads.
That's right, yes. How many development assessments have been undertaken by the regional flying squads?
From April to June, 144 development applications were accepted into the program, and that will help build approximately 2,500 homes across 21 local government areas in regional New South Wales.
So 144. So were they DAs approved by the regional flying squads, or was that you just worked with local government on 144 DAs and they?
So Ms Jackson, it was a cooperative approach to support councils. So there was no change to who was assessing the DAs, and no change.
Council was still the consent authority.
No change. So it's that working with councils to achieve the outcomes. So the councils were provided that support through the flying squad. I think about 2/3 of those DAs have now been approved, and the others should be approved in the next couple of months.
Right. Okay. So what's been that? So 144 have sort of come in to the program for a partnership. We've
104.
104, sorry. We've had 2/3 of those approved, a third to go. What's been the total cost of the flying squads?
Or squad?
Squad.
Well, the
squadron. What's the cost of that program? Let's just put it that way.
So the cost was a pilot program.
Yes, yep.
And the cost was $1 million.
$1 million, yep, for the pilot.
Because it's a squad.
Yeah, and is there any sense of the future of that project? What's next? Is there additional squadrons?
Or squadrons or squads. It's our intention to expand upon that. It's been incredibly successful, just like with the AIF. It's just smart. You're retaining effectively self-determination by the councils, so they're the consent authority. All we're doing is the backroom work, where, as I said before, where those councils either don't have the capacity or the capability in depth to achieve that.
So one of the things that you probably saw recently, Minister, in relation to regional housing was the proposal from a number of regional mayors, regional councils, that they are interested in increased density in their communities. So sort of, the capacity to build more high-rise in the regions. Potentially you saw alongside that the councils were claiming that planning rules were preventing them from doing that. I mean, I think the first question is, do you agree with those mayors of the regional councils that high-rise, high-density housing is a solution to the sort of housing crisis that we're seeing in regional New South Wales? That's the first question.
Yeah, look, absolutely. What we see is, for me, is a level of self-determination. So if you've got a large city such as Wagga, where or where you've got new hospitals being built, I think it would be inappropriate for us to turn around and stop a council saying, well, we want 3 stories or 4 stories here for nurses' accommodation or doctors' accommodation. Or so for me, it's a question, if councils want to move in that direction, I would do whatever I could as Minister in the Department of Planning to facilitate that.
Yeah, I mean, he says these mayors who are calling for that solution are, quote, begging for the New South Wales government to overthrow archaic planning laws in a bid to solve the housing crisis. And, you know, so
well, Marcus,
what's your response to that?
Ray,
because you've said you agree with them.
Does anyone come begging?
Well, I wouldn't put it in those terms, but obviously Ms Jackson's reading from the article.
I am indeed.
I
see you've read it too, Mr. Ray.
So, look, we stand ready to assist any council with questions of rezoning for higher density. I mean, ultimately, it's the council's local environmental plan that has the current restrictions on it. So, if councils want to come forward with a planning proposal to amend those restrictions, the department will consider that, you know, expeditiously in line with the minister's comments. So, I don't have individual details there, so I can't comment on the matters that, you know, the individual councils that are you know, expressing concern. But in the normal course, the first thing would be for the council to bring forward a planning proposal to change the planning controls.
I mean, it's just. You can see the challenge here, which is that we all accept, I think, that it is incredibly hard to find affordable housing in regional New South Wales. You've acknowledged that. You know, local government is saying we feel like we want to deliver a solution here, but the state government is holding us back. You know, you're saying we're here to help, but no one's asked. How are we going to resolve this impasse? Because we actually do need to have a solution for regional New South Wales. They're saying it's your fault. You're saying, well, you're the consent authority and we're happy to help you, but no one's asked us.
Well, I'm not saying no one's asked us. All I'm saying is that we stand ready to assist regional councils in delivering affordable housing. And I've got to say, in some of those larger communities, it would just be sensible to have a mix. You know, there doesn't have to be quarter-acre blocks everywhere. There's people, a lot of people now don't want to live in a quarter-acre block in a city such as Albury or Wagga. You know, they might want to live in a unit, you know, which could be more affordable, or particularly around, as I said, some of the massive infrastructure spend we're putting into regional New South Wales. We need to ensure that there is effectively keys indoors sooner rather than later.
I mean, as I said, some of these mayors are saying, yes, you know, we sort of need to act too, but we need help from the state government. The whole Department of Planning needs a review. So, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is they're putting it on you. I appreciate you say we stand ready to help, but have you thought about having a slightly more proactive approach? I mean, it's good that you say, I think that these ideas coming forward from these mayors are worth considering, but nothing's going to happen unless perhaps the government gets a little bit more proactive about actually reaching into these local government areas and saying, what do we need to do to resolve the blockages that you are claiming are preventing you from delivering this?
So, look, I've got a very good relationship with our country mayors and regional mayors. We work very closely with them as a department, but I'm happy to maybe go away. And Marcus, why don't we write to each of these councils? I think there's some councils that I don't think you're going to see high rise in, you know, condo.
No, I agree. It's
right, but for some of the larger, you know, regional councils, I'm happy to take it on that we write. Can we?
Yeah, yes, Minister, we can certainly do that. I will also just mention a couple of things, Ms Jackson, remiss of me not to before, but the department's got a regional plan program across the state. A lot of the regional plans, almost all of the regional plans have been out for public comment, and they are encouraging density in regional areas where it's appropriate, and they will set, they're setting the overarching strategic controls. Now, that process this is hopefully will be completed by the end of 2022 or early 2023, and those plans will all be in place across the state. So the department is taking that leading role there, but working with councils in each region. The other thing I will say is the department brought together, or Minister Stokes brought together a comprehensive housing SEP, which was introduced at the end of last year, and Minister Roberts has made some changes in order to encourage a broader range of diverse housing, and now that's all in one place. So the department has been working and has been delivering on issues relating to those, to encouraging a diverse housing supply right across the state.
I mean, I wanted to just ask particularly, thank you for agreeing to contact some of those mayors in areas where that kind of development might be suitable. I wanted to ask specifically a couple of questions about social and affordable housing in the regions, which is, in a way, obviously a more direct responsibility of government. This is not for local councils primarily to deliver. So there's a couple of areas that I think have had a really serious housing stress. I want to start with Bega. And the far south coast of New South Wales, which has obviously had bushfires. It's had some impact of short-term letting. It's had some impact of internal migration, people relocating from Sydney to the regions. As you yourself said, Minister, we're seeing potentially less population growth in Sydney, more people moving to the regions. So there's a significant affordable housing issue in Bega. Is it acceptable that there has been no new social housing in that area from 2018 to 2022? Zero.
So can I start with respect to the Regional Housing Task Force? We are developing a social and affordable housing strategy, together with that for the regions. I know Bega Valley, the Council's Residential Strategy 2040 indicates that some 91 lots required to meet 2036 population projections. Anecdotally, there is a housing crisis in Bega when dwelling stock doesn't meet current housing demand. And there is a projected to be a 4% increase in the population of Bega between 2021 and 2041. So we're cognizant of that. That's why, again, the ability for us to assist councils like Bega.
So I'm talking specifically here about social and affordable housing. I mean, I think you should be working with Bega Shire and Eurobodalla and them to do more general housing, that's fine. But I'm talking specifically about the impact of the housing crisis in that part of New South Wales on the most vulnerable, which is that it is very, very hard for them particularly to find private rental right now because of the increase in rent which we have seen. But there has been no new social housing from 2018 in that part of New South Wales.
I'll pass to Mr. Newport.
Yeah, look, I'm not quite sure that's actually correct, and I guess I'm speaking certainly in my tenure with the Aboriginal Housing Office. I can absolutely attest that there was social housing delivered by the AHO in Bega. I won't give you the addresses, but I know a number of projects personally that have been.
There was none delivered by the Land and Housing Corporation.
Yeah, there's four that's in the pipeline at the moment. I don't have the details, but there's four in Bega that are planned to be delivered. But I guess the point was you did say social housing, so I'm certainly leveraging my experience with the AHO.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Minister, I appreciate that in terms of general housing delivery, it's a partnership with local government. As you said, you're not currently building houses just to deliver, to the private residential market, but you do build social and affordable housing through the Land and Housing Corporation. And in these areas where we have seen considerable housing stress, such as the far south coast, you delivered none. Is that good enough?
So certainly from the point of view about partnering with private enterprise, can I say, and we saw it very successfully accomplished in Cooma, where you have the cooperation of the Land Council, Crown Lands, the local government, and some of the other elements of government, where you can actually deliver a significant portion of social housing in a mixed community. That's something that I've instructed the department to investigate further, and they are, in finding me new places, particularly in regional New South Wales, where there is that social housing stress, to actually partnership with new developments with private enterprise to deliver more stock.
Can I just ask one quick question? You mentioned before a social and affordable housing strategy out of the Regional Housing Task Force. I just want to be clear, is that an actual piece of work that will be done and delivered by the government? Because we've had some sort of, language here about what is and isn't a strategy. Is that something that you're working on, Mr Newport, or the department is working on?
Yeah, Mr Newport?
Yes.
Okay.
Land Housing Corporation is tasked with that.
Great. And quick time frame on that one?
I believe sometime between now and February.
Okay, thank you.
Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are you aware of the history of the New South Wales Chief Scientist and Engineer providing advice in relation to protecting the koala population in Campbelltown and Greater Macarthur?
Yes, I am. In fact, I think I may have been the person that suggested
Great.
For that.
Excellent. So why aren't the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan, which has just been released, why then aren't the 4 crossings that have been identified by the Chief Scientist, the 4 crossings that need to be undertaken on Appin Road to ensure the ongoing survival of those koalas, why haven't they been identified in the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan, all 4?
Mr Whitworth?
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ms. Payman. The 4 corridors. There are 2 in the land lease development, and there are 2 further south. One is the Kings Bridge, and the other is the Ousdale corridor. The Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan does not apply to the land lease Gilead development. It has its own biodiversity certification process, but the work of the department in assessing the rezoning, and happy if Mr Raymond wants to, Deputy Secretary Raymond wants to provide more information, the work in assessing that rezoning and the requirements of the discussions with Lend Lease as part of conversations around the upgrade of Appin Road, we'll see those 2 corridors provided through the Lend Lease. So that'll actually bring
underpasses? You said corridors?
Underpasses, yes. Yeah. Yes, underpasses, because that was what the Chief Scientist identified, that we needed underpasses rather than overhead structures there.
Yeah, just to be clear, with I understand that the plan itself states that 1 crossing will be built, so it talks about 120 kilometres of koala exclusion fencing and a safe crossing at Appin Road. But the snapshot is 2, so just to be clear, is it 2? Does the plan commit to 1 or 2 crossings?
The plan commits to a crossing at Appin Road. It also commits to a crossing of Appin Road further south sorry, I'm just trying to find my note there. At Kings Bridge.
And they're the 2. They're 2 of the ones that the Chief Scientist and Engineer has recommended?
Yes, they are. There's also, as I said, the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan does not apply to the Lend Lease Gilead development. So therefore, the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan doesn't identify the 2 underpasses that are to be provided by Lend Lease.
Okay, what about, thank you for that, I might ask some more questions this afternoon. What about the minimum corridors in terms of koala corridors? So has the department thrown out those minimum corridors as recommended by the Chief Scientist and Engineer?
Through you, Minister, if that's okay. I'm somewhat surprised by the use of the word thrown out. The Chief Scientist identified an average 390-metre corridor, and that is what the department has been applying through the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan, that those koala corridors need to be functional, which means that they need to be capable of being revegetated if they're not already revegetated or vegetated. They need to be have a topography that enables koalas to move easily and freely, and that they need to have an average of 390 metres, and stresses that average of 390 metres over the length of the corridor, and that's what we've worked. That's a standard that we've used to set those corridors.
But that's it. That's the issue, isn't it? The average versus the minimum, because that would mean that there are parts of these essential corridors that are actually quite a lot smaller in width to 390 metres, and that's not what the Chief Scientist and Engineer was suggesting.
The Chief Scientist and Engineer continued to refer to an average of 390 metre width.
The Chief Scientist asked for a minimum average with 390 to 425.
Yes, 390 to 425, but I'm using the 390 as the lesser amount, because that's what needs to be achieved as a minimum, as an average of 390 metres, and that's the standard that we've used for the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan.
Okay, I'll come back with more details on that. Minister, I just wanted to get to some questions around the regional housing task force that was established. There's a target of building 400,000 new homes, 127,000 in regional New South Wales. How is that? Is that broken down then per council area? How are you breaking down the 127,000 houses in regional New South Wales?
Before I pass on to Mr. Ray, some of these. For example, investments through the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund are being directed more at towns or cities, regional cities, where we're expecting, or there's expected forecast growth, to ensure that occurs. But as to exactly how that's broken down.
That's right. I'll come back to that this afternoon, I think. With the terms of reference for the regional task force, did I understand that when I looked at the terms of reference myself, that it doesn't say that the task force has to consider necessarily any kind of impacts of these developments on the community and the environment? Is there a reason why the terms of reference don't state that?
Mr. Ray?
So, look, Ms. Fairman, I'm not quite sure that hasn't been...
You draft them up, Mr. Ray?
No.
Is that why you've been...
No,
No, so where did the terms of reference come from?
So, at the... Look, I would have to go back and take that on notice. I don't recall who drafted them up. Obviously, they were accepted. They were terms of reference that were inputted by Minister Stokes. He approved the terms of reference. He established the Regional Housing Task Force.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to that this afternoon as well. So, Minister, right along the New South Wales coast, there's some places from Southwest Rocks, Scott's Head, Bonny Hills, Port Macquarie, down to Culburra Beach, Koala Bay, Manyana, Dalmini, Tura Beach. A lot of these places are facing developments of potentially hundreds, if not thousands, of houses. And I'll give you an example at Bonny Hill, where they have a fourth seniors living village with another 241 dwellings being proposed, where the existing residents of Bonny Hill already face months-long waits for a GP, right? And this is the fourth seniors living proposal being planned. So in your role as Minister, how do you plan to make sure that all of these new subdivisions and towns along coastal New South Wales, what is your responsibility to make sure that they have access to appropriate services and infrastructure before they're approved?
Well, certainly, again, through the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund, we're able to make sure the infrastructure.
What about services? Stick to services, not infrastructure then.
Well, I've got to say, having general practitioners in a small town is sort of somewhat out of the planning minister's remit. But one would expect that if you had more seniors living in an area, it would attract more general practitioners.
So I think what you'll find is most of these communities, small coastal villages, a lot of them have just one road in and one road out. Then, in terms of infrastructure, many of the communities are also, have a lot of housing that is vacant. But just in terms of infrastructure, then, what is your responsibility to make sure that these where these subdivisions are planned, they're safe, for example, in terms of evacuation routes? You've got that responsibility.
Correct. Well, this is within the planning approvals. These would be taken into account.
How are they taken into account, though, when you do have, I'm not sure whether they are, with respect. There's many developments that I've seen that are currently being considered that are one road in and one road out. So you were saying that that it is going to create too much of a strain on emergency services, that it won't be safe in the situation of a flood or a fire, that they won't be approved? Is that what you're saying today?
Well, there's regulations and there's planning legislation. Mr. Ray?
Evacuation is a key consideration in any rezoning proposal, Ms. Fairman. So consequently, whether the threat of the hazard is from fire or whether it's from flood, they're key concerns in the infrastructure question that goes to evacuation. And so that, those things need to be addressed. Clearly they need to be addressed and they are addressed through the planning system. All the hazards are considered, and matters don't go forward unless there is an infrastructure solution to those particular evacuation issues. Broader developments obviously, rely on schools and public hospitals, and when we're talking about a particular release of land that's large enough, those matters get considered also at that time. So whether there needs to be a new school or whether there needs to be other public amenities and public services there. But the individual matters about the supply of GPs in individual areas, the planning system can provide for that as much as the planning system can do. But ultimately, that's a question for the market and for that individual community. Clearly, if there's an application for a seniors living development, there are standards that need to be met from a planning perspective, and I would expect whoever is the consent authority and the assessing authority on the Bonnie Hills development to thoroughly consider whether all those amenity standards are met.
Minister, I'll give you another example, and I'll go back to these kind of sleeper DAs, if you like.
Zombie
That's right.
DAs.
Yeah, I thought I'd change it to sleeper because that's what you understood. So we'll go back to those sleeper DAs. For example, one is at a little community of Tura Beach, which is near Merimbula. This was approved, it was a DA that was approved in 1989, so over 30 years ago. It's set to clear 10 hectares of what are old growth trees, threatened species habitat, including habitat for the greater glider, which was recently uplisted as endangered at the federal level. Developers, under this DA, developers are going to clear what is an area that contains a endangered plant as well, doesn't exist anywhere else. So what do you think it's acceptable that the planning system can basically allow this block of old growth habitat, endangered species, approved for clearing back in 1989 after the bushfires? Do you think that it's acceptable that the planning system can allow this to happen today in 2022?
Sounds as though it's certainly something that needs to be addressed. But I'm happy to take that on board quite sincerely and seek advice from my department as to what we could do with respect to these issues.
Would I be able to meet with you to show you what are actually at least a dozen of these similar situations along our coasts and show them to you?
Happy to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair, and hello again, Minister.
Hello.
I think I was just getting a response from Mr. Gainsford last time. I asked a question about how the conditions commonly found in coal mine approvals for reasonable and feasible efforts to reduce emissions are complied with. Mr. Gainsford, I think if it was you and you were indicating that based on annual reports that you note that there is compliance within that sector. Could I just get you to repeat that last answer if possible?
Mr. Gainsford?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Field. Yes, so as I was mentioning, the requirements in all conditions of consent for coal mining projects are to complete those annual reviews. And the other thing that I was mentioning, I think, Mr. Field, that you're referring to there is that on a 3-yearly basis, there's also a requirement to prepare independent environmental audits, and those independent environmental audits look at compliance across all of the conditions of approval at that point in time, and obviously that provides some input into the department.
And from your perspective, there has been compliance broadly. Are those 3-year audits made public?
Yes, they are. Yes.
I guess my question goes to, how do you make a judgment that a coal mine is compliant with its condition of consent to do what is reasonable and feasible with regards to greenhouse gas emission reductions?
Part of that process is obviously looking at the management plans that are produced by those for those projects. So they're greenhouse gas management plans, and in those management plans there is identification of measures that can be taken. And so I guess the assessment of compliance that you're referring to in a general form would be to assess it against those management plans and whether they've upheld those requirements in those management plans.
It's up to the mine. If they think it's reasonable and feasible or it's in their management plan, you just are assessing it against what they consider to be reasonable and feasible.
Well, no, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. The management plans, I guess, are things that are reviewed, as I understand it, before commencement of works on those projects. And so, there would be, I'm sure, some iterative process that occurs in the assessment of those management plans. But once those management plans are in place, clearly reasonable and feasible measures from there need to be reported, as I said, in those annual reports.
Just to go back and remind you of what the department said in the planning assessment report for the Narrabri underground mine. There is, and this is quoting from that, there is no clear guidance on how to assess potential mitigation or abatement measures, e.g. what measures are considered reasonable and feasible or best practice for both current and future activities. Minister, I guess I'm asking the question, what is the point of having conditions of consent with regards to taking reasonable and feasible actions when the department has no way of actually measuring that? How many emissions, tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions, have been abated in New South Wales as a result of this condition on existing coal mines to take reasonable and feasible measures to reduce emissions?
I'm happy to take that on notice, unless Mr. Gainsford has anything to add.
Well, I think what I would add, Mr. Field, and you referred to it there in terms of that quote from the Narrabri report, is that I'm informed that since 2019 we haven't adopted the term reasonable and feasible. We've moved on to talking about best practice. And I am aware of some of the more recent coal mining projects, but particularly in the southern coalfields, where they are looking to capture methane as an example, and looking to reduce their Scope 1 emissions through capturing those fugitive emissions. We would expect the same sorts of measures to start to be applied with some of these more recent consents, such as the Narrabri Stage 3 project. So certainly there are measures that can be taken and have been taken. And with regard to Scope 2 emissions, I know that a number of mining projects now are talking about moving towards electric vehicles where they can. Some of the companies that are associated with those coal mining projects are talking about moving towards those types of measures as well.
What about offsets? Isn't it reasonable and feasible, particularly with the huge profits that are being made as a result of coal prices, for existing mines, based on the reasonable and feasible or the best practice condition of consent, to offset their Scope 1 and 2 emissions? How would you make a judgment if that was reasonable or feasible?
Gainsford?
Yeah, so again, Mr Field, obviously we can only apply the conditions as they were set at the time, and in many cases some of the historic coal mining projects didn't set limits, whereas the more recent projects, and again referring to Narrabri Stage 3, there are limits that are set as part of that consent. And the conditions specifically refer to where emissions intensity limits can't be met, and where that ratcheting down that I referred to before can't be met. That offset is one of the scenarios that may be required in those circumstances.
So let's just be clear. The reasonable and feasible for historic mines is based on what was reasonable and feasible at the time the project was approved. You don't have any ability to constrain their emissions as a result of new technology, new expectations by the community, new government policy. What was set in stone then is largely set in stone.
Mr Gainsford?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Field. So the other aspect of what we have done associated with the Narrabri Stage 3 project is we're
going back to those ones previously.
No, I understand, and I am planning to address that question. Is we have formed a working group working with the Environment Protection Authority and also the Climate and Atmospheric Science branch, and part of that work that we've been doing is to actually assist us with coal mining projects that are on the ground and have those historic consents. So the expectation is that we will avail ourselves of the skills from those organisations and through this working group to assist us in assessing those reasonable and feasible measures that you were mentioning before.
Thank you. I might come back to some of the detail this afternoon about how that works. Minister, what's the status of the preferred infrastructure report for the Warragamba Dam raising?
I will pass on to Mr Whitworth to outline to David, Mr Gainsford, to outline where we're up to, potentially, hopefully, give you an outline of some of the framework. Can I just make it clear here now through the chair that because I will be potentially the determining authority, it's not my intention to answer questions with respect to this. It would be inappropriate. I'm completely agnostic. I'll be waiting for the advice from the department, and it would be just inappropriate to give any opinion whatsoever. But Mr Gainsford?
Thanks.
Minister, before you hand over, I'll come back to Mr Gainsford. Before you hand over, though, who is the Minister responsible for the Warragamba Dam raising now that Stuart Ayres is no longer the Minister for Western Sydney?
That'd be Minister Elliott.
I was told it was Minister Stokes in a budget estimates hearing last week.
Oh, there you go. Right.
You go, Justin.
Minister Elliott acknowledged it the other day. So.
I was told the same, but I was just confirming.
That's what Minister Griffin told us.
Yeah,
Minister Griffin told us it was Minister Stokes.
Perhaps take that on notice, Minister.
As Minister for Infrastructure.
Or Minister, perhaps just take it on notice and let us know who is the Minister responsible for the Warragamba Dam now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Otherwise known as the Minister for Hot Potatoes. Okay. Thank you, Mr Gainsford. If you can just quickly, we can go into the details this afternoon, but just quickly, when do you expect the preferred infrastructure report to be out?
Well, thanks, Mr. Field. So we are awaiting. I guess it's really a matter for Water New South Wales to give you a timing. But as you would be aware, we're awaiting a response to submissions and a preferred infrastructure report. We've been holding several meetings, and I know Water New South Wales have been coordinating several meetings with various government agencies to talk through their responses to the advice and the submissions that have been received. But it would be very difficult for me to speculate at this point in time just when we're likely to receive those documents.
You haven't received even a draft of the preferred infrastructure report at the moment or response to submissions?
No, we haven't.
Really dragging on. This is taking a long time to get to that point.
Damn wall.
I know it's big.
Mr. Field, are you? That is indeed what it is. Okay, thank you, Mr. Field. Are you?
At the end of my.
Yeah, if that's okay. Minister, I just have one question going back to Mr. Field's Scope 1 and Scope 2s and with Mr. Gainsford. You know, the stark and slim reality is that a proponent where they agree to amend their conditions, they certainly can do, and that's something that we've known in practice over time. Perhaps, Minister, now is the time to pick up the phone and talk to all of those proponents of these large mining projects and ask them whether they would consider reducing their Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions in line with community expectations now. For example, can you start using 100% renewable energy, please, at these projects? It's not out of the question. You are the Minister for Planning. You do speak to these proponents. You can pick up the phone and you could actually ask them in relation to Scope 1 and 2 emissions. And then Mr. Gainsford and Mr. O'Donoghue and the rest of your team would be able to busily amend those conditions to make everybody at those big emitting projects reduce their Scope 1 and 2 emissions and help us all sleep a bit better at night.
Take it on board.
Thank you.
What do you say?
He'll take that on board.
On.
So it's now, I have to go to government time, don't I?
Right.
So it's now...
Have questions for the Minister.
It's now over to the government for their 15 minutes of time. How would you like to spend that time, Mr. Mallard?
Preparing lunch.
Well, I've been provided with questions from the Minister's colleagues, so... No, we'll pass on that and have another lunch.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Minister Roberts, for attending this hearing.
Thank you.
We're finished with your questioning. The committee will now break for lunch and return at 2 p.m. for further questioning of those who remain.
recommence the hearing. And if I may, just to, before we get going formally, I note that the two documents that were sought to be tabled, we're having some difficulty receiving those for tabling. If the committee is okay, and particularly perhaps Ms Jackson, because these were documents that related to your line of questioning, whether we will send a note in relation to questions on notice to make sure those documents are received.
Thank you. That was in relation to the Landcom statement of ministerial
priorities.
Yeah, great. So that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Terrific. So we'll commence, and we're over to members of the opposition. Ms Jackson.
Thank you. I just wanted to start, look, I'll probably direct questions through you, Mr Castle, and then, you know, unless it's kind of obvious, but you can suggest who might be the right person to talk to. I just wanted to start with a couple more questions about the issue of the Premier's priority around women in senior leadership, because I just wanted to clarify. So how many, for example, deputy secretaries are there in DPE?
So, Ms Jackson, there's a few moving around at the moment. There's two that are on the way out. So can I come back to you?
Yeah, so it would be useful to have on
Somebody
notice.
will text it to me.
Yep.
I don't want to give you a wrong number.
So to know how many deputy secretaries there are, and the obvious follow-up question is how many of those are women?
Yep, appreciate that. Yeah, I've only got the SEB number at the moment, and ratio male to female is 48 versus 52. So I think we're tracking all right. The exact number of deputy secretaries, because we have kind of a subgroup of deputy secretaries called group deputy secretaries. So, for example, Marcus or Mr Ray has a couple of deputy secretaries that report to him. That's kind of the structure that I inherited when I took over.
Because my recollection is that, you know, and again, like, I'm happy to be corrected. I wouldn't profess to be an expert on the DPE organisational chart, but for example, Miss Howarth, I think, is that Crown Lands and Local Government.
Miss Hawes.
Hawes.
Yep. Hawes.
Who we had last week.
Yes,
so obviously she is a deputy secretary.
Correct.
I can't think of another one though.
Okay, well, Mr Ray?
No, another female.
Oh, another female, okay.
Mr Ray's excellent, but he's not a female.
Mr Ray's not a female.
Well,
thank you, Ms Jackson, for that testimony.
So just as an example, Mr Castle, I can name a number of deputy secretaries in DPE who at least I see and engage with over estimates. As I said, I don't pretend to be an expert, but I can only think of one.
Yes.
Who is a woman. So I'm inviting you to, at least off the top of your head, whilst we're on this line of questioning, and I appreciate you've taken it on notice, provide some additional examples.
Okay, so General Counsel at this point in time.
And that's at the Deputy Secretary level, or is that at the Executive Director level?
Yep.
Level.
Ms Devlin, who's running the SOPA, Sydney Olympic Park, Deputy Secretary level. Sorry?
Dr Devlin.
Oh, Dr Devlin. You mentioned Ms Hawes. And then Sally Freelander, who was a group Deputy Secretary, but she's leaving the organisation in September. She was
and is the intention
head of people, place and culture, but I'm trying to shrink the...
So that's what I was going to ask. Is the intention to replace her, or is the intention to restructure so that that position doesn't exist in that same way any longer?
Yeah, so that position doesn't exist in the same way. Not many of the clusters have what we call interband reporting. When I took over, there was a significant amount of interband reporting, so I'm just trying to get that back to a manageable size. And I think last time we had budget estimates, I explained that I wanted to get more frontline staff than senior executives.
Yep. All right, well, look, you know, you've taken a couple of those questions on notice, but you can, I think, Mr. Castle, you know, you can see the point that I am trying to make, and it's not intended to be a personal reflection on anyone in a senior role, but it is intended to continue to put pressure on yourself as the Secretary to ensure that there are women right at the top of all of our departments, and that DPE has work to do.
And I don't disagree with that. It's very cognizant. In my mind, continually as I make organisational changes, but I can only deal with what I have at this point in time without growing the numbers.
Okay. I might move on to some questions about... Oh, actually, I just had one question in relation to affordable housing. Actually, might do a little bit of a group on affordable housing now. So the first question is, what are currently the compliance mechanisms that are available to the department around the affordable housing that is delivered as part of private development sort of uplift? You know, people get the extra FSR and they have to deliver the 5 or 10%, you know, affordable housing. What compliance mechanisms are in place to ensure that those properties remain affordable housing in the sort of medium to long term?
Yeah, and so I don't... You save your voice. I might.
Are you unwell, Mr. Ray? Sorry,
but I'll just say this: predominantly with the affordable housing, a lot of that is teamed up with a community housing provider who are seen as the best people to manage that. But I'll hand over to Mr. Whitworth, who can talk to those the affordable housing SEP and how other things are.
Yeah, so Mr. Whitworth, I do appreciate that those that are delivered through partnerships with community housing providers, there are particular relationships there that in essence answer my question, because they're managed and delivered by community housing providers. But as you well know, that's not all of they're not all delivered through a partnership with community housing providers. And so I'm concerned about the compliance for those that are not.
Ms. Jackson, but in order to be identified as affordable housing, so in order to unlock the bonuses that exist under the housing SEP and the affordable housing provisions under the housing SEP, there must be an identification of the community housing provider in which that is going to manage that, or the mechanism in which that is going to occur. So the development application can't pass go unless there's a clear understanding or link to who's going to manage that housing for the purposes of affordable housing.
It is your view that there is no issue with non-compliance of delivery of affordable housing that has been...
Well, I didn't say that. What I did say is in order to unlock the bonus provisions of the housing SEP in relation to affordable housing, you need to demonstrate to the satisfaction of the consent authority. So that could be a panel, you know, in most cases that will be the panel, that this is the amount of stock that will be managed by a community housing provider and the ways in which that community housing provider will operate.
And so I guess, as I'm sure that you know where I'm going here, which is that once that has occurred, that demonstration has been made to the consent authority, what compliance mechanisms are in place to ensure that when the actual building is built and the dwellings are to be delivered, that they are in fact affordable housing and that they are being continually delivered as such over time?
Well, it goes to, in order to identify, sorry, and I was going to answer the question the same way. Maybe I can reframe the answer for you. The development consent will specify that so much of the housing in that unit is affordable housing and needs to be managed for the purposes of affordable housing. And it's not unlike the conditions that that you would see on a seniors housing development, for example, that would say this is a development for the purposes of seniors housing. So if there is if there is a concern that the property is no longer being managed for affordable housing, the council has the ability to issue any number of enforcement mechanisms under the planning legislation. An on-the-spot fine, they can issue an order, they can take action in the Land Environment Court on the basis that the development consent has been breached, and to remedy that.
And so in terms of monitoring the use of those compliance mechanisms, is that something that DPE does monitor? You know, how many of those fines are being issued, or how many actions are in the Land and Environment Court, you know, to get a sense of the potential scale of this problem? Perhaps it's very small.
Well, I believe that it is very small, but we don't monitor the enforcement actions taken by councils as a rule, recognising that we share responsibility for planning with local government. They are, an authority in their own right. If there are concerns that councils will, that their enforcement mechanisms are not strong enough, or they believe that there is a particular policy issue, councils will typically raise that to our attention, and we would be more than happy to look at what mechanisms are needed to take action. But I've not heard of that issue being raised to date.
Yeah, so you're saying you would expect councils to raise that issue with you, but none of them have,
Not to my understanding or knowledge, no.
And that's the same. I was going to say the same. I'm not aware that any council has raised an issue with the either non-compliance or any issues with the problems, issues with their compliance powers in relation to this. And certainly, if it is an issue or becomes an issue, we'd work with the councils to overcome the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just interesting to me, because certainly whether it's the issues that I've raised around affordable housing under the uplift provisions, or, for example, the use of the boarding house SEP to deliver affordable housing, which then turns out is like, what would probably otherwise be described as sort of luxury, sort of more studio style, not affordable.
Ms. Jackson, I think
properties.
That's sorry. I think that's why we changed the housing SEP to make it clear that you've got boarding houses, and then you have this new type of development called co-living, so that we could recognise. I mean, co-living. We've talked a lot about housing supply. Today we haven't talked a lot about housing diversity, and that's equally as important as supply. And co-living gives us an opportunity to create more diversity of housing at different price points in the market, but we also quite clearly identified that the boarding house processes and boarding houses under the new provisions would be those delivered by Land and Housing Corporation or a registered community housing provider, so that we could start to get at that very clear distinction that you're making, that it is for an affordable, very affordable price point in the market.
And are the sort of, for want of a better word, compliance mechanisms around delivery under those updated frameworks, are they the same? Is it the local government authority does those?
Yes, so the development consents are assessed by the local council, and often, given the size of the developments, they can be determined by the panels. And ultimately, again, it's about conditions of consent. But the change in November last year was to make sure that things, developments that talk about boarding houses are delivered as affordable rental properties rather than as something else.
Sure, but if that just, and that's obviously the, framework in which they're approved, and then they receive, consent authority, and then they're actually built, and they're not that, still that problem, the compliance regime around that is the consent authority, which is local government, can come in and say, this is a breach. You've said it was A, you've delivered B, and there's fines land and environment court action, that range of, yeah.
Well, yeah, all the different provisions, and they're many and varied, could be used by the consent authority to ensure compliance, and the department would want to know about that. So if there are breaches of those provisions and those those housing products aren't built as affordable housing, aren't being run as affordable housing, the department would want to know about that and would be supporting councils in that enforcement action.
Well, I mean, look, certainly, I have heard of instances of that. So for all of those people watching today in local government land, the department's keen to talk to you about. I mean, has the minister ever raised? I mean, I am under the impression that this issue is of somewhat,
Ms Jackson, if I can just take you back to Mr Whitworth's answer. So before November, there wasn't a specific requirement that particular product of boarding house be an affordable rental product.
Yeah. So what you're saying is it wasn't even a breach before then.
No, and I think that's the issue, that the provisions of the housing, the precursor to the housing SEP, were being used to produce a different kind of product. I think we have listened to stakeholders about that, and we've made some changes so that if it's a boarding house, it gets a 20% bonus, but it must be provided as affordable rental accommodation. So that was November. So any applications or consents that have been granted since then in relation to those boarding houses, they would have a provision, a condition of consent to say that they must be operated as an affordable product, and if that's breached, then we'll be happy to look at that with the council concerned.
Good. Yep.
I think the other thing to make note of there is, over the last probably 20 years, there's been different interventions that have occurred, whether it be NRAS that was put out by the federal government, or whether it was the previous affordable housing SEP. Some of those were time barred too. So after 10 years, it went back to market housing. So there could be a belief in the community that that's supposed to be affordable housing into the future, but now it's not because the time has passed. So there's sometimes that knowledge gap that creeps in there as well on what the planning conditions were when that was approved.
Yes, I mean, anyway, the fact that there is a whole bunch of affordable housing that is about to come offline because of NRAS is obviously of some concern, but I appreciate your point, which is that that's a federally delivered scheme.
There's no doubt it's challenging. That's where we are in the cycle at this point in time.
I might just ask a couple of questions of Landcom, just because we're having a bit of a chat about affordable housing. So,
yes.
Thank you for updating the new ministerial statement of expectations in relation to the updated percentages for affordable housing in the metro and region. So I got that. I guess, can I ask, you may have to take this on notice, but any figures that you do have. So in terms of dwellings constructed or, I suppose, sort of project managed by Landcom in the past 5 years, have you got that, or the past 12 months, have you got some figures?
Yes, I have, but can I just go back to clarify? It's a statement of priorities that we got from the Minister, just so we are clear on the name. There will be a statement of expectation, but that would come from Treasury.
Okay, sorry, so just to be clear on that. So you've had a new ministerial statement of priorities that's come from Minister Roberts.
Yes.
The statement of expectations, that's what comes from the Treasurer and the Minister for Finance.
Yes.
And what's the difference then, sorry, in terms of how they operate from your point of view?
Yeah, just to clarify, we operate under the Landcom Corporation Act. And under the Landcom Corporation Act, the Minister can give us a statement of priorities. And that is what happened.
Yes.
That is what I mentioned before. And that has been as well approved by our board. And then as per the kind of the act, it will go to the shareholders.
Right, so that it is your intention now to send that board-approved statement of priorities to the shareholding ministers for them to deliver a statement of expectations.
Yeah, so the statement of expectation, as I understand, but is a relatively new new instrument that's going to be implemented. So we have been consulting with Treasury about that, and that is a statement of expectation that will go to all the SOCs, because Landcom is the SOC. So, yeah, so not to confuse the
No,
two.
well, it is a bit confusing. Thank you for clarifying.
I just wanted to clarify what the document that I will hand later on is called Statement of Priorities, and it is fully consistent with the Act.
Yep.
And sorry,
I was going to say,
your question, but
and in terms of that statement of expectations, or do you, as you said, you've been consulting with Treasury about that. I mean, what's the time frame on that?
I cannot give you the specific time frame, but what I can say is that the statement of priorities will be reflected in the statement of expectations, so there will be not a change. So our priorities will not change in that regard.
Your expectation is that the statement of expectations will be the same as the statement of priorities. I feel like I'm in Monty Python sometimes.
Sorry, again, to clarify there, the statement of priorities will be taken as part of the statement of expectation. There may be more.
There may be more.
Other things.
Can you elucidate at all about what else might be included in that?
Or there's just general expectations for SOCs, state-owned corporations.
Right, and so your understanding is they will not be Landcom specific, they would be general to all of the SOCs. Okay. Well, we're going to come back to
and I think. I'm happy to answer your question about numbers, if that's still...
Perhaps just pause, because the buzzer's gone off, but I will come back to you on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair.
I just got a few questions about the O'Kane and Fuller Floods Inquiry report. Just a general question first up is, what is the department doing now to respond to the recommendations of that report? Mr Castle.
A fair bit, but I might hand over to Mr Whitworth for the detail. And when I say a fair bit, obviously the Reconstruction Authority was a key part, so we're putting our mind to what legislation's needed there as well. But I'll hand over to Brett.
Thank you, Mr Secretary. So we obviously have been working with the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation as part of the transition of our work and the take-up of the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation role. We will be working with the new permanent statewide agency dedicated to the Reconstruction Authority, which will, and if under the O'Kane Fuller inquiry, it is tasked with the identification of things such as disaster adaptation plans and an update to the approach to flood risk and new flood planning levels. That agency will also be responsible for the identification of processes for land buybacks and land swaps. We've also started we're also working on the flood inquiry recommendations on flood and natural hazard. We are now working to progress the special flood considerations clauses, which will take us, we had flagged those special flood consideration clauses as part of the July 2021 flood planning package. The special flood considerations clauses will give us the ability to have additional flood-related development controls on sensitive or hazardous land uses. That will happen whilst we're working with the Reconstruction Authority on the broader approach to these disaster adaptation plans. We will continue to work with councils around their local strategic planning statements to ensure that they build in the capacity to create more resilient communities, and looking at the various guidelines that support those local strategic planning statements. There are other things that we are doing, the Build Back Better fundamentals for land use planning, which will be guidance to support rebuilding. Probably a way of describing that is how can we simplify the sorts of more flood resilient building techniques and standards that people will be using as they contemplate rebuilding their houses, and we will continue to work on rolling out the risk assessment guidelines. So we had a tool that we had already developed with the 4 Illawarra Shoalhaven councils, and we'll continue to roll that that tool out, as well as the design for resilience template and that will help councils do resilience plans for their local areas.
Okay, thank you. So whereabouts in the state have developments or the development kind of approval process, where has that been paused while this work is being undertaken?
We have paused the consideration of state-led rezonings in the northwest. There are a number, and I'm happy to pass on to the northwest growth area. Sorry, Marsden
of
Park,
the state
northwest
of Sydney.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, I just needed to clarify. Yep.
Did I miss?
No, anywhere else?
In the state,
yep.
There are. Well, I think that. We have been working, as part of the updated flood planning package in July 2021, it's given councils the ability to say if there are areas where they think that there is an increased level of risk that they would like to apply land use planning controls above the 1 in 100 chance per year flood line, for example, they're able to do that through a process of using the ministerial direction. I can't point.
And if councils, if the makeup of the councils, for example, I mean that's all up to councils. Even if it looks like there could be developments that are taking place where the councils are allowing development in highly flood-prone land outside of the northwest. Does the department have any say on that at the moment in terms of pausing those?
Well, if councils are doing that, then they're doing that in a way that's inconsistent with the standard instrument and inconsistent with the floodplain risk management policies that the government has given to them. And so there would only be developments that would be being approved below the 1 in 100 chance per year flood line if there is a specific recognition that development, and typically it would be things like a rural, a rural building or a farmhouse, that there are particular considerations that they're looking at under the standard instrument clause on flooding.
Ms Fairman, I think it's fair to say that the department would not be giving any sort of gateway approval for any planning proposal for residential development that was under 1 in 100. So I think you can be assured that we wouldn't be doing that. They'd have to be exceptional circumstances of a degree that I couldn't put my finger on that. What we are doing though is there are planning proposals that are in floodplains, and that would be consistent with the flood planning direction from 2021. I think it's important to acknowledge that the O'Kane-Fuller inquiry recommendations really endorsed the department's approach from the year before, which was moving to a risk-based approach rather than a sort of flat 1 in 100. There are evacuation issues. I mean, they're particularly well known in the northwest, but each individual planning proposal that's on the floodplain, that it's something that we consider. So the department's currently looking at all the planning proposals that are in the system, and we're looking at those, examining those in the context of the O'Kane-Fuller recommendations, and we'll be providing guidance to councils on those as and when we get through them all, as to whether they should proceed, whether they can proceed because of the various studies that have already been done locally, or whether there's something else that needs to be done that arises out of the O'Kane-Fuller report, because there were a number of different things that were said in that report. So we've currently going through, I used an unfortunate term before, which I'm not going to repeat, Ms Higginson, we're going through that in a systematic way, and we'll be there to assist councils with being able to triage those planning proposals about those ones which could go ahead, and those ones which might need further work or some other work, broader work to be done in accordance with the recommendations.
Okay, so you're going through everything within the system at the moment, every single approval that's within the system, and looking at all of them in the context of the O'Kane-Fuller.
Every planning proposal that's currently in the system and has not been determined, we're looking at in that context where flooding is an issue.
So are you aware of the massive amount of development that's taking place in Yamba, particularly West Yamba, Mr Ray?
Ms. Fearman, I'm afraid I don't know the specifics of that development at the just now, but I accept that there's considerable development up there. I don't know the details of that. I don't know whether Mr. Raymond can shed any light. Anyway,
I'll give
continue.
you, well, if you, just because you said that you were looking at every one in the approval pipeline, and I'll just give you an example of...
There are a large number of people in the department that are actually doing this. I haven't personally...
Sure, and I'll just put this one on the record, which is West Yamba has proposals for a number of subdivisions. These subdivisions, these developments are being built on flood-prone land. Fill is being trucked in at about a truckload of fill every minute into the town of Yamba, filling up this area, say 2.5 to 3 metres high. In the floods of March, February and March, as a result of this infill, the existing areas of Yamba, the existing residential streets, flooded for the first time massively because of stormwater as a result of this fill. That sounds absurd to you, doesn't it? That something like this should be able to go ahead, which is increasing the risk. It's basically building on floodplain, building high up on floodplain for new subdivisions that are going to make living in the rest of Yamba incredibly risky. And people were trapped for 6 days in the March floods. But at the moment, this is going ahead. The community of Yamba held a rally on Sunday against this, and they feel that nobody is listening to them. So surely that is one of them that would, as you say, you're looking at the approval process, that should be one that should come out and maybe the planning department can tell the council to think again.
Well, Ms. Fairman, I think it's fair to say that what we're looking at are the ones in the system, not the ones that have already been approved. But if I would expect... again, not knowing the full details, but I would have expected there would have been a thorough assessment of if that amount of fill is coming in, there would have been a thorough assessment at the time the planning proposal was completed to ensure that there wouldn't be those off-site impacts. Now, that's a pretty fundamental thing. All I can do is I can take that on notice and go away and provide you with a response on those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Just on that question, I do think it's important to understand the timeline on that. If we can understand when that rezoning first occurred, it may have occurred a long time ago, then council would have placed their requirements on top of that. Then any of the housing would have needed a DA to go in on top of that. So we're reviewing what's coming at us now. We're not reviewing what's been approved historically.
Back to that. Yeah.
Mr. Field. We're going back to WebEx for a minute.
Thank you, Chair. And I think this will be, again, for Mr. Woodford, please. Just to go back to some of the questions I was asking about greenhouse gas emissions reporting, I understand there's annual reports that are provided for each of the coal mines in New South Wales, and you mentioned 3-year audit as well. Could you just, and potentially take it on notice for each of the operational coal mines in New South Wales, could you confirm which ones are up to date in terms of providing the annual reports, or if there are any outstanding, and when the most recent 3-year audit was conducted for each of those? Is that possible?
Yes, Mr. Field, I'm happy to take that on notice. Thanks.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Gainsford, this is for you. And just following up on my questions earlier about the status of the Warragamba Dam raising planning assessment process. I understand we're waiting on Water New South Wales with regards to the third infrastructure report in response to submissions. Could you just confirm, are you actively engaging with Water New South Wales on the preparation of that preferred infrastructure report, or is that something that is still sitting there?
Mr. Field, I wouldn't say actively engaging. Obviously, we do have regular meetings with Water New South Wales where they provide updates to us. And I mentioned, I think, in my earlier answers this morning, that Water New South Wales are conducting a series of discussions and workshops with various government agencies as they're preparing their response. And as part of those, we've been observers at those meetings, but that's effectively the limit of the work that we're doing at the moment.
I know that when there were questions raised during the preparation of the EIS by various state and Commonwealth agencies, we had this discussion in the dam inquiry, as you'll remember. It seemed there was quite active involvement by the department at that stage to work with Water New South Wales and the agencies to get the EIS up to standard. So would you describe the level of engagement that's going on at the moment between yourselves and the various agencies as similar to that, or is it much more hands-off?
Look, Mr. Field, I probably would describe it as a little bit more hands-off. I think part of the work that we were doing pre-environmental impact statement was with I guess a desire to have the environmental impact statement out there in the public for exhibition purposes and to enable an opportunity for the public to have comment as part of the exhibition process. With regard to the response to submissions and the preferred infrastructure report, it really is a matter for Water New South Wales to be leading that.
And just to confirm, I'm not sure if you mentioned it before, I missed it. Has Water New South Wales given you an estimated time on the response to submissions or the preferred infrastructure report?
We have had some dates in some Gantt charts. It would be a matter of months in terms of the current sort of estimate of when we're likely to get that documentation.
That's for both. They're likely to come together. Is that right?
Yes, that's the intent, as I understand it.
And can you give me a sense of what the timeline will likely be from that point forward?
Yes, sure. No, happy to provide that detail. So once we've received the response to submissions and the preferred infrastructure report, as we normally would do, we will assess the completeness of those documents, and particularly with regard to the preferred infrastructure report, we have the ability to exhibit that documentation. The preferred infrastructure report, as you might be aware, is a mechanism that we have in the system which allows for changes to a project to be made, but also for additional information and additional studies to be incorporated into that report. Where we have that additional information and we think that that's necessary to have the public have an opportunity to make a formal submission on that process, then we can re-exhibit that information. So we haven't made a decision on that yet because we haven't received it, obviously. I guess there's two scenarios there. If we do have a preferred infrastructure report, which we do re-exhibit, that will then mean that we will have a collation of those submissions after that exhibition period, and Water New South Wales will need to respond to those submissions again. Once we have all of that information with us, then that commences our formal assessment process, if you like. And our formal assessment process will then result in a recommendation to the Minister for Planning, and the Minister for Planning then makes a decision on the project.
With regards to the PIR, will it be made public once you've received it if you choose not to put it out for exhibition?
Yes. So as we do with all of our responses to submissions, similarly with preferred infrastructure reports where we don't formally re-exhibit, we did put that up on our website.
Give me a sense of the nature of a trigger to exhibition. So, I mean, obviously there were concerns raised not just through the public submissions but from various agencies around quite a few different aspects of the proposal. So how do you make that decision about exhibition, and what would the submission time period be for an exhibition if it occurred?
Yes, it's really with regard to, I guess, new information that is incorporated into that documentation. So I guess we use a judgment on the basis of if there are additional studies, which I was mentioning before, and therefore there's new information, or if there are changes that are made to the project which the public hasn't had a chance to make submissions on. That tends to influence our decision making. With regard to exhibition, there is discretion for the department to work through an exhibition time period. Again, that would depend on the extent of the new information that we're seeking submissions on, and would also depend on the complexity of that information. But for preferred infrastructure reports, it typically tends to be 14 to 28 days, tends to be the period.
Can you just remind me of the status of this project at the moment? I know there was some conjecture as to whether or not it was going to be deemed critical state significant infrastructure at one point. I think the former minister decided that it wouldn't. Could you confirm the status of the project?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Field. It is state significant infrastructure, so it's not critical state significant infrastructure. That's correct.
Okay, so there's been no proposals to change that since it was the previous minister decided to keep it a state significant infrastructure?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
My question to Ms. Ray, you might be able to direct this. It's back with regards to the sustainable building SEP. Will that have an impact on whether or not new house builds can or should gas appliances or connect the new homes to a gas network? There's been a move in other states to move away from new gas installs, recognising its high cost and reduced availability in recent years. Will the changes in the SEP have any impact there in New South Wales?
Mr. Field, I might pass over to Mr. Whitworth for some details, but one thing I will say about the basics tool, which is now enshrined in the Sustainable Building SEP, is that it allows people to make choices about various different things, including dark roofs, light roofs, gas supply, other measures in order to get the sustainability certificate that you need, and it will be a to show that it's a 7-star energy efficiency. What I would say is that over time, I would imagine that it will drive change in industry because ultimately gas will be less attractive because of the the energy cost there. So while and as we've said, there's the question of choice through the mechanism at the moment. We haven't banned gas to subdivisions, but I imagine, and one of the broader things is that the Sustainable Building SEP and the move to 7-star is only the first step in further measures, and that's consistent with the Council of Environment Ministers when they moved towards the low energy trajectory in 2019. They first signalled this. There'll be other steps in the process later in the 2020s which will make gas to subdivisions particularly unattractive, but we haven't banned it at the particular point in time. But I think one of the things we'll need to do is work with industry to smooth out that transition. I might then pass over to Mr. Whitworth.
Well, I'm not sure that I can add much more to that fairly comprehensive response.
Well, can I just extend it before, and you might be able to, I mean, given what you've acknowledged, Mr. Ray, and that there are going to be steps taken by government later, I'd be interested if you could outline those, but wouldn't you want to have advice in the hands of potential homeowners, new home builders, hey, don't go down the way of gas, you'll end up cost you a fortune, you might have to replace your appliances down the track as gas becomes less available and more expensive. Wouldn't we want that advice to be out there? Because it seems like it's already cheaper to go away from gas, but it may be just through sort of sheer inertia that the industry is continuing along with it. Wouldn't we want to get ahead of the curve here?
Well, I think the move, and I think that's something that we certainly will think about. I mean, while the SEP has been made today, and consistent with the national agreement, it'll start on the 1st of October 2023. I think we can think about that material and that messaging that we give to consumers in this period where we're ramping up to bring in the controls. So yeah, happy to take that on board.
Thank you. That's time, Mr. Phil. We're back over to the opposition. Thank you, Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Wendler. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I think you were going to give me a figure for
yes, of course.
Landcom constructed or project managed dwellings.
Yes, I can give you numbers for the last 5 years. So number of dwellings released, that's what we track, number of released to the market. Over the last 5 financial years, including financial year 22, 12,393 dwellings, and I can give you a forecast number as well.
Yes, that'd be useful.
Over the next 5 years, we are looking at 19,089 dwellings being released to the market. That's our current projection.
19,089. And how many of those 12,393 were affordable housing?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, since 2021, we have a minimum of 10% as part of our housing policy. So, but if we look at the specific numbers, we had 1,603 that were affordable. It's rental and ownership, and that was 12.9%, so a bit more than 10.
And the percentage that applies to that 19,089, that's the new percentages that you gave us this morning. So that will be different for Sydney Metro and the regions.
It will be different, yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. My colleague might ask a few questions and then come back to me.
Mr. Castle, I just got some questions around the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund. So I'm not sure who you would direct these questions to, but in the first instance, can I just, what was the measure of high growth that was used to determine the council's eligibility to apply for funding under the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund?
Detailed question. Who's best to answer?
Look, Mr. Veach, I might have to take that on notice. I don't think I've actually got that that threshold in my notes. Sorry.
Can I just ask then? So one of the issues that's happening at the moment, of course, right across New South Wales, but not just in the regions, is that prices are going up pretty quick for a whole range of materials, etc. And so, I guess looking at how we share the risk or spread the risk for this in this round of projects, around 3 projects, how are we going to accommodate that? Is there a potential to accommodate that in the process? People put a bid in, they'll make a bid now, but
cost overruns, do you mean? The advice I have at the moment is the market seems to be softening a little bit on some of those infrastructure costs, but it's always a challenge with any project, and whenever bidding occurs for a joint funded project, that costs always seem to go up. I'm not sure we've got a specific mechanism in there at this point in time. Usually, in my experience, what happens is discussions start occurring about halfway through the project, and then we resolve how we're going to fund it. I'm not sure I've seen one that's ever stopped and not been funded.
Maybe if you take on notice and go away and just check for a bit more detail, that would be great. And will local content be in this assessment process? Is local content going to be rated highly in the process?
My understanding is it always is when tender, and it just depends on whether we're going to tender the work or local councils are going to tender the work. But from my experience, especially on smaller projects, local content is always considered. But I don't have the exact details, and I'm happy to confirm that on notice.
That would be good. Now, of the 41 councils, clearly I've got a bit of interest in regionals, so there's 23 regional councils as I understand it. But what was the criteria that was used to make those assessments, to get those councils, those regional councils, into the program?
I'll just hand over to.
So, Mr. Veach, I don't have the specifics in front of me, but the principled approach in relation to the regional councils and right across the board in relation to the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund. So it's a fund that's designed to unlock housings and make land that's already zoned development ready by enabling. Bringing forward that enabling infrastructure, whether it be road, sewer, whatever, then it will unlock that land. So the focus, because the focus is on driving housing supply, the focus is on those high growth councils in the regions, as it is within Metro, that can make the biggest contribution towards that housing supply.
I mean, it just... Obviously, it goes without saying, Mr. Ray, that there are a number of local government areas, like particularly in regional New South Wales, where you are right, the Regional Housing Task Force identified the infrastructure that sits alongside zoned land as a key barrier to delivering supply. So there are a number of councils who, to be honest, would love to be eligible for this $300 million that are not. And so I suppose part of the question is, what can, you say to them? In particular, will there be additional rounds? Will there be additional opportunities? Because getting access to that funding is really significant to delivering housing supply, and there are many who are not currently eligible who would be enthusiastic.
Look, I absolutely take your point. So the first thing I'd like to say about that is that of those 41 councils, given both the population projections and our housing forecasts, those 41 councils will provide 94% of the housing supply growth over the next 10 years. So, there's 41 councils, that's where 94% of the growth we expect to happen. So there's the basis. I mean, we have to have a firm basis linked to outcomes for housing supply, and that's how we've got the 41 councils. Now, that doesn't mean that councils that aren't in those 41 councils won't be supported by the department in some other way, through some other program, whether that's a capital investment program or whether that's a program that relates to support for development applications or support for building a housing pipeline in that area through better strategic planning. There's a range of different initiatives that we're looking at, including extension of the regional housing flying squad. So while there are clearly some councils that aren't in that 41, and they're only going to be providing 6% of the housing growth, and government's asked us to focus on that, on housing supply. There are other grant programs and other support that the department can provide and will provide to those councils that aren't in that 41.
I mean, I think this just goes back. This isn't really to do with the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund. It goes back to this fundamental issue that we've talked about this morning, which is, I mean, my understanding is that there's something like 130 local government areas in New South Wales. 41 of them are delivering 94% of new housing supply. That there is some kind of lopsided housing supply delivery going on in our state, Mr. Ray, because those numbers make the point that I was trying to make this morning, which is that it's good that you've put $300 million into supporting those 41 who are doing 94% of the heavy lifting, but I mean that is a very heavy load on 94% into less than half local government areas. I mean, what are we doing to try and better balance the delivery of housing supply across all 130, 128, I think it is, or something, whatever, local government areas?
Ms. Jackson, I suppose I have to go back to the fundamentals of strategic planning. So, and that's the, in Sydney and now if you like, really greater Sydney, which is covered by the
greater and greater.
The Greater Cities
Greater
Commission.
with a capital G, yes.
Yes, Ms. Jackson. Lots of capitals. Yeah. There needs to be choices made about where future development goes, and that needs to be. And it's important because the infrastructure. There's not it's not a holy grail of money that can deliver the infrastructure, whether it's large government projects or projects that are directly related to individual planning proposals. So there needs to be a focus. So I think the strategic planning that's done both at the regional level and in Greater Sydney, directs us to where growth will occur, and that will mean that some areas there will be more growth than others. So, for example, there's growth foreshadowed in the Greater Macarthur, in Southwest Sydney, in the Aerotropolis. At the same time, there is also growth associated with the very expensive infrastructure that's is being built in relation to the metros. So I think there is a fair spread, but I absolutely agree that there are some councils and some local government areas, and particularly those that are changing from, a predominantly rural to a suburban typology. They are bearing a lot of the growth, but the infrastructure is following that growth, and it's following that growth through good strategic planning.
I mean, there's just the $300 million. Let's just ask this question: how was that figure decided? Was there an assessment of, okay, well, we've selected these 41 that are doing 94% of the work. We're going to do a bit of a kind of assessment of what the, kind of key infrastructure backlog in those areas are, and, addressing that is going to cost $300 million, or was that figure just... The actual figure came out of a budgetary process, the government's budgetary process. There have been two previous rounds of accelerated infrastructure. The initial round, I think, was about $75 or $76 million. The second round was $139 million. And for example, the most recent round, the $139 million, that was matched more than 2 to 1 by council funds. So that $139 million has spurred on the delivery of over $500 million worth of infrastructure to make land development ready. Now, that was spread between 7 or 8 councils. I suppose what I would say is that the Accelerated Infrastructure Fund is over. The main part of the fund is over 2 years, and so it's very similar to what was proposed in round 2. But this has been opened up to many more councils than previously. And so you said that figure was developed as part of a budgetary process. Did the department make a submission to the ERC for $300 million or for additional money? What was your...
Ms Jackson, I can't talk about cabinet processes. I'm sorry.
I thought I'd give it a go. So with the previous rounds, I mean, I'm going to assume, as you've sort of said, there's a lot of enthusiasm. I mean, were they oversubscribed? Like, can you give us a sense? I appreciate this one's only just kind of kicking off in terms of the interest in the rounds 1 and 2.
Look, I can't give you the figures whether they were oversubscribed. Obviously, councils are keenly interested in, because obviously they, like us, they want that development-ready enabling infrastructure built, and I suppose there's a keen interest because you're asking questions today, and it was only announced last week. So I just don't know. I mean, they've only just been opened up for submissions to the grant.
Perhaps you could take on notice, let's just say, for example, round 2. So how many infrastructure projects were funded under that round?
I can do that.
And also how many submissions you received or how many requests you received?
Yes, I can do that.
So thank you for round 2. That would be useful. Were you done on that? Or?
Just quickly, so what's the time frame then? So announced last week, clearly there's a lot of work to be done to determine the successful projects, but what is the time frame?
We are very looking for councils. I think we tried to give councils, and I might just have to. I think we were giving councils 6 weeks to make their applications, and then obviously we would like to make decisions as quickly as we can by the end of the year or very early next year, in order to ensure that the projects can be delivered, because the idea is the projects will all be delivered by, I think, 2026. So they need to be started.
And to be certain. Is the department assisting these councils in the process of applications, or are we letting them do the applications and then?
Well, if any council wants the department's assistance, we're happy happy to help the councillors talk them through. I suppose we're not proposing to actually do it for them, because that becomes a bit messy, and we wouldn't want that. So, but we're happy to provide them with any support that they need to make an application.
Okay, thank you.
And just, I think you mentioned that the number of councils, so the 41, that's more than were eligible for round 2. So how many were eligible for round 2?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice, but it might have been 10 or 12.
Right. So so that would be useful just to take on notice, and who they were. So we've gone from 10 or 12 in round 2 to 41 in round 3, and just the details of what those local government areas were.
And as I said, so there's also a $12 million fund to accelerate strategic planning in the regions as part of the response to the Regional Housing Task Force, and any council in the regions can make an application for a grant from that fund.
For that fund, yeah. Okay. Mr. Newport, so Land and Housing Corporation disposals, 21-22, how many properties were sold in the last financial year?
Okay, thanks. So there's a difference obviously between dwelling and land. So dwelling was, so homes was 262 and land was 242.
And what was the value of those disposals?
456 and 268 million respectively.
456 million and 268 million. And so obviously under the Land and Housing Corporation funding model, all of that money's been retained by Land and Housing, yes. And at this stage, how much of that do you intend to reinvest in new property as opposed to maintenance or redeveloping old property or other costs of the Land and Housing Corporation?
As I'm sure you understand, it's a bit of a rolling program. It doesn't happen within the 1 year. I don't have that exact detail. I could take that on notice.
I appreciate it's a pipeline. I do. And but obviously I'm also trying to understand of the money that came in from disposing of land and property, how much goes out in building new properties. That I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, so what Mr. Castle was just pointing out to me, of course, is that all of the money is ring-fenced as capital, so it can't be spent on anything else other than major upgrades on houses and new houses. Obviously, as people would know over the years, we've been tracking quite closely what's been delivered with the Millers Point. So certain higher profile, larger scale sales are obviously clearly tracked dollar for dollar. The rest of it, if you like, as revenue, I'd have to get back to you.
Yeah, that'd be useful to take on notice. Millers Point is still in a separate fund in the Land and Housing Corporation, isn't it?
I'm not sure whether it's separately in a fund, but I can assure you that it's the key deliverables are tracked rigorously.
I mean, I had a look at the budget papers. I think that my understanding is that it is separately defined as sort of revenue that was generated from the sale of that, but that there is still, to be honest, quite a lot of money in that fund that has not been spent. I mean, is there any plan in relation to that?
My understanding, which is probably about 8 months old now, is yes, it is all ring-fenced.
Yes, it is.
It was about a ratio of 5 to 1, so 5 new homes for every one that was sold at Millers Point. I don't know whether all the money has been spent, but last time I looked, it was all allocated to new projects. I'll throw over you.
I can read my notes. So Millers Point and Dawes Point are aggregated for the purposes of here. 1,749 homes have been completed. Another 149 are under construction, and a further 6 are at the DA stage.
And that the construction, the allocated and the DA, all of that exhausts the fund, or? there is, even subsequent to that?
No, I'd have to take that on
Okay,
notice.
you take that on notice, that's fine.
I'm sorry if I can just add, I'm pretty sure that is the total that's there.
Yep, that's useful to know.
Ms Jackson, I could just give you the details on the AIF round 2.
Oh,
there
yes.
were 8 councils.
8, right. Yeah.
And it was Blacktown, Camden, Campbelltown, Hawkesbury, Liverpool, Penrith, the Hills, Shire and Wallantilly.
Okay, so they were the 8, and then it's gone to the 41.
Now it's gone to the 41.
Yep, okay, thank you. So you might need to take some of these questions on notice, Mr Newport, which are questions that I will get to at a later stage.
Thank you. I just have some questions about mining approvals and recommendations. So they may be directed to Mr Gainsford and Mr O'Donoghue and Mr Preshaw. In particular, if I could just start and ask perhaps Mr O'Donoghue where things are up to with the Vickery coal mine and whether we've received all of the documents and whether you know what's actually happening in terms of a start-up or any update. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Higginson. The Whitehaven's still preparing the documentation for that, so not all the management plans are approved. They have commenced the development by undertaking geotechnical works. So the commencement has been triggered, but certainly they still haven't made any decision about commencing like major construction works at this point until they've finished geotechnical investigations along the railway corridor, but also back on the mine site and the mine infrastructure area.
Okay, thank you. And also, in the last few years, both you and Mr Preshaw have been signing off on recommendations for approval of these projects. When are we going to stop doing that?
Look, I can only answer that by saying, look, every application we get in, we do an all of government assessment on the merits of the project in consultation with other agencies. I guess we look at the government guidelines and policy in making our assessment and recommendations.
Can I just ask which particular policy is telling us to keep approving coal mines at the moment?
Well, Ms Higginson, we obviously the department assesses, as Mr O'Donoghue said, it assesses all applications on their merit in accordance with the mining SEP.
Are we looking? Can I just ask, Mr. Ray? Are we factoring in things like attribution science at the moment when we're looking at these? Are we accepting that we're in a bit of trouble in terms of climate change and that the biggest contribution that we're making right now to increasing greenhouse gas emissions in New South Wales is coal mining? Is that a fair enough thing to I don't think it's controversial, is it?
Well, obviously, the department is assessing the applications according to the current controls and the questions on the policies that apply and some of which have applied for a while and some of which are relatively new. The department assesses that in accordance with, the government's policy for 50% reduction by 2030. And ultimately, the department makes a recommendation on those grounds.
So, in that sense, are you getting really good information right now on where the emissions reductions are taking place, given that your department and your staff keep recommending approval for large emissions contributions?
There are, we get advice broadly to the department about the various measures and the various things right across the economy.
So, Mr. Raheb, perhaps straight to the question, do you have a carbon budget that you've been given? Are you allowed a certain amount of emissions to keep approving?
So, I might attempt to answer that. Thanks, Chair. So, each application that we have, as Mr O'Donoghue was saying, we assess on its merits, but we also seek advice from the Climate and Atmospheric Science branch that I was mentioning before, and they're directly involved in monitoring of our commitments that as a government have been made to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030 and also a net
So
zero.
how many more emissions have you got left then?
Well, so, I mean, what I would say is we're seeing fewer and fewer coal mining applications coming through to the department. So, as I understand it at the moment, we have 4 coal mining applications with us at the moment, as compared to 74 renewable energy projects that we actually have under assessment at the moment. So, it's definitely a decreasing amount of workload for us. And the other thing I would say is that the department doesn't always recommend approval for coal mines. Recently, we recommended refusal for the Hume Coal project.
Yes, I saw
and,
that. I almost fell off
and the
my chair.
Independent Planning Commission agreed with us. So,
yeah. And so with that, though, is it possible going forward that we can stop recommending approval? Because, I mean, really, if at the moment it seems that every recommendation that I have read, the basis to approve them is that the economic benefits and the employment benefits outweigh these catastrophic climate impacts that we're contributing to, and therefore we can approve the project.
Madam Chair, I'm going to do a point of order.
Yes.
I know it's difficult to do a point of order on yourself, but
I'm willing to take it.
I think this is a conversation you should have had with the Minister, not with the bureaucrats who are here to implement government policies and legislation.
Mr Mallard, I hear what you're saying, thank you, but we are talking actually about the absence of a government policy, I think. So I suppose what I'm getting to is, as planners, and when you are making the recommendations, and perhaps if I can go specifically to the 2 members of the department who sign off on these recommendations, are we finally at a time that perhaps we could make recommendations that are both ways, i.e. these are the consequences of recommending approving the project, but these are the consequences of not approving the project? Why do we keep recommending approval only?
I mean, I might attempt to answer that as well.
Craig Donoghue was going to.
Well, I mean, sorry.
Minister, I'm quite okay with that too.
Chair, sorry, apologies. The system doesn't allow us to put up different options in terms of recommendation.
Where does it say you can't do that?
Well, certainly it's never been practiced to put up.
And I'm asking, is it time? Why can't we do that? I've seen absolutely spectacular planning documents from expert planners that say, decision maker, if you approve the project, these are the consequences, the benefits, the negatives. I mean, if you don't approve the project, these are the benefits, the consequences, the negatives. Why, as independent planners, and an independent planning body, a departmental body, why can't we do that to the Independent Planning Commission?
But I think your suggestion there is that we're not doing a thorough and weighed assessment as part of the assessment process, which I think is exactly what we are doing. We're weighing up those benefits and those impacts associated with the project.
So where's the
ultimately the point of the assessment process is to give some certainty and to make a recommendation to the decision maker.
And so then on that point, are you looking at attribution science, and are we putting those costs into our planning recommendations? Are we looking at what the cost of fixing Lismore right now is? And what we're actually doing in terms of approving these projects. I refer to the former Chief Scientist's submission to the IPC, Ms. Dr. Penny Sackett, where she said, if we keep approving these projects, we're going to see significant increased flooding and catastrophic events in southeast Queensland and the Northern Rivers. And blow me down, that's exactly what happened. Are we drawing these parallels and adding these costs when we're recommending approval of these big projects?
Well, again, Chair, I guess I would refer to some of my earlier answers this morning, which is that we are actually, having discussions with the Climate and Atmospheric Sciences branch and seeking advice from the Environment Protection Authority and others around the emissions that are being forecast in these developments, and getting confidence as part of the assessment that those forecast emissions have been taken into account in accordance with the government's policies to reduce emissions over a period of time.
So, Mr. Gainsford, have you seen the release of their material last week on the SEED portal that looks at tracking and how we're going over different sectors?
Yes, I have.
Do you think it's looking okay?
It is showing a trajectory that is consistent with the government policy. I think that's.
I don't think that's how many independent people are reading it, but perhaps that's how things, perhaps that critique will come over the sort of coming weeks. I think a lay independent look at that is that we're not tracking particularly well in some sectors, and that we're still emitting at incredibly high rates, and the likelihood of getting to 50% by 2030 is not looking that great. And the follow-up question really to that is there no pressure on you to do a bit better than getting to 50% by 2030?
But I guess, Chair, that what this is consistent with, again, the evidence I was giving earlier today around the approach that we've taken to Narrabri stage 3, where we have over and above the estimates that were made in the environmental impact statement and other parts of the assessment process, put recommended conditions which were then accepted by the Independent Planning Commission around ratcheting down emissions, because we acknowledged that actually the emissions intensity associated with that extension of that project was high compared to a number of other coal mines that we've assessed, and we felt that more could be done, and so we took action, and we actually have got conditions there now which does set limits and does reduce the amount of greenhouse gases which will come from that project over time.
Thank you, Mr. Gainsford. Mr. Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from that, so your responsibility to the Minister or to the Secretary is to advise, is that correct?
That's one of our responsibilities, yes.
So is there a requirement to only give one recommendation?
So there is. It's not a requirement. The Chair's right. It's not a requirement. But practice over many years, and it's something that also happens with councils, is that there's a clear recommendation based on the comprehensive assessment report about whether, and in this case, the formula of the recommendation is a project approvable, or should it be refused? And so that...
But isn't that, I mean, I think going to Ms Higginson's point, doesn't that seriously narrow the spectrum of what are the possible outcomes if one recommendation goes ahead as opposed to another? I mean, I suppose I'm just pressing that question. Is it not a wiser advice to say to the Minister or the Secretary, well, if the decision is made to go ahead with that as it is now, these are the likely consequences, as my colleague just pointed out, and if you don't, because I mean we're now in an environment or a climate, if you want to call it that these questions, these decisions are becoming more and more dangerous and more critical. So the question is, shouldn't it be more expanded, the advice that's given to the Secretary and Minister? This is not a criticism.
No.
Maybe we're ready to change the modus operandi that's been going on, and often we have this problem, oh, well, that's just the way it's been done. Well, sometimes, as you know, the situation changes and we have to review that. Do you think we might be ready for that?
Look, the department's always ready to take advice about how it can improve its assessments, could improve the format of its assessment report. I mean, the recommendation is a small component of an assessment report that thoroughly goes into all the issues, and all the issues are actually listed there. They're discussed. Conditions that would ameliorate the impacts or mitigate the impacts of some aspects of the development, if it's mining, they're proposed, and in some cases the benefits of those conditions are quantified. All of those things are there. But it's important that decision makers, are clear about the ultimate position, because obviously there is a weighing up that has to be done of different factors. There are always benefits, there are always impacts, and that's really the job of not only the department, that's the job of every local council through development assessment. From my own experience, I don't think the current practice affects the range of outcomes that can be the outcome of the process from the decision maker, because obviously there are cases where the Independent Planning Commission either does not agree with the department's recommendation, and there's been a number of cases where it's refused an application. There are often cases where it'll impose additional conditions. So it's a very transparent process, I think, that enables, and the reports go up on the web, they can be scrutinised. Ms Higginson spent a lot of time scrutinising those reports over many years. And so it's all clear there. Having said that, Mr Pearson, we can always, we come here and we're always actually happy to take advice and look at things freshly. So happy to do that.
And of course we understand the Minister and the Secretary is influenced by external factors as well before making decisions. Mr Whiteworth, I think you're the person to answer this question. I just want to talk a bit about the underpasses on the Appin Road for koalas. My understanding is that it's going to be fenced for about 120 to 130 kilometres, with 2 underpasses that are a requirement from your department and 2 underpasses that are a requirement from Lend-Lease Development. Is that correct?
Mr Pearson, it's actually Mr Whitworth, but given we seem to have been having issues with names today. But yes, there are four crossings, 4 underpasses. 2 are specifically identified in the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan. 2 are being developed with Lend-Lease as part of their rezoning and their biodiversity approval process. There are, if I may, just also on the fencing, the important part of the fencing is to ensure one of the greatest risks to koalas is roadkill, as I think you will appreciate, and the fencing is designed to ensure that we can prevent koalas from just crossing the road and try and funnel them through in those dry and safe passages.
So in the funneling, is it likely that some koalas will have to walk up to 15 kilometres to get to an underpass?
Well, my understanding of, and I will say I'm not an expert in the koala species, but my understanding is koalas, particularly the issues that we're dealing with are male koalas that are ranging out in quite a extensive manner. They're looking for mates. They're looking for new habitat. So those sorts of distances are not unusual. And one of the things that we've seen, and it's the interesting about the citizen science that has been occurring, is the identification of the koala colony in the Heathcote National Park. It's all the same habitat that the koalas are traversing. So that's a considerable amount of distance that they are travelling.
And so therefore you don't think a female, old female with young, you think that they can make that trip?
They're not necessarily undertaking that same ranging, is my understanding. But again, that's my understanding of the advice that I'm getting. It's mainly the young male koalas that do the extensive ranging. It's less the female koalas.
Would you be able to take on notice as to whether whoever put together the report and recommendations took into account the koalas that aren't robust and young and looking for sex or whatever else, but there could be the other animals that are wanting to cross as well?
I don't think they have sex, they breed. I think I probably have another question for
I think
Mr.
the report, the recommendation, though, came from the Chief Scientist.
It did come from the Chief Scientist.
I'm sure the Chief Scientist looks at all those things, but we can take that on notice.
And certainly with extensive advice from the Environment Heritage Group. I mean, one of the challenges of koalas is that we're continually learning about the science that sits behind from their own actions. The sort of species that the southwest koalas were feeding off were different to what had been previously expected, and so and there's always a degree of debate there as well.
They're rather cryptic, aren't they? They've been around for a long time, though. I think this is probably one for Mr. O'Donoghue again. I'm sorry, I keep getting you up. But
There's just a concern around the Bloomfield Colliery remediation plan, and I'm assuming you have some carriage of that. And there's concern around that we're actually endorsing the replacement of vegetation, obviously, that's been removed, but in the remediation that we're not requiring that to be put back. But I know the Minister was very clear this morning. He has a view that we do need to put back what we took. Is that something you can explain?
I'll have to take that on notice, Ms Higginson. In terms of the rehab management plan, there's a role there for the resources regulator as well in terms of that, and there's been the changes to the mining reform lately with the mining reg just coming into play since July. So there's a rehab management plan requirement under that legislation as well, so I can provide you more information around that. But the concern is mainly about not replacing vegetation.
Yeah, and allowing, and while we've got that, how are you currently working with resources in terms of the conditions of consent? I know that we've got that standard condition in accordance with the Mining Act, etc. But in terms of the endorsing or accepting of those rehabilitation plans, do you do that in terms of you liaise with the other department, or who has that final say?
Look, we do liaise with the resource regulator on it for the newer consents where the mining reforms we're putting those newer conditions in, sort of linking it to the mining legislation. We're also putting in there a sort of overarching rehab strategy in a lot of the conditions. So there's still, consultation on where to link back to the consent and the rehab objectives and the final land form at a high level, where we'll still be doing consultation. There's a requirement for the resource regulator in the rehab management plans, which aren't approved as part of the mining reform process. There's still a requirement for them to be consistent with the consent in terms of the rehab objectives. They'll also be in that reform. They're also setting strict completion criteria to link back to the objectives and final land form requirements, security deposits, which get reviewed consistently. So we're in quite, we have quite a good relationship and consult pretty closely to the resources regulator.
And can I just get a very quick final answer, just on the rehab, given your incredibly intense overview and knowledge of all of the mining projects, would you say your level of confidence right now in terms of rehabilitation to that overarching aim that we'll do it the best we can, do you have a high, medium or low confidence level with where we are sitting right now?
Look, I think overall it's tracking well. I think particularly in the last 5 years with the reform happening, and also with the conditioning and scrutiny on that, and the requirements for progressive rehabilitation in particular. So that's something that is monitored, and certainly the resources regulator in looking at the security deposits and ensuring that there's sufficient money in there. There's quite a regular review on that now to ensure that that the security is there available.
Medium, low, medium, high.
I'm not really going to speculate.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Donoghue. Sorry, over to you guys.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Newport. So I guess I'm just interested in terms of since the policy arrangements in relation to lack self-funding status, sort of when did that policy arrangement, the policy framework commence?
I'm not sure I can answer that. My understanding is it's some years ago.
Some years ago, yeah. Mr. Castle, do you know, or perhaps it needs to be taken on notice?
Probably best taken on notice.
I mean, since that time, and I think you're going to have to take this on notice considering we don't actually know that time, but since that time, what sort of percentage of the overall stock that the Land and Housing Corporation owns has been sold?
Yeah, you're right. I will have to take that on notice.
Yep, and obviously the total amount raised from those disposals as well.
Sorry, can we just go back to your first question? Can you just ask me that again?
It's just the current arrangements in relation to the Land and Housing Corporation's funding, i.e. it being self-funded, yeah.
Okay.
When did that arrangement commence?
From memory, so I will come back to you with an exact date. From memory, it's been going on for about 20 years.
Yeah, I understood it was...
so it's quite some time that they recycled through the homes. So remembering too, it's not about... Sorry, Mr Pearson. It's not about just looking to sell the homes. It's about actually getting the stock to suit the tenants and the demand. 40, 50 years ago, 3-bedroom houses were needed because that was the demographic that we were housing. Now there's significantly more requirement for single or 2-bedroom places. On top of that, a lot of the historical, those that are heritage listed, can't actually be modified to suit the disability access that a lot of the tenants want. So the system in itself works. I think it's been record funding over the last couple of years, tipped into LAC to top it up. So I just want to be clear, it's not sell it up and get rid of it. It's more to say, let's get the stock back into the right state to suit the cohort that's actually being housed.
I mean, I appreciate the stock is ageing, and as you say, the mix of tenants on the waiting list is changing. So I appreciate that, but you will obviously appreciate that considering some of the figures that we have seen in recent years in terms of completions of net additional social housing, there is obviously a concern that the...
Can I just answer that?
It's afternoon tea time.
If it's okay, you've only done sort of 3 minutes into yours, but we have to do the afternoon tea, and then can we come back?
Can I just answer that question?
Sorry
though?
about that.
Yeah. So I think I understand where you're going with the question. What I would say is over the last 8 years, I think there's been an extra 10,000 social homes added. That doesn't include the affordable homes that have also been added. It's very hard to compare apples with apples when you think about the emergence of the community housing provider sector. That's created a multiplier, and it's also allowed the affordable sector to grow as well. So it's if we were just simply saying, tell us how many you had 20 years ago and tell us how many you got now, it's going to look a lower number. But that's because not only were there transfers out to community housing providers, but also management rights out to community housing providers and joint ventures with community housing providers. So it's if you're asking me, should there be some more housing? Well, obviously I'm going to say yes. I'd like to house everyone on that waiting list. Capacity-wise, I'm not sure how that works, especially when I can't get developments approved.
We're at afternoon tea. We will come back to this.
Yeah. Okay, so if we could return back at 2:45, that would be great. Thank you all.
Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, we were just having a discussion. I was asking some questions about new social and affordable housing. So can I just, I understand, Mr. Newport, that the number of new dwellings delivered last year was 516, yep. And that was slightly up on the previous year of around 400 because of stimulus funding, is that right? Yep.
Well, it's certainly up, yeah.
Yep. I mean, I think, you know, one of the things, so I mean, you've sort of suggested to me that in that same year, there were 262 properties that were sold. Mm-hmm. So I guess, you know, the overall new additions were something about 250 properties. Mm-hmm. I mean, is that in line with your expectations in terms of what you think is needed? I mean, is that consistent? That's the number that you're comfortable with, or?
No.
I'm trying to avoid asking you questions that I should put to the minister, but I guess I'm just trying to explore whether that figure, which, considering we know how many people are on the waiting list, which I also appreciate you are not responsible for, that figure is quite low.
So to answer your questions on both expectation, well, no is the answer. No, it's not up to expectations, and it's certainly not a reflection of where we would like to be in the future.
Mm-hmm. Where would you like to be in the future?
Considerably more. Obviously, funding is the paramount game, but certainly in the next 4 years, we're looking at delivering somewhere near closer to 4,000 properties.
Every year?
No, about 1,000 every year.
Right, sorry. So 1,000. So you would like to be in a position with the pipeline that you have to deliver 1,000 properties a year in the near future?
Our pipeline would sustain that, absolutely.
Do you do any work on, you know, obviously separate from funding constraints, which I appreciate are significant, do you have work that you do to look at how many dwellings would be needed to meet current demand, even, say, on the priority waiting list? Is that something that you do?
Well, the location and type of houses that we build is based on, you know, not just on the wait list demand, but it's based on broader aspects as well. But yes, of course, we use the wait list and demand model to determine what we build and where we build and how many we would like to build.
How many, if you do that work or work similar to that, I mean, how many dwellings are needed to meet current demand, for example, on the priority social housing wait list?
I don't have the actual number in front of me, but I believe it's somewhere with a 6 in front of it. I believe the priority wait list is somewhere about 6 to 6,500.
Yeah. I mean, but, you know, that may not be how many dwellings are needed, you know, depending on, as you say, the analysis that you do of, you know, who those individuals are. And I do appreciate that changes, but I guess I'm just, I mean, perhaps you take it on notice, but I guess I'm just interested if you do have a sense of, you know, sort of the funding constraints aside, what work you need to do to deliver housing to all of the people who need it as a priority right now.
Just being given the tap on the shoulder, so excuse me.
Okay, yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. The problem is you have the former head of the Land and Housing Corporation sitting next to you, so he wants to answer all the questions.
And I'm helping because he's only recently been successful in securing the job. He's more than capable to speak. But I guess that's why the model is pivoting. If you look at some of the work that the Land Housing Corporation is doing out at Ayers and Bradbury, where they're redeveloping the old stock, they're selling some of that stock to the market, they're keeping some of that and rebuilding houses, and they're doing up some of the old houses to again be sold to a different market segment. I think that, along with the new project that was announced recently with the MOU with Crown Lands, all of those things put the Land and Housing Corporation, I guess, into a little bit more of a Landcom type model, where they can develop their own residential subdivisions but retain that profit within the organisation, rather than paying dividends to Treasury. So I think that model will grow. I think the partnership with CHPs will grow over time. I think the exciting thing is given the push to the regions, the Land and Housing Corporation does have a lot of land in regional areas and is working on some amazing redevelopments of old housing estates in regional areas as well. So I see that adding value and helping them move through. One of the advantages is in regional locations, the timeline to say approve and build a dual occupancy as opposed, or 50 dual occupancies as opposed to going vertically, is significantly less. So that lower density rather than the extreme high density can be procured and a key in the door a lot quicker than the others. So, but getting people to move from those higher density areas to the lower density areas may be a challenge on the cohorts, and that's why there's continued internal stress within the business on exactly where and how you provide the accommodation.
Just on a couple of regional projects particularly, so the Argyle estate, how much is projected to be raised from the sale of land at Argyle? How much are you expecting to raise from that?
I'm not sure, and I'm from memory, and Simon will just look to see whether he's got a sheet on it. That one was one of those that you'd call a break-even, so any funds that were raised, it was to build more social housing in that estate, but obviously diversified in that it wasn't all social housing, it was a mixture of private and social,
so
and some
obviously
affordable.
The next question is how much new net additional social and affordable housing is being delivered as part of that redevelopment?
So to answer your question, at the moment there's 129 both Land and Housing Corporation and AHO properties. But there's a deliberate reason why my cheat sheet here doesn't have the dollars and doesn't have the numbers, is because it's obviously in early stages of rezoning. But I understand that there'll be either replacement or a modest increase, but we don't have the exact numbers because obviously we don't know what's going to happen with the rezoning yet.
I mean, my understanding is that there is potentially no net additional social and affordable housing that is anticipated as part of that redevelopment.
Sorry, there'll be 400 homes in total. So, yes, we don't have the breakup yet between social, affordable and private.
And that's part of the commercial negotiations that go on, so it would be inappropriate to spit out what that is. Some of that benchmarking is around, well, how many extra social homes can you give us for control of the rest of the lots?
Yes, but obviously... Okay. Do we have a time frame in terms of the finalisation of those negotiations when we might be able to have a firm understanding of what is intended to be delivered at the Argyle redevelopment?
Well, of course, for Argyle, it is actually led by the council. So I've got some dates here that that round of statutory consultation will finish in a couple of weeks. That'll finish on the 14th of September. And then it'll be up to the council to come back to the Department of Planning with their rezoning proposal. Typically those sorts of timeframes is rezoning can be addressed reasonably quickly, but in terms of progressing to the next stage, it's typically about 18 months.
Have you had any communication, obviously there is a redevelopment that's mooted and, there is a process that is being undertaken. Have you sort of indicated to the council that Land and Housing Corporation would like to see additional social and affordable housing on the site, that's a goal of the redevelopment project for you, something, you know, that you would be keen to see delivered? Have you communicated that to them?
Given the fact that I've been in the role day 11, no, I've not had any contact personally with the council.
Back to me. In all of those discussions, the premise of doing those projects was always around increasing the social housing and getting it, upgrading the standard of the social housing. Depending on how those commercial deals fall out, there may be a way for LAC to actually say, well, okay, that's where the financial hurdle sits, and break even is okay, but we'll bring some money to the table. Now we don't have to pay for the land, but then we just pay for the construction costs. So there's a variety of things that can go on as you're moving through those commercial negotiations, but it's too early to say.
I mean, it's just you've raised
until you're there.
Hundreds of millions of dollars from the sale of land and property, and this is a redevelopment that is sort of sitting right there in an area where, for example, you know, tenants support services are reporting a 200% increase in excessive rent questions that they are receiving. So we know that people in Port Macquarie are really under the pump in terms of, in Coffs Harbour, are really under the pump. No, that was my mistake. I was getting my mid-North Coast towns mixed up. In Coffs Harbour, are really under the pump in terms of rent increases, house price increases. That puts pressure on social housing and affordable housing. You're aware of that. So this just seems like such a perfect opportunity to sort of push those commercial arrangements a little bit to actually ensure that there is a significant increase in social and affordable housing. And so Mr. Newport, I do feel bad that, you know, you've turned up. This is day 11, but, you know, this is obviously, it's obvious that I'm enthusiastic to see how the Land and Housing Corporation is using the opportunity of these redevelopments to make a more significant impact on the demand that we know is there for social and affordable housing. And I want to make sure that that is part of the conversation that is happening with council.
I think absolutely that message was received loud and clear, both your passion and the deliberate message, and I agree with the Secretary.
You'll get used to it, Mr. Newport.
Not a problem at all. I think the Secretary's right that obviously the aim is to try to get that percentage up as high as possible, but at this early stage with the rezoning before any commercial arrangements, it would be just premature for me to comment on that.
Okay. Just quickly on Lismore. Now, I understand from our previous estimates that there were 119 social housing properties that were impacted by the flood. What is the status of those? Are they back online? Where are those people?
I don't have specific for Lismore. What I know is that the 72 land and housing properties that were out of action for some time, 69, are now back on, you know, people are back living in those properties, and the other 3 will be back shortly. So how many of those from Lismore, I don't have that answer, but that was the total.
Okay.
And just to add that, typically the Land and Housing Corporation is blind to the tenant, who the actual tenant is. Whether it's the Department of Communities and Justice or the local housing provider.
I might just ask a couple of questions about maintenance quickly. So I just wondered, obviously it's been raining quite a lot. So I just wondered how many requests for example, roof repair work has the Land and Housing Corporation received in recent times?
I'd have to, in terms of roof in itself, I'd have to take it on notice across statistics and the total number of inquiries we get, which is about 600,000, sorry. Yeah, about 2,000 a day, yeah, but 600,000 a year.
2,000 a day?
Yeah, but not specifically on roofs. I don't have that data. We have to take that on notice in terms of specifically for roofs.
That's a slight increase. It's an increase, isn't it? I thought from previous estimates, I had thought that figure was around 1,700 a day.
That's the
figure you've got is 2,000, yeah. So it would be useful to know how many of those...
606,000 maintenance requests annually.
Yeah. It would be useful to, know how many of those are from roof repairs and for mould, for excessive mould. And I don't know if you have this there, but how long does it typically take for those kind of maintenance requests to be resolved? What's the time frame?
The average time is 20 days, and I do note that there was a question I noticed that crossed my desk a few days ago that goes through and talks about the specific numbers, and let me just find that for a second if you don't mind. Let's see if it's made it in here.
Remembering the call centres may action a repair. If somebody called and said, there's a roof leak, they may action that straight away, as opposed to, I need a major new kitchen or new bathroom. That will go through a different approval process.
Yeah. I mean, I am particularly interested in the leaky roofs and excessive mould.
I don't have a specific cause and timeframes for those things. We'd have to take that on notice.
That would be useful. And just in terms of, you would obviously be familiar with the recent Ombudsman report in relation to the issues with disability modifications, and I know this crosses over into DCJ, but also the Land and Housing Corporation was part of that work. What has been done in relation to the findings of the Ombudsman? I recall the Families and Communities Minister mentioning some kind of task force or joint task force between herself, between DCJ and Land and Housing Corporation to respond to that. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about the task force, but I know a number of the recommendations were actioned. So some of the actions included working with DCJ directly with occupational therapists, so closing that loop to make sure that they were directly engaged. There's an improved complaint handling process. There was also training for the maintenance contractors and the staff, and particularly frontline DCJ and land and housing staff. There was also enhanced reporting so we could follow up more quickly on modification requests.
As I said, I'm pretty sure that the Minister for Families and Communities told the Parliament that there was a task force that had been established between the DCJ and the Land and Housing Corporation, her team and Minister Roberts' team, which includes you. That's not something you're familiar with?
No, not in the short time frame. I understand that they were the specific actions that were taken with regards to that. I'd have to take that on notice.
Behrman. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Castle, did you make any representations to Minister Roberts about scrapping the design and place set?
No, I don't think so. And I guess we have regular Monday meetings. Something may have been discussed there, but it would have been feedback that I would have received along the way. I don't think I would have made specific representations either way. As Secretary, I don't get involved in each of the items that go over there. I have a general overview of where we're heading and try and drive coordination across the cluster.
Because you had quite a few meetings with developer kind of interests in the week or two leading into the Minister scrapping.
I thought I might get asked this, so I'll just get out my calendar here. I know I had a couple of meetings and they traversed a few, and I know I was booked in to have one or two meetings, but I left that with the department because I thought I already had a good understanding of what the issues are. Oh, sorry, what the industry's concerns were. Is there a...
You had one, I think, on the... I've got one here. So on the 30th of March, actually, you met with a number of other senior departmental officials, maybe some people who are sitting here with you, with Meriton.
Yes.
And I think the day before the SEP was scrapped, you met with the Urban Task Force, is that correct?
No, I think that's one of the ones where I didn't meet. I may have been on the invite list, but I don't think I did meet with them on that day.
Who was at that meeting? Do you know?
So I attended that meeting. Mr. Castle was not available, and I attended that meeting with other departmental staff.
Did you, Mr. Ray, from that meeting, did you communicate with the Minister what was given to you in terms of by Urban Task Force, in terms of their views on the design and place SEP? Did you take that back to the Minister?
Ms Fairman, at that meeting on the 4th of April, the design and place SEP actually wasn't discussed. Okay. The meeting was meant to be an introduction meeting by the Urban Task Force with Mr. Castle. He had another commitment, and the bulk of the discussion was in relation to potential housing initiatives that the Urban Task Force thought could be something that could be useful in the planning system to support the Minister's and the Premier's, priority to do something about housing supply. But the actual design and place SEP was not discussed at that meeting.
It does say here, in terms of an email I have as a result of a call for papers in the upper house, of course, which is where they all come from these days, that there are 3 points that were going to be discussed at that meeting with Urban Task Force, and the first one is prospects for change in policy focus at DPE. What did they discuss in relation to that? What did Urban Task Force?
So I don't just bear with me. I'll get my papers on that. But as I said, it was general policy ideas. Most of those, which could be supported by, which would support greater housing supply. So that was really the bulk of the discussion. Could I perhaps just go back a little bit rather than just focusing on that meeting? One of the things I do want to bring to your attention is that the department had engaged with lots and lots of people on the design and place SEP. It was out for exhibition from the 10th of December to the end of February 21, and the information that's been provided by me is that we ran more than 6 months of engagement with 30 policy working groups and over 1,300 people from a range of professions. They included surveyors, architects, planners, community environment groups, as well as the development industry. So the engagement was very broad, and that had started well before exhibition. It continued during exhibition, and obviously by the end of February, we had the great bulk of submissions, which actually, some of which were supportive, some of which weren't supportive of aspects of the design and place SEP. And as we've already spoken about today, the Minister himself brought forward key aspects of the design and place SEP, which are now enshrined in the Sustainable Building SEP, which obviously is moving that residential energy efficiency to 7 stars, and for the first time having a non-residential component as well for commercial office buildings. Now, they were key parts of the design and place.
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
It wasn't. So I just want to say it wasn't all or nothing. But also that the positions of the Urban Task Force and the positions of other groups like the Planning Institute, Local Government New South Wales, the Property Council, the Institute of Architects were well known to senior departmental staff by the time that the submissions were all in at the end of February.
When Tom Forrest from Urban Task Force, after you met with him on the 4th of April and then on the 5th of April, looks like straight after the lunch, in fact at 2:57, a media release had already been issued immediately after the lunch. You'd almost think he knew it was going to happen, and then he sent that to you on the 5th of April, just to you, to Marcus, FYI, good to see you yesterday. So he sent you his media release directly. Why was that?
Oh, well, you'd have to ask Mr. Forrest why he does those things. He often, it's not something that I can answer, but Mr. Forrest often sends, media releases through that he's made. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. I don't know what you'd have to ask him why he did it on that particular occasion.
And he seemed to get that off very quickly, considering you'd think that he was potentially probably still at lunch at 2:57 on a Tuesday.
Yeah, obviously I can't answer that.
I just wanted a couple of questions about the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan again. Within the plan, there are references repeatedly, Mr. Whitworth, this is you, isn't it, that I'm directing this to? There are references repeatedly to important koala habitat. So it's a question that I'm hoping perhaps you could take on notice, Mr. Whitworth. Would you be able to provide a map of what this important koala habitat is? Basically, there are, throughout the report, it repeatedly refers to important koala habitat using the term to describe primary, secondary and tertiary corridors and what have you. I think it's important. I assume that the department has defined that.
We would have used information from both the Chief Scientist and Chief Engineer report, as well as from the Environment and Heritage Group. They had done a number of pieces of work on the primary and secondary koala corridors in southwestern Sydney.
So would you be able to provide some further information about what that important koala habitat is?
We certainly can. I'm fairly confident that it's actually already available, but we will provide either the information or the link or whatever. Yep.
Thank you very much. Another question just for detail. I understand that there are parts of the department's obviously pursuing Commonwealth approval for the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan. Can aspects of the plan be implemented, though, before that approval occurs, indeed, if it occurs?
Absolutely, and we've already started. So we've received $114 million through a number of parts of the budget process. So some of that has been through the planning reform process. Some of that has been through money that we've received off Transport for New South Wales, and some of that we've taken from voluntary planning agreements that we've negotiated in that Wallandilly area. And it's using that funding that we have done a number of things. We have started to acquire the land for the Georges River Koala Reserve. So there's some 54 hectares that we've acquired and now transferred over to National Parks and Wildlife Service. We have 1.7 million that we have using to establish the fauna crossings under Appin Road at Ousdale Creek and the Kings Fall Bridge at Georges River. We have also undertaken a number of pieces of work on the fauna underpass and fencing work for koalas, which I think we talked about a little bit earlier, which is about $500,000. We're also in the process of, and have written to landholders in the area seeking to acquire their properties as well. We've provided money to a number of the local Aboriginal land councils.
Is it seeking to acquire their properties in terms of conservation or offsets or development, or
conservation, and as part of the creation of the Georges River regional, the Georges River Koala estate. We have also provided funds to sorry, I'm just trying to find my notes. We've provided funds to the a number of the local Aboriginal land councils.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Whitworth. I think I've got enough to go on with that. Thank you. I wanted to just turn to the new approach to rezoning in New South Wales discussion paper. Where is that process up to? And sorry, I'm not sure who to direct you or you again.
Yes, we have been looking at the submissions that we've received. That was a discussion paper that was exhibited at the end of last year and into this year. There are a number of issues that and comments that we'd received from councils and development industry. I'm just trying to grab my notes. There were. I don't think that you could characterise the responses uniformly supportive. So there was a degree of concern, and there were a number of people that did support some of the principles. What we are looking at doing now is talking to a number of councils. We want to refine the proposals and see what we can achieve. Obviously, the discussion paper in its exhibited form could only have been implemented in full through legislation, and we're not necessarily going to pursue that and see whether there are other elements that can be pursued, both in the means of removing unnecessary oversight for councils on simple and straightforward proposals. So quite often, at the beginning of a rezoning process, a council will need to obtain a gateway approval. In many instances, it's very clear that the gateway approval is the proposal is consistent with the strategic planning. It's consistent with ministerial directions. If we can recognise that, then maybe that's an important step for us to take. We have also taken steps to appoint a strategic planning panel, and we feel that maybe there are means in which we can better utilise their services across the breadth of the rezoning process. So they're just a number of the higher level principles that we've been looking at, and we'll be seeking some advice.
That sounds like the very kind of vague, where reform ideas kind of go into a little dark room to slowly die with respect, Mr. Whitworth. I don't think we're going to see anything therefore this year or potentially before the election. It sounds like there's nothing coming our way.
No, we want to engage with councils and the stakeholders in the planning system before the end of the year on this.
On this?
Sorry, I gave you a little bit of a flavour of some of the issues that we wanted to go and talk to them about.
You said a couple of councils, actually. You did say that you'll be speaking with a couple of councils about the issues that they've raised.
Well, I don't think we're looking at
anything that is particularly complicated when you're saying the issues. What are some of the sticking points, or what are some of the issues that have come up? At the very beginning, you said a number of issues have been raised. What are those key issues that you're talking with a couple of the councils about?
Well, first, I don't. If I said a couple of councils, then I apologise. That
sorry, a number of councils.
A number of councils.
Sorry, yeah.
I mean, we undertake that sort of more targeted stakeholder engagement all the time. Some of the key sticking points have always been around this appeal mechanism and the process for an appeal mechanism. I think some councils were also concerned about the assumption to a automatic placing of a proposal on exhibition, and it was the discussion paper, and I think that it's important that it was always framed in the context of being a discussion paper. It was always framed in the context of these are ideas in which we can change the planning system and make it more of a merit-based assessment process for rezonings. The discussion paper always recognised that more legislation was going to be needed, because it did change some of the sort of fundamental principles that we'd had regarding planning proposals, and that gateway process, consideration by council, consultation with agencies, then placing something on exhibition. council's rightly said, well, you're jumping over that and there's an assumption that we'll just put something on exhibition and then we'll do a merit assessment after it's been exhibited, and we have concern about that. So that was one area of example. Another area was the discussion around where the rezoning appeal process could end up. The discussion paper talked about the potential to go to the Independent Planning Commission or the potential to go to the Land and Environment Court. Councils had a number of views on that. The development industry had a number of views on that. In fact, one industry submission actually talked about the benefits of going to both the Land Environment Court and the Independent Planning Commission, and the disbenefits of both. So industry wasn't quite clear on which preference it had in that situation either.
Thank you. How much time do I have?
You've got 3 more minutes.
Okay. I just wanted to go back to the floods inquiry report, the O'Kane and Fuller report. The section of the report that deals with planning is very interesting. I'm sure you will agree. And I just wanted to get a sense of what the department, whether the department is looking at this. One of the many issues that the report raised was the fact that, and I'll read a little bit from it here, that the emergence of evacuation and emergency management planning as a genuine consideration has also been reflected in the Standard Flood Clause 5.21, which was introduced to all LEPs in July 2021. But it then says that, unlike bushfire planning considerations, there's no formal requirement to seek advice on the nature of the flood risk. This is to local communities, including evacuation at any stage in either a strategic planning or development assessment process. This leaves local plan-making authorities and consent authorities to make their own decisions without the ability or necessity to access expert technical advice. Basically, the inquiries, the report is suggesting that, unlike bushfires, this is essentially not mandatory, but that local authorities are kind of left to make their own decisions, and sometimes, in fact, they don't. Mr. Ray, I'm assuming this is directed to you. Is that going to change now as a result of this report?
Well, Ms Fairman, so I think the approach to flooding has been different to the approach to bushfire. So there's not a flooding agency in the same way as there's the Rural Fire Service. And I think the recommendation from the report about a reconstruction authority having certain powers is relevant here. The long-standing approach has been for councils to assess flood risk both in development applications and planning proposals, and they're supported by the floodplain management manual and the flood planning package of most recently of 2021, which both Mr. Whitworth and I have spoken about. So there's a different model that has applied, and I think that's what O'Kane and Fuller are looking at, drawing attention to there. I might pass over to Mr. Whitworth for where are we going given the report.
Yes, because if you could as well, Mr. Whitworth, because the other thing that it does raise in here is the need to review current ministerial directions to councils to ensure that flooding is given appropriate consideration at the rezoning stage, not only at the development assessment stage. So that's another recommendation as well.
If you don't mind, that's actually taken slightly, because if you read the other parts of the O'Kane Fuller inquiry, they have recommended that we redo the way in which flood planning levels are identified, and so the resetting of the ministerial direction is about resetting the ministerial direction to those new flood planning levels. The other thing, and I know that time's just gone over, but I think important to your point, the recommendations about disaster adaptation plans are very much going into that area of how do you bring together an updated set of flood planning levels and doing that flood planning level based on risk rather than a hazard approach. How do you then link that to the need to combine that with emergency management, greater resilience
resilience planning and settlement planning, which is where those disaster adaptation plans come in, and they will actually have within them a very strong, I believe, component that will talk about the evacuation needs of particular areas and then whether settlement is appropriate as a result of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask a couple of questions about the housing shared equity scheme. I don't know if DPE has any role in that.
No, the shared equity will be managed by Treasury.
By Treasury, right. So, yeah, there's no role. Okay.
It will be like a financial product, so it wouldn't be appropriate for us to be involved.
All right. Let's move on to the buyback scheme, which I presume DPE is involved with that scheme.
In relation to flooding on the North Coast.
Apologies,
we're providing advice to the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Authority, but they're leading on the buyback scheme.
Yeah, okay. So, for example, expressions of interest, they open at the end of this month. So they're going to the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Authority.
Yes.
Yeah, they
Corporation.
Corporation, excuse me.
All the corporation. Yeah.
So, are you aware of whether it is still on track for expressions of interest to open at the end of the month?
Well, so obviously we're supporting with planning advice the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Authority. As to those details, you would have to ask David Witherden, who's leading the Reconstruction Authority, and he's reporting directly to the Deputy Premier.
Right, okay. So, yeah, that was my next question. So the corporation sort of sits within the space of Regional New South Wales, Department of Regional New South Wales, and reports directly to the, okay. So just to clarify, just in terms of the involvement that DPE has had with the corporation, it's just in relation to planning advice. I think you said, Mr. Ray, just wanted to give you an opportunity just to clarify what role DPE does have.
I think earlier on in the day we did talk about the role that Mr. Whitworth had as the co-chair of the Housing Task Force.
Right, yes.
But all that work has transitioned into the Reconstruction Authority from the 1st of July, and so whatever planning advice or advice that the Reconstruction Authority needs. So, for example, if they, as part of the land swaps and buybacks, they decided that they needed to rezone particular land to enable those land swaps, potential land swaps to happen. If they approached us about how to go about that, we'd provide them with advice and a process. And we provide them with whatever smaller scale advice that they need in relation to planning.
Mm-hmm. And so, Mr. Whitworth, when that work that you were co-chairing was moved over, but where was that up to? Did you have a body of work that you were able to move into the Reconstruction Corporation space, or was it more preliminary than that, or...?
So what we had been able to provide to the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation is the detailed workings around how we'd identified, assessed and analysed the sites for temporary housing.
Mm-hmm. So
the comments around some of those sites we felt were also potential suitable sites for long-term housing and options there. I think the speed at which we were moving and trying to both get these housing sites up and running, as well as deal with the procurement of the pods and getting the pods in place and so on. We had limited ourselves very much to public sector lands, council lands, Crown lands, government-owned lands. I think what the Premier has announced as part of the acceptance of the O'Kane Fuller inquiry result was that report and recommendations was that there would also be an expression of interest to private sector landholders in terms of what lands they might be able to bring forward. We have made, we've had conversations with Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation as to we will be ready to assist them in terms of the analysis of the suitability of those sites. We've flagged as part of the North Coast Regional Plan the importance of putting a flood lens over the settlement, the work that is going to be needed in that area, and looking at some of the regional planning principles that might need to be adjusted. And I think that, as Mr. Ray flagged, the government's response to the recommendations also notes that there will be a state environmental planning policy to support the work of the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation.
Thank you. And when you flagged that, when you flagged the sort of flood lens, you know, what was that well received by the corporation? I mean, what was they sort of accepted that feedback, I guess, or input from you, yes?
Yes, the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation very much is establishing itself. They're bringing on new staff, a number of, and look, it's up to David Witherden as the CEO to identify who those staff are, but I do know a number of the people that he is bringing on, and we are providing, you know, we're making it clear that we are there to provide any planning assistance that they may need, as well as, and I think it's important to recognise that Mr. Witherden has continued on the strong relationship with the councils and is building that coalition of ideas and thoughts with the councils in the area as well. So the councils and the Northern Rivers have very strong views about what are suitable sites and what are some of the means and options to bring forward housing and housing opportunities in the area.
And just, I mean, again, you may not know this, but to the extent that you are aware, I mean, are the people that they are bringing on planners? I mean, are they bringing on planning people with the intention of doing planning work, liaising with you as they think are necessary, or?
I think again, I don't want to speak for Mr. Witherden. They're bringing on public servants that have, you know, a charter to help rebuild the Northern Rivers. And as the Department of Planning and Environment, we have made it absolutely clear that we support that charter, and we will do whatever it is that we need to help them provide that and meet that charter. And that includes providing them with access to planning advice. It's not going to be a silo or a turf war. If they ask us for advice on a planning issue, we'll be more than happy and willing to provide that.
Just in terms of the work that you did do, Mr. Whitworth, before that project was handed over, I mean, there have been reports that, so specifically in relation to temporary housing, because you mentioned that was part of the work that you had done. There have been reports that some of the temporary housing that has been constructed on Crown land is flood prone, and that was done without a flood study, and that one was not required. Are you aware of some of those concerns in relation to the suitability of some of the location of those temporary houses?
I think what you're probably referencing is the Station Street Mullumbimby site. The Station Street Mullumbimby site's actually a TAHI site, so a Transport Asset Holding Entity site. There are elements of that site that were flood prone. There are also elements of that site that will be Byron Shire Council had undertaken a flood study of the Brunswick River catchment and had an understanding of the flood risk, both at the 1 in 100 chance per year level, but also a higher flood risk taking into account taking into account climate change and a 2050 potential 1 in 100 identification. Because of the emergency nature of getting these temporary sites up and running, we effectively took them outside the planning system. We used the housing state environmental planning policy to effectively designate them as caravan parks, provided they were created by a government authority for the purposes of housing displaced people from the flood, and then took them outside the Part 5 assessment process as well. but at the same time, we were reliant on the advice and assistance of council. I know that there was a housing recovery task force where we discussed that site. We discussed different options to deal with the flood risk, and we made a couple of decisions. Some decisions were that we basically said there were some parts of the site that were too flood prone and they shouldn't have any any temporary housing on them at all. There were other sites that there may be a flood affectation, but if we were contemplating using a particular brand of pod for these sites called Wild Modular, if those pods were used and they were raised on piers, there would be a degree of the people's feet would get wet, but it wouldn't be any worse than that. And that was the pragmatic decision that was taken because we were having some significant problems finding a suitable site in Mullumbimby, and it was one of the areas that was most affected during the flood event. I understand as part of the handover and the transition and all the delivery of the temporary housing villages is being undertaken by the Public Works Advisory, that they've subsequently investigated the different options for filling and piering, and the cost of filling and the impact of, the cost of piering and the ability to pier is too prohibitive. So I understand that they're talking about potential use of fill, but also have, again, scaled back the size of the area. Any more than that, I'm afraid this is where I've transitioned out of this, and it's now something that needs to be put to Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation.
So yeah, thank you for that. So yeah, the future use of that is not something that you can reflect on. Just in terms of the work that you did do in terms of the limiting, for example, of the use of that site, was that reflected in the actual use? I mean, I understand that the site was owned by Tahi. I think the construction of the temporary housing was done by Resilience New South Wales, presumably, or not DPE.
Yeah, sorry. Resilience New South Wales receives the money through the disaster recovery arrangements and the co-funding through the Commonwealth, and so they are the proponent. The delivery of the site is then the delivery was handed over to Public Works Advisory.
Right, Public Works Advisory.
And Public Works Advisory have used a number of different contractors to deliver the multiple sites across the Northern Rivers. So again, this is one of those challenging points about the need to make sure that we have temporary housing available for people, the need to, the importance of being able to provide that temporary housing, not just, there's no point putting it all in Alstonville or Wollumbar. It's got to be, appropriate to where the housing need is, and Mullumbimby is quite a challenging location to find suitable temporary housing sites. We did look at other suitable sites in the area and had challenges.
No, I mean, I appreciate that, but also, considering the trauma that people have been through, even though, as you say, perhaps, the risk was, or the risks were, people would get their feet wet but not be inundated. I mean, even that is obviously very traumatising for people who have already had significant flood impact. So you can understand. But I do appreciate what you're saying. The other thing I just wanted to ask, in terms of, say, for example, that meeting that you went to when these options were talked through, and I get what you're saying, there needed to be temporary housing delivered. Are there, so it's yourselves, the council, what sort of local representatives are there? What local voices are included in those conversations when you are weighing up, a range of all less than ideal options, but you are right, decisions have to be made? What's the local voice in that space?
When I was co-chairing the Housing Recovery Task Force, I had a standing invite to all the general managers, and they would typically bring along their planning directors and other professional staff. In that particular meeting, I had ensured that there was a pre-meeting with Byron Shire Council, and that we had a very clear understanding
understanding of the issues that Byron had raised. This isn't to say that Byron had. I think the council was also being pragmatic at the time. They could see using an elevated approach was the most. The best balance of the competing priorities in terms of delivery of temporary housing in their shire, and in particular in Mullumbimby. So I certainly had the council general manager, the council planning director, and some of their flooding experts at that meeting. I specifically asked for a paper to be prepared for that meeting as well, and in a subsequent conversation where I went up to Byron Council and sat down with them, we actually sat down and talked about that particular site. If you've been to the council's chambers in Mullumbimby, the site that we're talking about is sort of basically around the back of it. So we had a very clear understanding of what we were talking about.
Well, and that's good. But what's interesting, though, Mr. Whitworth, is that you've reflected that you had, that genuine engagement with the local representatives, and that the elevated approach was the one that sort of they preferred. But you've also then subsequently said, I think, that approach has been abandoned because it was too expensive. So how was that decision made? That was what the local feedback was, but then it was someone made a decision that it was too expensive and you're not proceeding with that. Well, when I say you, apologies, I understand that there are decisions that, that have been made subsequent, but I'm just asking you how that happened.
Well, again, I have transitioned out of the role of temporary housing post 1st of July, and there have been a number of conversations, obviously, in terms of identifying the costs, the benefits, et cetera, of undertaking that work. So, unfortunately, it's not something that I can answer with any precision.
But your understanding was that the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Authority, they made a decision, as you say, looking at costs and benefits of different options. They made a decision that elevation was too expensive and that they would go for fill. That was the Reconstruction Authority Corporation.
Chair. I am uncertain as to whether I'm putting the Reconstruction Corporation into the mix on this, or whether it was a conversation that Resilience and Public Works Advisory had.
Right, but yeah, all right.
I think.
Sorry, Mr. Ray.
Yeah, no, I just think that in the circumstances, it's something that you may have to ask when the Deputy Premier's here, because Mr. Whitworth hasn't been involved in that for almost 2 months, and obviously it's a very fast-moving set of circumstances where temporary housing is concerned.
That's fine, and we will. I mean, and as I said, it's just trying to understand how those decisions are being made and the role of community feedback and preferences in those decisions. But that's fine. We will park that for the Corporation and the Deputy Premier. I just wanted to ask a question in relation to the electric vehicle component of the, building.
National Construction Code.
Right, yes, that thing. So my understanding is that the commitment that has been given, signed up to by the New South Wales Government, is in relation to new apartments. Is that correct? And capacity to have electric vehicle charging as a part of that construction, is that right?
Look, yes. Again, this is... the EV charging is not part of the basics process, nor is it part of the sustainable building SEP. It's something that is being introduced through the National Construction Code, because it's and this is where it's probably more a matter that needs to be raised with Department of Customer Services, the authority responsible for the National Construction Code, and our so we are not the representing the building minister in this cluster. The building minister for New South Wales is the Minister for Customer Services.
I assume, Ms. Jackson, that it's on the same timeline. Which is 1 October to commence 1 October 2023. But as Mr. Whitworth said, building's not a matter that the Department of Planning looks after. It's a matter that Department of Customer Service looks after. It wasn't a component of the building sustainability SEP that was introduced today, and we can take it on notice.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, I do appreciate what you're saying, although I'm sure you can appreciate that it is, slightly confusing from our point of view when we're trying, when these things appear packaged together.
That's why we're here.
Yes. So, I mean, look, obviously I'm interested to know about the capacity for at least the wiring requirements to apply to more broadly than just new apartments, to apply to houses or duplexes going forward. That seems at first blush to perhaps have something to do with planning, but no,
Sure.
it does not.
Well, look, can I just take that on notice? We'll get back to you rather than speculate.
Perfect timing. Thank you.
Can I just ask about the terribly sordid Koala SEP that we now have? Is it possible for a council to opt out in terms of a scheduled council? Is it possible for them to opt out and, have a much better system if they come up with one themselves about how they would like to operate?
Ms Higginson, I don't think anyone's ever asked me that question before. They've asked me lots of questions about the Koala SEP. I won't use the adjective, obviously, that's your adjective.
Yeah.
So it is a statewide, so the two Koala SEPs operate as a statewide policy. I don't think there's, at the current stage, you're either all in or you're all in. So I don't think there's an opt-out provision.
But if you think, if a council kind of came to the department and said, hey, we've just got a much better system that we apply in our LGA to protect koalas, and, it's evidently a much better system and applies much higher standards to koala protection and mapping and identification of habitat, would the department accept that as...
Look, Ms Higginson, I mean, there are obviously benefits of having a set of rules that apply across the state for the protection of koalas. I'd say that'd be we'd have to consider that. We'd have to consider how that would work and the cost of the regulatory cost of all of that, and whether it would actually work or not work. Yeah. We'd have to take advice from our colleagues at in the Environment and Heritage Group. I mean, we work very closely with those, but I couldn't speculate. It's too many variables.
Absolutely. Well, it was a curious question that came my way, and I legitimately did not know the answer. I genuinely didn't.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it came actually from a mayor, so there you go.
It's one that, even after all the years of the Koala SEP and what went on, no one's ever asked me before.
Does the department still have, do you still for major projects have a person who's qualified, or more than one person, to do social impact assessment work?
Yes, we do have several people within the department that have qualifications and speciality in social impact assessment.
Great, thank you. I just wasn't sure whether they were still there, and assuming they get all the big projects referred to them for advice and input.
On occasion. The other thing that I guess we've been trying to do with the social impact assessment guidelines that we released is to really train up our existing staff. So we've had a series of in-house training around social impact assessment, so that particularly for some of the smaller and less contentious projects, but where there's clear social impacts associated with those, that the department staff are better skilled at assessing those as well.
Right, and are those guidelines are adopted now? They're finalised?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, terrific. With the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation and just response more directly. And I'm not being cynical here. Have you heard of the term disaster capitalism? That's sort of going round a bit.
I have through the media heard that term disaster capitalism, which
Yes, I have heard it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, and I'm really not trying to be smart here. It is a real thing. There's people, you know, in the Northern Rivers that are really concerned about the rebuild and you know, what is a sort of genuine contract, what is an opportunistic, etc.
I think it's important, and we've talked a lot about today the delivery of housing and some of the challenges that you have in terms of delivering housing quickly, given labour force constraints, supply chain constraints. We're talking about delivering a volume of housing in that area that really needs a much more coordinated approach. And that's one of the things that the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation has as part of its remit. It's unfortunate that people look at that and perceive that to be disaster capitalism when it's really trying to make sure that we can get the best out of our supply chains and so forth. I'd like to think that we look back at this period and can say this is the point at which a modular home building industry started in the Northern Rivers that gave us much more sustainable, much more resilient buildings that were able to be delivered quicker and more effectively as well.
I wasn't referring to that sort of thing specifically, but interesting, thank you. I think where I was getting at more to the point is when you're saying, you know, the department is sharing expertise, particularly at the early stage with the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation, which I think is really important. Obviously, you guys have been at this work for decades and decades and decades, and these guys are setting up new. What are the sort of safeguard mechanisms? I mean, there's at the moment, Lismore Council, for example, is really working fast and furiously to rezone a lot of rural land to residential land, so that land will be available. We know the Reconstruction Corporation has powers to acquire land. I suppose the question really is, what are we doing in terms of safeguarding for, because please be aware, I'm acutely aware of what's happening up there and the desire and the need to rebuild. It's my home, and we really do want to get it back somehow, but we know that we can't get it back. We have to move to a different kind of model of how we live there. But, you know, it's a highly constrained land area. What are the sort of protections and safeguards in terms of the environment and the natural kind of aspects there, and including farmland? Is your expertise gone in there, or is it now just in the world of the NRC?
Well, I think, again, Mr. Ray sort of alluded to this before, the importance of strategic planning is going to be quite critical here as well. And we talked about it a little bit with one of the reasons for the recommendation from Professor O'Kane and Mr. Fuller about disaster adaptation plans is people have looked at that and seen on the surface that it's about a new way of setting flood planning levels, but it's actually a much deeper perspective there. It's a different way of looking at settlement. And if you combine some of the other recommendations from the O'Kane-Fuller inquiry about how we can better utilise floodplains for the purposes of floodplains, which is about, importance of agriculture. If we can think about how we can have more diverse and more resilient homes, for example, that is also about that disaster adaptation. So I think that strategic planning work, we were really quite pleased to see the think piece that Lismore City Council did, for example, around the need to re-examine its settlement strategy, and the work that we're doing with the North Coast Regional Plan does very much give that direction and point setting to say that there are things that we're going to have to do differently. I do think that tension around agriculture is going to be one to look at in the future.
Thank you. Can I just ask you quickly, and I'm not sure who's most relevant, but the department approved the big music festival, Splendour in the Grass, some years ago. That would be you, Mr. Gainsford. We just saw a recent event, and I happened to see it firsthand as I was driving past from work, and it was really frightening what happened over the next few days. Can we be assured in our community that there is some sort of oversight happening there and that conversation is happening? Because I'm really concerned that the proponent may or may not have the support they need, and it's an incredibly constrained site, and that was evidenced by 12 hours trying to get in and out, and seriously quite frightening with what happened over the following days.
Yes, so thank you, Chair. Yes, so we have followed up with the operators of that festival, as you were mentioning before, and obviously it's been well publicised in the media in terms of the problems that happened on the site. As part of that engagement that we've had since the festival, the operators have told us that they're going to provide us a report to provide some details around the things that didn't go according to plan. What I should also add is that we actually met with the operators 2 weeks before the event was due to happen to try and get some reassurance from them that they were ready to hold the festival at that patronage level, and we received those reassurances at the time. So we'll obviously, interrogate that report when we receive it, and also we're looking from a compliance perspective as well whether any conditions have been breached through the process as well.
Great. As long if you can assure everyone that we're looking at it in terms of that extreme weather event lens is the one we really need to, because I think that really, all things considered, it was a kind of a miracle things didn't go worse than they did. Ms. Fairman, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple from me. I want to just ask a question about the infrastructure SEP in relation to, and Mr. Ray, you're nodding, so it's probably you, but it's in relation to, we'll see.
I should stop nodding. I have a bad habit.
Is there...
I tend to nod.
Is there... Oh, okay, it's just the C at this stage. Is there any movement within the department to amend the infrastructure SEP to essentially prohibit waste-to-energy incinerators? Does that sound familiar to anybody?
Yes. So yes, Ms. Fairman. So the department is looking at that as part of the department's looking at that as part of the announcement from last year about the energy from waste plan, and we'll continue to look at that and advise government now that the regulation change has been made through the Protection of the Environment Operations.
Thank you. So you were right to
I was
nod.
right to
yes.
nod on that one.
So the regulation has passed. So you're confirming then that the department is looking at it in terms of the fact that unless specific changes are made, because at the moment there's an exemption because all of the waste-to-energy incinerators are state significant infrastructure. So that's specifically what the department is looking at to remove, see what can happen to remove that exemption for energy to waste.
The department is looking at what the best way is to represent the changes to government policy in the planning system.
And can you let me know where that's up to?
Well, we have, look, it's at an advanced stage, so we would be seeking, soon we will, well...
Because there are currently 3...
515.
Yes, there are currently...
Incinerators in the planning pipeline?
I would say that we're actively discussing the matter with the Minister's office.
Okay. All right, that is...
Maybe Ms. Fairman, I can just clarify in terms of how many projects are in the system as we speak. So there's only one project that is actually, we've received an application and an EIS has been exhibited, and that's the Clean Away project in Eastern Creek. There are a few other projects that we've issued Secretary's Environmental Assessment requirements, but we haven't received applications for those yet.
And so it would be expected then, if this all goes, I mean, the government intention, government policy, I've been assured by the Environment Minister, for example, that is the intention of the government policy. So once those changes come in place, the infrastructure changes, these 3 proposals in the pipeline would just be told, sorry, you can't proceed.
So there is one project that's in the system proposed at Woodlawn that actually is consistent with the policy in terms of its location. But the others, as I understand it, with the changes that have been made to the Protection of the Environment Operations Act, the regulation, I should say, would not be consistent with that regulation.
Because they're in the Sydney Basin. Is that what you...
Not all of them are city-based, but
okay.
some of the ones that are outside of the city also don't fall within the areas that have been designated for energy from waste.
Yeah. Thank you. This is for you, Mr. Castle. I understand recently that you have sent a circular that has been issued to councils which has advised them, this is in relation, to the role that you as Secretary of Planning play in granting concurrence to development applications which breach local environment plan limits for height and floor space ratios. And I understand that a circular has been issued to councils very recently which advises councils, local planning panels and joint and regional planning panels that concurrence can be assumed for proposals which breach the height and floor space ratio requirements. Is that correct? Has that circular been issued recently?
I can. That's quite a long-standing policy and principle that in that the clause 4.6 variations that the former Director General, now the Secretary's concurrence powers can be assumed. I've been in the planning system for 28 years, and that's been a principle that's been applied all that time. The only time when concurrences are typically needed are in regional rural subdivision environments. So it's possible that circular is an update.
Yeah, I think that circular is an update of a long-standing policy, so there's no change with that.
Okay, that's fine. I'm good. Thanks, Chair. That's it for me.
Thank you. Just before we go back to Mr. Veach, can I just to put out there, because I think I have some supplementaries on this, but the Kamay Ferry Wharves project, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's real community concerns about potential misrepresentations in the determination assessment report in relation to contamination issues and threatened species. And the concern now is that the Federal Minister for the Environment now will have to make a determination under the EPBC Act. And I'm just basically, I suppose, flagging, are you aware that there are concerns about that determination report?
I haven't been made aware, Chair, of problems with the determination report. Certainly aware that those issues were well discussed and prosecuted within the consultation and the assessment process. We obviously sought advice from particularly the Environment Protection Authority
and I think
around
it was
those
their
contamination
advice.
issues.
I think it was whether or not. So my understanding is their advice was there was quite some controversy about the project as it was proposed. Really, the question is, are you satisfied in the determination report that you had addressed all those EPA concerns, or were there outstanding issues, I suppose?
We don't believe there was outstanding issues. We sought additional advice from the EPA in finalising the assessment, and there's also a site auditor that needs to be appointed as part of the determination as well.
Thank you. I might have a supplementary on that I'll forward to you. And also, just one final for that purpose as well, the Hunter Gas Pipeline. You're probably aware that the opposition to that project in terms of social licence is growing and growing and growing every day. I'm not sure how big a kind of non-social licence case can be made, but I'm just assuming that the department is absolutely cognisant of that, and that there are hundreds and hundreds of landholders that are really concerned about that.
So yes, Chair, there's been lots of representations that have been made to us. Obviously, that's a consent that dates from some period of time, but there's certainly lots of representations that have been made to us. We understand that Santos has recently acquired that pipeline. We haven't had a discussion with them since they've acquired that pipeline around what their intentions are. But obviously, once they do want to engage with us, we'll be eager to talk to them about how they're going to manage some of those issues that have been well ventilated.
And naturally, I'll have some questions for the Minister responsible for that, but in a different session. But so just on that, and finally on that one, how is Santos going in terms of the performance of its Narrabri gas pre-condition requirements, whether that's for you, Mr Gainsford, or...
It is for me again.
Yeah.
So with Narrabri Gas, that we're at a stage where they have presented a number of management plans to us, and as part of the review of those management plans, we're sort of working through those management plans. I think at this point in time, we've approved 2 of their eventual 12 management plans they need.
Do you know what those ones are off the top of your head?
I don't. I've probably got a note here, but I might take that on notice.
Thank you.
Of course, this is the next, as I understand it, this is the next stage of their exploration component of the Narrabri Gas project. So this is a precursor to enabling them to do that sort of further exploratory sinking of gas wells.
Thank you. Just on that, and I know it's really a question obviously for the petroleum team in the other place, but from your assessment, and it was an enormous assessment, is there really, really enough gas there?
Sorry, I can't answer that. I can't answer that question.
Yeah, that's
not my expertise. Sorry.
No. Thank you very much. Mr Veach.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of questions around planning and around budget assessment processing times. Budget paper number 2, page 4 and 5, includes $87.8 million over 2 years for unspecified projects to, and I quote, continue to build a more productive and responsive planning system. What will this $87.8 million be spent on?
So I might take that one, Mr Veach. So those budgetary measures are measures that are a continuation of the reform projects that were announced by the former Premier, Ms Berejiklian, in July 2020, which was badged the Planning Reform Action Plan. So those the key metrics for speeding up the planning system there were to reduce the time it took a planning proposal to go through the system by 1/3, to reduce the time it took a regionally significant DA to go through the system by 1/4, and to reduce the time of state significant development were in government assessment hands by a further 17% after they'd already been reduced by 50% in the previous 4 years. So we're making good progress. I think we are actually under target already, under the 3-year target, which was due next 30 June in 2023 for planning proposals, and for state significant development. We're trying very hard on regionally significant development to get that down. So that money was for a range of measures to continue the extra effort. Mm-hmm. It also includes continuing the planning delivery unit, which has been a great success over the last two years, which is trying to unblock large development proposals at many different stages, including in post-approval. And so there's and what it also does, it also brings forward particular housing. So we expect to get at least 30,000 rezoned lots from the council planning proposals over that 2-year period, and about roughly 32,500 DA approvals for new houses through state significant and regionally significant development. So it's a continuation of that additional effort to 30 June 2024, but with a focus on housing.
So how much is going to the planning portal?
So there's, as far as I'm aware, there's none of that money is going to the planning portal.
Okay, thank you. And with regard to your processing time, so is there a difference between metropolitan and regional areas and the DA processing times at the moment?
I don't think there is in relation to the regionally significant DAs, I don't think that there's a clear regional metro divide in regionally significant DAs, and there's certainly not a divide on the work that we do with state significant developments.
Okay, and can you, you might take this on notice, I'm not sure, but so how many homes are under assessment by DPE gateway process in southwest Sydney, and how many of these have exceeded the department's maximum benchmark timeframe?
I'd have to take that one on notice. I don't have that information.
Okay, so I think that's pretty much that. Danny asked probably the last question for me, which will probably upset the shadow. I'm going to freewheel here. I'm the Shadow Minister for Agriculture. The Agricultural Commission has delivered their report with a number of recommendations around land use conflict. Can I just ask the department what role do you have in implementing those recommendations? So is there a whole of government response to this process?
I might actually pass that over to Mr. Whitworth, just to say that the department was dealing with the Agricultural Commissioner quite a lot through the process, I had meetings with him myself, and senior staff had meetings with him. But as to the final report, I'll pass you over to Mr. Whitworth.
Thank you. So I don't have a detailed set of notes on this, but
happy for you to take it on notice.
Well, I am aware that the Agriculture Commissioner is in the process of finalising that the Agriculture Commission is providing their report through the Minister for Agriculture, and that we are engaging with Department of Regional New South Wales in terms of the implementation of the recommendations from the report. A lot of focus has been on things such as the renewable energy projects and how we can get an appropriate balance and protection for agricultural land, as well as agriculture and rural communities. We've released, for example, the large-scale solar development guidelines only last week, and as part of that process, there was a lot of conversation with the Agriculture Commissioner to identify what are appropriate means to identify, to do visual assessments of these large-scale solar developments in the rural landscape, as well as how do we talk about benefit sharing of these developments with rural communities as well.
If you can take that on notice and just have a look and see if there's anything else you want to add.
Certainly.
That would be great. Thank you.
Just finally, are you playing a role in the post-coal Hunter Valley? Are you playing a role in the sort of what that looks like and from a planning perspective? And I don't mean just a mine-by-mine close down.
So the department put out towards the end of last year a draft regional plan for the Hunter, which talks about those issues, and we're looking to finalise that as a this year. So yes, we are, and it's very much one of the focuses of our strategic planning. I think the draft plan was the first time that the transition actually has been recognised in strategic planning.
Yeah, it was very exciting. And are you looking at some of the Hunter Renewal, the organisation that sort of are you looking at some of their ideas and initiatives?
Yeah, looking at opportunities. Obviously, there'll be power stations and other sites that will become available that are well connected for transmission and various other things. So I think we would be trying to facilitate other appropriate development that could go in there and contribute to the grid. I mean, one of the issues, of course, with renewable energy is to ensure that there's appropriate transmission capacity. And one thing we do know is that there will be a lot of transmission capacity focused on those former power stations.
Exciting times. Just finally, what about the Gunnedah Basin area? And, we've sort of promised in approving all those mine projects that's, going to really, really bolster those regional areas. Are we looking in terms of a planning scope about what comes next for those areas?
Look, yes, in a broad sense. I suppose our approach probably hasn't developed to the same extent that it has or crystallised to the same extent as it has with the Hunter. But obviously, what appears to be the increasing decarbonisation of the grid means that those issues are front and centre. And that's a good point. I'll certainly go back and have a look at what the draft plan up there says, and we'll look at that, Ms. Higginson.
Thank you. So now we head to the government for their time, and I've got a feeling I know what they're going to do with it. Mr. Mallard?
Well, I'll consult my colleague. I think we'll pass.
You'll forfeit your time. Okay.
You're obviously very happy with the inquiry.
That's right.
A lot today.
So if I may just finish with thank you all of you government officers for your attendance today. The committee secretariat, as you know, will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions on notice and, of course, with some supplementary questions. We know what you have to do to be here and your staff to help you be here, and we're incredibly grateful for every minute you've been here today. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's been good.
Thank you.